The House is resumed. Right Honourable Winston Peters.
To move a motion without notice or debate on the floods in Nepal.
Is there any objection to that course of action being followed? There appears to be none.
I move that this House expresses grave concern about the flooding and landslides in Nepal's Rasuwa district and the Nepal and China border area. Extend its deep condolences to all those affected. Stand in solidarity with local authorities undertaking search and rescue operations in the affected areas, and support the government's offer of New Zealand assistance alongside international partners once the requirements on the ground become clearer. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Come to oral questions. First, in the name of Laura McClure.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister for Children, what update can she provide on Oranga Tamariki's performance against her ministerial priorities?
The Honourable Karen Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The latest Oranga Tamariki performance report shows steady progress. The report shows that 97% of children in care have been visited by their social worker within the targeted time. The speed of responding to critical and very urgent reports of concern has improved from 80% in Q2 to 87% in Q3. This has been achieved while Oranga Tamariki continues to respond to historically high demand, with reports of concern increasing by 48% over the last 2 years. Caregiver satisfaction also remains strong, with a 4% increase in caregivers reporting they are satisfied with the support from Oranga Tamariki, and fewer caregivers reporting they are considering stopping being a caregiver. Lastly, the number of children and young people with serious and persistent offending behaviour continues to trend down, now at a 25% reduction since 2023, well exceeding the government target of 15% by 2029.
Supplementary. Why is it important for children and young people that Oranga Tamariki performs well against these measures?
Mr Speaker, Oranga Tamariki is involved with the most vulnerable and at-risk children and young people in this country. New Zealanders expect our Care and Protection Agency to ensure they are safe and cared for. Since becoming Minister, my number one focus has been on the safety and well-being of children. The evidence shows regular social worker visits are one of the most important factors in keeping kids safe. Regular visits mean social workers can build trust in relationships and see firsthand how things are going in a child's life. Caregiver support is also particularly important. Even before I became a minister, I heard of stories of caregivers telling me they did not feel supported by Oranga Tamariki. Caregivers open their hearts and homes to provide a safe, loving, stable environment for young people, and they deserve to be supported in their important work.
Supplementary. Does the Minister expect these performance measures to continue to improve?
Mr Speaker, yes I do, particularly due to the extra investment and resources that this government has put into Oranga Tamariki. For example, new tools like the new All About Me plan, which gives young people more ability to have a say in their own care. This is the first step in a much larger upgrade of the case management technology used by frontline social workers. This technology upgrade, along with others, will soon be rolled out, and it will strengthen performance by enabling better tracking of social worker visits and actions. Greater focus on early safety planning alongside increased resourcing and technology improvements should lead to even greater improvement in responding quickly to reports of concern.
Supplementary. What other updates can the Minister provide on improvements at Oranga Tamariki?
Mr Speaker, there's an awful lot to list and I won't list them all now, but the last few years has seen a large investment in our frontline social workers and their training and development. This includes the introduction of allied support worker roles, which frees up the frontline to focus on their core social work. There has been a significant work to improve safety in our youth justice residences. This includes everything from the basic stuff like renovating buildings that have not been properly maintained since they were built over 20 years ago, to improving the quality of staffing by introducing standard operating practices, improved recruitment and training, and introducing uniforms for staff. This improvement has been noted in reports from the Children's Commissioner, Mana Mokopuna, who visited and monitor youth justice residences. These reports give me confidence that while there is still more work to do, we are on the right track.
Question number 2, the Honourable Carmel Cipollone.
Mr Speaker, to the Minister for Auckland, does he agree with Auckland Mayor Wayne Brown, quote, "I can point to very recent examples showing that the National Party as part of the government is failing to deliver for Auckland," end quote.
Mr Speaker. Simon Watts.
Mr Speaker, no, this government is delivering for Auckland, whether it's saving Auckland ratepayers almost $900 million on their water bills through local water done well, growing the Auckland economy by fast-tracking ports at the Port of Auckland wharf expansion, or saving Aucklanders $4.5 billion by changing the earthquake-prone building rules. This government is delivering for Auckland.
Supplementary. Does he agree with Mayor Brown that the Auckland City deal is, quote, "meaningless if the government cannot honour even a relatively modest commitment to explore an agreed proposal," end quote? If not, why not?
Mr Speaker, no, because we have already delivered tangible outcomes as a result of the Auckland City deal. It is a landmark deal that gets coordination between central government and local government to deliver for Auckland that can make a positive impact for our city, our largest city in this country. Examples of that include the opening of the new Advanced Technology Innovation Centre that we did last Friday. This is going to be a game change in regards to innovation in the City of Auckland, which is the gateway to our country.
Supplementary. Was Mayor Brown correct when he told the Minister, quote, "his boss doesn't know what a deal is," end quote?
Mr Speaker, no. What I outlined to the Mayor also is that when you think about a deal in the context of long-term relationship, the City Regional deal is a 10-year relationship, and there's a lot of water to go under the bridge over the next 10 years. But what I can commit to is, as a government, we are backing Aucklanders. We are backing Auckland as an economy. It is the backbone of our economic engine, and we will continue to support that city.
Supplementary. If he intended to breach his deal with Auckland City Council only months after it was signed, why should any other council trust a deal with this government?
Well, Mr Speaker, I don't agree with the premise of that question because no one breached...
Just a moment. The constant barrage has to stop. Interjections should be rare, reasonable, and apparently, if possible, humorous. The Honourable Seymour Watts.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, firstly, I don't agree with the premise of that question. No one's breaching any deal. The outcome of the deal structure is in place. It is a strategic and legacy agreement between central government and local government that will deliver for Auckland. For the first time in a very long time, we have alignment between central government and local government in terms of the key projects that will make a difference in our country's biggest city. We should be supportive, optimistic, ambitious about Auckland, because when Auckland does well, New Zealand does well.
Supplementary. Does he stand by his statement that the intention of the Auckland deal was to create intergenerational partnerships that survive decades? If so, why did his deal only last 4 months?
Well, Mr Speaker, I mean, one thing is that Speaker's not too funny, but the second part of the reality is that this government is delivering for Auckland. $900 million in savings around local water done well. $4.5 billion around earthquake-prone building rules. Fast-tracking of the port, $6.6 billion of extra national value as a result of that project alone. Fast-tracking the North Western Busway, unlocking about $10 billion of infrastructure benefits. Mr Speaker, I could go on, but on this side of the House, we are delivering for Auckland and we are proud of that.
Supplementary.
Arena Williams.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does he stand by his statement to Newstalk ZB on Wednesday that he will be making an announcement on iwi representation at Auckland Council very soon? If so, why?
Mr Speaker, I've got a lot of announcements in the pipeline because I'm a very busy minister, as we are on this side of the House. We are a very busy government, and I make no apology of that. So let's wait and see.
Question number 5, David McLeod. 3, David McLeod.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance and asks, does she stand by her answers to oral question number 1 yesterday?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, yes. In particular, when I said that to raise core Crown revenue to 33% of GDP in 4 years' time, a future government would have to increase the tax take in that year by at least $10.4 billion. That is a big increase. It equates to over $100 more tax per household every week.
Supplementary. What would it take to raise that amount of additional tax?
Well, Mr Speaker, to get core Crown revenue to 33% of GDP, a future government would probably have to go to the biggest tax bases. One option, for example, would be to increase GST from 15 to 18%. Doing that and bringing in a capital gains tax and raising tax on businesses by scrapping investment boost and denying interest deductibility on rental properties. That would altogether raise an additional $10.4 billion. So the future government would have achieved its goal of getting core Crown revenue up to 33% of GDP. Sadly, with that increase in GST, households would be paying more for almost everything they buy. Taxes would be up by more than $100 a household.
What is another alternative?
Well, Mr Speaker, yesterday that I mentioned another way of getting revenue to 33% of GDP in 4 years' time. That would be to raise the current income tax rates, the current 17.5% rate to 20%, and raise the current 30% income tax rate to 33%, and raise the current 33% income tax rate to 35%, and bring in a capital gains tax, and scrap investment boost, and deny interest deductibility on rental properties. That combination of tax increases would raise the additional $10.4 billion required by the future government's revenue policy. So there are certainly options to raise large amounts of revenue. The problem is they are all bad.
Supplementary. What would be the impact of raising income tax rates by so much?
Well, Mr Speaker, the immediate impact obviously would of course be on people's after-tax pay. The median full-time wage and salary earner brings home just over $82,000 a year. The income tax increases I just mentioned would increase their tax by almost $1,800 every year. Higher marginal income tax rates also reduce the return from working more hours, or taking a promotion or acquiring new skills. So people would stop doing those things. Higher income tax rates could also make New Zealand less attractive to skilled migrants and encourage more Kiwis to leave. In short, raising income tax rates to meet a target of revenue being 33% of the economy would be terrible for the economy and terrible for everyday Kiwis.
Aotearoa.
Supplementary. Will the government be proceeding with its planned increases in fuel excise?
Mr Speaker, I'm glad to hear that the Labor Party have come around to our long-standing position, which has been made clear that we will not be lifting fuel taxes on the 1st of January next year. I also note that one of the first actions this government took was to reverse the planned fuel tax increases that the last government had planned and to put a moratorium on those tax increases. Not only did we do that, we also removed the Auckland regional fuel tax. I'll stand on our record.
Question number 4, Lan Farm.
Tēnā koe, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister responsible for RMA reform. Does he stand by his statement, quote, "Of course, our standards of living and the living standards of our children and their children depend on a healthy environment"?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, yes, I stand by my full statement that our standards of living and the living standards of our children and their children depend on a healthy environment, but their futures also depend on whether they can afford a home, on food and energy security, access to transport and public services, and the ability to make a living. Our country's future depends on a healthy environment, on housing, infrastructure, energy and economic growth. The government's RMA reforms are the biggest tax cut any government will deliver in a generation. Every superfluous consent is a tax. Every unnecessary notification is a tax. Every year of delay is a tax. New Zealanders have been paying it for 35 years and this government is saying no more.
Does he consider the millions, if not billions of dollars that councils are facing to pick up new drinking water sources to be a tax on the public from a failure of environmental protections?
No, I think the member is confusing different concepts there.
How does he reconcile his comment just then with his amendment paper that will authorise breaches of environmental protections and remove the ability to cap pollution within environmental limits?
Well, very easily, because the member needs to read the actual guardrails for national standards breaching limits, which says they must only be for activities that have a net public benefit. They must consider the wider implications for natural resource use, they must consider the likely opportunity costs, and they must clearly identify the limits that the standards enable a breach of.
Supplementary. Does he accept that enabling breaches of an environmental limit for any reason defeats the purpose of having limits and puts at risk human and ecosystem health?
A couple of points. One, the member's factually inaccurate. It's not just for any reason. They have to be for activities that have a net public benefit. The second point I would make is that the Natural Environment Bill it requires the setting of environmental limits. One of the great failures of the RMA was that there are no limits. And the Natural Environment Bill says there have to be environmental limits across air, freshwater, coastal water, biodiversity and land. Now, there's going to be a debate about what those limits are. I fully accept that, and the Greens will adopt a particular position in relation to that. But can we just agree with the basic concept that the setting of limits is important, the bill enables it, and that is a massive step forward on the RMA?
Supplementary. What has changed since his own expert advisory group recommended that there should be, quote, a requirement to cap resource use to ensure a limit is not breached, end quote, and today, with the government now introducing their last-minute amendments to scrap those requirements?
The government took further advice.
Supplementary. Given environmental NGOs, iwi, hapu and planning experts have strongly opposed his changes that further destroy environmental protections, does he think he knows better than these experts and his own advisory group?
No, it's not a question of knowing more or thinking I'm superior to them. I respect the views of the Environmental Defence Society and others, in the same way that I respect the views of those on other sides of the aisle, infrastructure providers, energy generators, farmers and growers up and down the country. Part of the challenge with planning reform and the planning system and the environmental management system more generally is that it involves trade-offs. And as we have discovered through the RMA over 35 years, those trade-offs are difficult. They are complicated for the country to grapple with. There are trade-offs that are made between different values and different goals. Part of what we're trying to do in this planning reform effort is to surface those trade-offs more visibly, make sure the planning system confronts them at the top, at the spatial planning and regional planning level, rather than fight them out at an individual resource consent level. Is it perfect? No. Is it a better system than what we have now? Absolutely.
Question number 5, Rima Nuckley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Housing and asks, will the government introduce a stamp duty?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
No.
Supplementary. Why doesn't the government support a stamp duty?
Well, Mr. Speaker, a stamp duty is a tax on home buyers. It's the old rule, tax things you don't want. So a stamp duty makes it harder for Kiwis to buy a home. Just take a random example. For a family buying an average priced home in Auckland. Just pick a random number, say 5%. That would cost the home buyer about $59,000. Now banks, at least in Australia, lend on the house, not on the stamp duty. So that $59,000 comes straight out of the home buyer's savings and is of course additional to the deposit. For most families, that is years and years of additional savings. A stamp duty makes it harder for people to buy houses.
Supplementary.
Okay, we've got a question being asked, Mr. Jones. Please just constrain it.
What do tax experts say about stamp duties?
Well, Mr. Speaker, this issue has been extensively studied. Australia's Treasury, for example, and economists more generally, have described a stamp duty tax as inefficient. It's one that distorts economic activity and changes people's behaviour for the worse. They can discourage work, stop people from taking a better job, stop people from moving house, stop people from investing, and can hinder workforce mobility. Inefficient taxes shrink the economy and create a cost to society. Treasury has modelled Australia's major taxes, and I can tell the House stamp duty on conveyances, in other words the transfer or sale of property, is the worst tax. It creates 70 cents of economic damage for every dollar raised. Chuck that through David Seymour's cost-benefit analysis, it doesn't come out well.
Supplementary. What experiences overseas has he seen about stamp duties?
Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, too much noise. Just ask the question again.
Okay.
Ask the question again, yeah, of course. What experiences overseas has he seen about stamp duties?
Well, Mr. Speaker, when Toronto added a second stamp duty on property purchases, purchases by owner-occupiers fell and purchases by investors rose. And I refer members to a study published in the Review of Economic Studies. In Britain, researchers found stamp duties cut the rate at which people move house, thus affecting mobility. Means growing families stuck in a two-bedroom house when they need more, or an older couple in a home they can't afford to leave. Stamp duties are bad policy and we won't be introducing one.
Question number 6, the Honourable Aotearoa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health and asks, is it correct that Health New Zealand's projected deficit for the 26-27 financial year has deteriorated to $475 million? And what proportion, if any, of that deficit will be closed with cuts to frontline services?
The Honourable Casey Costello.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, the Government has agreed to increase Health New Zealand's projected deficit for 26-27 to $475 million as set out in media reports and Health New Zealand's publicly available statement of performance expectations. That is a deliberate decision to deliver more health care for New Zealanders, so I reject the premise of the second part of the question. This decision is to protect services.
If his government has added only 54 full-time equivalents of nurses in 2 years, while the deficit was $350 million, what happens to nursing numbers when the deficit has grown to $475 million?
Mr. Speaker, I will address the nurse number question that the member has put. This matter has been traversed in the House a number of times now, and the member's assertions don't become more true the more time she says them. There are 2,162 additional nurses on a net basis.
A point of order. I was just about to suggest that the Minister answer her question again without reference to the anything that might have been said by the opposition in this matter.
Mr. Speaker, this matter has been traversed in the House a number of times. There are 2,162 additional nurses on a net basis employed by Health New Zealand since 2023, which equates to a net increase of 1,640 full-time equivalents. We have grown the number of nurses at Health New Zealand by more than 1,600 FTE, and as at 14 August, there was 2,378 FTE nursing roles actively being recruited across Health New Zealand.
Supplementary. After cutting hospital maintenance from $120 million in 2023 to $97 million in 2025, how many further cuts is he planning to turn around a deficit of $475 million?
Mr Speaker, the point around the deficit is to ensure that services are not being cut. This means we are operating on a delivery of services so that we do not reduce. This is not being funded by loss, this is not being funded by Apple Pay or credit card. This is on the reserves that exist within the health system so that no frontline services will be cut.
Supplementary. If 1,000 data and digital staff lost their jobs when the deficit was $350 million, how much further will support for these critical systems be cut when the deficit is $475 million?
Mr Speaker, as we have stated in this decision was a deliberate decision. Health New Zealand could balance its books tomorrow, but it would only get there by treating fewer patients than it has proven it can treat, and that was not an option considered by the Minister. The investment driving this year's position is additional elective treatments, winter preparedness and primary care. This is care being delivered to New Zealanders right now, and the government has not been prepared to trade off to a faster route to a number on a page. Therefore, we will not allow services to be cut, and that is why the deficit is being used in this way.
Supplementary question, the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Exactly what sort of mentality would describe $475 million more in health as a deterioration in investment in health?
Well, without being personal, the Minister can address that question.
Well, what sort of mentality, without being personal, would describe it that way?
Well, that's exactly the problem.
Unless you're a nutcase.
Mr Speaker, this government has agreed to increase Health New Zealand's deficit position from break-even to $475 million in 26-27. This is entirely funded by cash reserves and therefore does not involve debt.
Never thought I heard that.
Question,
Supplementary.
the Honourable Dr Ashfield.
If care and support worker numbers in Health New Zealand fell by 213 full-time equivalents, while Health New Zealand was running a $350 million deficit, will there be greater cuts when the health system is running a $475 million deficit?
Mr Speaker, I'll reiterate the position again. The decision that has been made is deliberate. Health New Zealand could balance its books tomorrow, but it is choosing to ensure that quality of service is maintained, that we do not cut services. The member is implying that the better option would be to return to balanced books and cut services.
Supplementary question.
Supplementary question, the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Very slowly and with crayons. Is $475 million more a cut or an investment?
Excuse me, sorry. If you've got a point of order, stand up and take it. Don't snipe from the side.
Point of order, sir.
What's your point of order?
The point of order is quite clear, that you have said to this House on a number of occasions that there is to be no lead-in before a question is asked. It certainly isn't supposed to be using questions to clearly attack other members of the House. Both of those things were in breach in that, and you said nothing. Now, this is another example of that member being allowed to do things that you expect from others. It is not acceptable, sir.
And that is completely unreasonable in your part. And if you want that applied to every question that gets asked from the opposition, then that's where we'll go. In the meantime, the Minister should answer that question.
Mr Speaker, as I've stated, the $475 million was a government decision to ensure that services do not get cut and that the funding is completely delivered by cash reserves and therefore no debt is involved.
Point of order.
You've just indicated that if that is what the opposition would like, then that is what we'll do. That is what the opposition would like, sir. We draft our questions according to the requirements of Speaker's rulings, and all we asked is that the requirements be applied consistently across all parties and specifically in this instance across all members.
Good. Question 7, Sam Uffindale.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Revenue. Is the government considering increasing the corporate tax rate?
The Honourable Seymour Watts.
Mr Speaker, no. This government is not considering increasing the corporate tax rate. New Zealand's company tax rate remains at 28%, where it has been since a previous national government lowered it. IRD's own 2025 tax system review says that higher taxes on inbound capital raise the return investors require. We are focused on growing the economy, attracting investment, making it easier for business to invest and hire, fixing the basics, not on raising taxes on businesses and employ hard-working Kiwis.
Supplementary. What impact would raising the corporate tax rate have on the New Zealand economy?
Well, Mr Speaker, raising the corporate tax rate would be a handbrake on the economy when we can least afford it. Less investment, lower labour productivity and lower wages, with the tax liability ultimately being borne by hard-working Kiwi workers. New Zealand already has one of the higher company tax rates in the OECD. Increasing it up from 28% would make this country a worse place to invest. That means fewer jobs and less growth.
Supplementary. What would a raise in the company tax rate mean for everyday Kiwi workers?
Well, Mr Speaker, it's a mistake to think that only the big corporates and their owners would be harmed by an increase in the company tax rate. Any increase would also affect small businesses and make it harder to start a business in the first place. It would also impact every worker. When businesses hire fewer people and make fewer investments because they are instead paying that money in taxes, that means fewer opportunities for workers. This side of the House wants to see people in work, not less. We want to make sure that more people are starting, growing businesses, not less.
Supplementary. What tax changes for businesses has the government introduced instead?
Well, Mr Speaker, good news. Instead of a tax increase, this government has delivered investment boost. This government's investment boost has significantly lowered the tax burden on new investment. Mr Speaker, investment boost actually cuts the average effective marginal corporate tax rate by about 5 to 6 percentage points, and that takes it from about 28% to below 24%.
Supplementary, the Honourable Deborah Russell.
Will he rule out increasing GST?
Mr Speaker, I'm glad the member asked about future appetite around taxes, but on this side of the House I can be very clear that we will not be increasing any new taxes.
Just a moment. Just answer the question without any sort of flicks at the other side of the House.
We will not be increasing any new taxes.
Good. And that's the end of that question. Oreni Kaipara. Oreni Kaipara and no one else.
Tēnā koe, e te pika. Ki te minita mō ngā take whakahiato ora me te mahi to the Minister of Social Development and Employment, what impact, if any, will the government's use of automated decision-making to make benefit decisions have on whānau access to income support and unemployment?
The member needs to present the question to the House as written.
As written. Tēnā koe. What impact, if any, will the government's use of AI to make benefit decisions have on whānau access to income support and unemployment?
The Honourable Penny Simmons.
Point of order, Mr Speaker. That isn't the question.
A point of order. Well, it's the question I've got in front of me.
The final sentence and impact on employment.
That's correct. Look, you've got to. The other day I took a question off the National Party because they got it wrong. Now, in that case, they got it dreadfully wrong because it was a supplementary that was asked instead of the primary. Read the primary as it's written on the paper.
That is what I read it. That's exactly what I read it. That's exactly what I read.
The yellow sheet does not say that.
Yeah, that's exactly what I read. I didn't add anything into it. However, I will start again. I can read. Quite capable.
Okay, there must be 2 bits of paper floating around. Answer the question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, on behalf...
sorry, before you do, I do apologise to the member for that second intervention. The first one was correct.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Social Development and Employment, Mr Speaker, the Ministry does not use generative AI to make decisions about people's benefits. It uses automated decision-making, ADM, for some straightforward rules-based processes where no discretion is required while decisions requiring judgment continue to involve staff. This means faster and more accurate access to support that beneficiaries need while retaining human judgment and safeguards.
Supplementary. Is the government sending a message to the private sector that it is okay to replace entry-level roles with automated decision-making, and if so, what impact will this change have on Māori and rangatahi unemployment, which is sitting at 10.8% and 25% respectively, both 11-year highs?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, the use of automated decision-making enables Ministry of Social Development staff to process more quickly and more accurately support that beneficiaries need while still retaining the safeguards and human judgment on decision-making.
Supplementary. Have any mistakes been made?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, that's a fairly broad question, but if the member would like to put in writing what particular mistakes she might be aware of, let me know.
Question number 9, the Honourable Kira McAnulty.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister of Housing, how many of the social houses funded in the 2024 and 2025 budgets have been delivered?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, since coming into office, the government has delivered around 8,000 net new social homes, 5,000 net new social houses delivered by Aotearoa, 2,900 delivered by community housing providers. In relation to budget 24 and 25, as of this week, 633 places have been delivered so far. By 30 November 2026, we expect this number to be at least 1,000, which is great progress.
Supplementary. Does he accept, as outlined in a recent report by Community Housing Aotearoa, that homelessness has reached its highest ever record level?
Well, as the member knows, there are a variety of different measures in relation to homelessness. For example, from census 2018 to census 2023, the number of people living in severe housing deprivation, which is a statistically robust measure of homelessness, went up by around, from memory, 37%.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Sir, I asked him specifically around does he accept that homelessness has increased to the highest level. His response was to a data point from the previous government.
Appreciate that point. I think the Minister could be either not answer because it's not in the public interest or give some answer to that specific question, even though it is in the nature of a yes or no.
I'll just repeat what I said, which is that there are a variety of different measures around homelessness. I referred to the most statistically robust measure of homelessness, which is severe housing deprivation as measured by the census.
Supplementary. Why, when Community Housing Aotearoa have said that homelessness has now reached its highest ever level, will he not rescind his instruction to Kāinga Ora to not increase the number of houses it has?
Because, in relation to the second limb of the question, Mr Speaker, because the government is interested in growing social housing more generally, not a narrow fixation on the number of state houses. We have funded significant investments across all 3 budgets in growing the social housing pipeline, which is why there is now around 4,800 to 5,300 total homes funded across budgets 24, 25 and 2026. We are delivering them in a cheaper way, thanks to the support provided to the Community Housing Funding Authority, which I note the member has decided to match recently, and I welcome. We're delivering them in a cheaper way, in a more value for money way, and delivering them to the areas which are needed most. For example, last week, Tama Potaka and I announced well over 100 homes in Tairāwhiti alone, because that is the area that is in severe need.
Supplementary. How can he, on one hand, see homelessness increase to the highest ever record level, admit that there is no guarantee for shelter for those who need it, and claim to want to fix it, while only delivered so far 633 houses and refuse to rescind his instruction to Kāinga Ora not to increase the number of homes?
Well, the member is conflating about 3 or 4 separate issues there. I just refer him to what I said in the last answer, which is we funded over 4,800 social homes across budgets 24. Yes, as the member may well discover at some point, it takes time to build houses. Funding a house does not immediately mean it turns up. For example, I am advised that social houses funded in budget 2020, some were not delivered until 2025, 5 years later. So the funding provided in budget 2024 started on the 1st of July 2025, which is just over a year or so ago, and 630 homes have been delivered. The member wants to talk about delivery. I just put up 100,000 homes and compare it to the record.
Are you calling?
Yes, supplementary
Honourable
question.
Tama Potaka.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can the Minister please confirm that the recent MCERT Homelessness Insights report noted that the number of those rough sleeping in Auckland has decreased over the past 18 months, and this is influenced by the successful use of 300 housing first places announced by said Minister in September 2025?
All of them, actually. In response to the question from Tama Potaka.
It's enough. The Minister's quite capable of answering on his own without the barrage from the background.
Mr Speaker, yes, I can confirm that. The government moved let's just be honest with the House. We have a homelessness issue in this country. Not denying that we have one. I've never denied that, and I never would, because the facts are obvious. We've had a homelessness issue in New Zealand for the better part of 20 to 30 years. And we need to be honest about the fact that the solution is not just writing a cheque. Between 2017 and 2023, the country spent, wait for it, $30 billion on housing support, and the number of people living in severe deprivation increased. So if it was just a money issue, we would have solved it a long time ago. The honest answer is it is land supply, it is infrastructure, it is better social support, it is social investment, it is backing our community housing providers, it is doing a range of things, all of which, by the way, the government is doing.
Question number 10, Tamatha Paul.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Housing. Does he stand by his reported statement that it doesn't sit comfortably with him that there is no guarantee of shelter for people on any given night? If not, why not?
Yes, Mr Speaker. In context, what I said was actually what I just repeated in the response to the last supplementary. We have an enormous challenge around housing in this country. I've spent much of the last 3 years doing my best to try and fix it, including things like fast track, building more social homes. Last week we announced 820 new social houses around the country, including in areas that are in severe housing need. We've expanded homelessness outreach services, including in Auckland, the City Mission and Kahui Te Kaha. I'm not going to pretend for a moment there is not a challenge here. There is. It's a long-running social challenge for New Zealand, and we're making progress, but there's a lot to do.
Supplementary question. Was he trying his best when the government decided to restrict access to emergency accommodation?
Emergency accommodation is there. There is around 400 people living in emergency motel accommodation right now, and it is there for those who are in genuine need. We did make a change because the government's view was spending $1 million a day, which is what we were doing, and trapping people, over 4,000 at its peak, in grotty, dank motel rooms, often filled with crime and squalor, was terrible for the families, disastrous for children, recklessly irresponsible for the communities which those motels were in. The only people who benefited from that disaster were motel owners who enriched themselves on the backs of human misery. So I'm proud that we've put an end to it.
Supplementary. Was he trying his best when his government decided to empower the police to move on rough sleepers when they have no guarantee of shelter?
Mr Speaker, in relation to the second part of that question, we're working hard with a range of community providers in Auckland, including some of the groups I just mentioned, like the City Mission and Kahui Te Kaha. We've funded immediate transition housing support in Auckland, for example, and I'm aware of a letter from her colleague, Honourable Julianne Genter, in relation to a similar service that could be funded in Wellington, for example, as well. Those services do work and we'll continue to support them.
Does he expect someone who is rough sleeping out in the cold and wet weather when they are moved on, if there is no guarantee of shelter available to them, to be able to move on?
I'll just refer the member to the answer I previously gave, which is we fund extensive range of supports in our major centres, and now, thanks to the work of Mr Potaka, increasingly in our regional centres as well, to help those who are doing it tough, who are in need of support, who don't have a bed for the night.
One more here. Timothy Paul.
Are the immediate access transitional housing beds available in the whole country enough to meet the persistently high number of people rough sleeping when all of those beds are in Auckland and there are only 65 beds?
No, they're not available in the whole country. Not everywhere in the country has the providers or the services that could sustain those. But if there are providers out there who are prepared to offer what is quite a difficult service to provide, and I say that in the best spirit, then we're prepared to look at that, obviously.
He do, if anything, to address his discomfort that there is no guarantee of shelter for homeless people?
Mr Speaker, what I will do is do what we are doing. Fast track, going for housing growth, sorting out our infrastructure system, changing our social housing system so that rather than having a potpourri approach to social housing provision, we take a place-based approach, look at the data and say that East Coast has housing need, we're going to spend some money there and build some houses. The far north has severe housing deprivation, we're going to invest some money there. We're going to look at the cohorts who need social housing the most, the victims of family violence, the former prisoners, the people in acute mental health beds who can't leave the mental health facilities they're in because they've got nowhere to go. We're going to direct the system to make sure people like that have social houses that they can go to. Our social housing system is not working effectively enough for the very people it is designed to help. The good news is we are fixing it. I invite you to come on the journey with me.
The Honourable Tama Potaka.
Can the Minister please confirm that this government has committed again to funding more than $14 million of additional transitional housing services in locations such as Auckland, Wellington, Christchurch, Hamilton, Whakatane, Tauranga, Waimakariri, Napier, New Plymouth and now Marsden?
Yes, I can confirm that, and I'm very proud of those investments.
Question number 11, Christopher Luxon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Development and Employment. Does she stand by her statement that, quote, in terms of unemployment, Māori are disproportionately affected, end quote? If so, why?
The Honourable Penny Simmons.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Social Development and Employment, yes, we acknowledge that many Kiwis are finding it tough at the moment. That's why our government is so focused on fixing the basics and building the future. And we are seeing positive signs. Our economy is growing. MSD's community coaching program and expanded case management services have helped improve employment opportunities for young people, including Māori, and I'm confident our approach is working because despite challenging times, we have seen an increase in the number of Māori exiting the job seeker benefit onto work.
Supplementary. Can she confirm that under her watch, Māori unemployment in Tairāwhiti has reached nearly 10%?
Mr. Speaker, as we acknowledge, there is a disproportionate number of Māori that are implicated by unemployment. So things like being predominantly in sectors such as manufacturing, construction, infrastructure, which are more susceptible to changes in employment cycles, means that unemployment has been higher, much higher than we would like it. But that's why we are putting in place a number of things to assist, things like mana in mahi, things like hei pōtama rangatahi, things like flexi wages, things like driver's licence support, community job coaching, 1,000 additional YG youth guarantee places, saving apprentice boost and doubling trades academies are all focused on ensuring that there are pathways to employment for Māori.
Supplementary. Can she confirm that under her watch, young Māori not in education, employment or training has reached 23.1%?
Again, Mr. Speaker, young people are disproportionately impacted by high unemployment. And again, that is why we have that full range of programs there to support a pathway for young Māori into employment. But Mr. Speaker, the biggest thing that will ensure that more young people, more Māori go into employment is growth in our economy, and that is why we are so focused on ensuring that the economy can grow so that employers have confidence to take on more staff. But Mr. Speaker, something that we will not be doing is putting in place stamp duty, an international company tax, a land tax.
Supplementary. Can she confirm that there are nearly 10,000 more Māori on job seeker support compared to when she took office?
That's right. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, we have been very clear that Māori and young Māori are disproportionately impacted by unemployment. That is why we have to be so focused on ensuring that our economy grows, on ensuring that we take away red tape so that businesses have the confidence to grow and hire more people. It is absolutely critical that our economy continues to grow to enable lower unemployment and to ensure that more Māori are employed. And Mr. Speaker, we are seeing signs of it in regions like Canterbury and Otago and Southland, where the economy has come back stronger and therefore the unemployment rate is dropping.
Supplementary. Why, when the number of Māori unemployed and on job seeker keeps rising under her watch, did she cut Māori trades training, an initiative that addresses the very concerns she claims to have?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I will read that full range of supports if the member would like again. Mana in mahi, hei pōtama rangatahi, flexi wage, a whole range of programs, training initiatives, employment support that is designed to help prepare people for work when it is available so that they can take up those opportunities.
Question number 12, Aotearoa Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Commerce and Consumer Affairs. Does he stand by all his statements and actions?
The Honourable Cameron Brewer.
Mr. Speaker, yes, in the context they were given.
Will he continue to defend high food price increases, and what other price increases on essentials is he asking Kiwis to wear?
Mr. Speaker, I have never defended high food prices. We are very encouraged, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity again. We are very encouraged by the latest Statistics New Zealand Food Price Index, which showed grocery prices increased just 1.9% in the year to July 2026. It's a big improvement from 12.3% in the year to June 2023.
So does he share the goal of the Finance Minister, as stated on 27 May 2025, to reduce food prices for Kiwis, or his comment this week that he will defend sustainable food price increases?
Mr. Speaker, I have never gone out there defending food price increases. What I have promoted is sustainable grocery prices, and that is what we are getting to a point of. 1.9% in the year to July 2026 is a big improvement from 12.3% under the previous government.
Can seniors who are increasingly visiting the doctor malnourished and in need of vitamin injections afford the sustainable food price increases he commented on this week, as he defends those price rises while the supermarkets profit?
Mr. Speaker, again, we're seeing some progress as far as grocery prices go. And I take you back, Mr. Speaker, back to 2023, when overall annual food prices went up 12.5%, when grocery food went up 12.8%, when fruit and vegetables in 2023 went up 22% in 1 year, when restaurant meals and ready-to-eat food went up 9.2%, when meat and poultry and fish went up 11%. That is her record.
Supplementary. Who is correct? The Minister who says just then that we are seeing some progress on grocery prices, or the carer who said when we talk about proteins, we talk about eggs, fish, meat, they're almost out of reach now to a generation of pensioners?
Mr. Speaker, this government will continue the good work it's doing to put downward pressure on grocery prices. The latest stat we have is 1.9%, just 1.9% as an annual increase in food. Yes, we've got some work to do, but it's a big improvement from where we're at under the last administration.
That concludes oral questions. We'll take a moment for those who need to go to other business to do so quietly. I declare the House in committee for consideration of the Natural Environment Bill and the Emergency Management Bill number 2.
Members, the committee is resumed. When we suspended for the lunch break, we were considering Part 1 of the Natural Environment Bill. This is a debate on clauses 3 to 10, preliminary provisions, Schedule 1, transitional savings and related provisions, and Schedule 6, statutory acknowledgements. Once again, the question is that Part 1 stand part. Before I take a call, I'm just going to note that the previous chair mentioned to me that we are past talking about the purpose in this bill and that we've moved forward from there. Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. That seems like a fair assessment. I'm just going to take a very short call here. I've had some more substantive calls, but I'm going to go to Schedule 6, but we've had some conversation on Schedule 1, and Schedule 1 incorporates Schedule 11 of the Planning Bill. And there were quite a lot of amendments to Schedule 11 of the Planning Bill that directly affect on these issues in the Natural Environment Bill. So other speakers may have contributions to make about that. I've
think I've done my dash.
That's fine. Just make sure I know what page you're on,
Yes,
because
and
you
I'm
know
not
this
there.
better than I do.
And I'm not there yet, but I'll get here now. So Schedule 6 is at page 331. And it's just a simple question to the member and the chair. Is this list of statutory acknowledgements, and I think it's the same list that is in the planning bill as well, is it...
Yeah, that doesn't
Is it curtailed at all? Are there ones missing? And if so, why are they missing? Is my question.
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
To the member, it's the same list that's in the planning bill.
Adina Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking to that schedule, the bill does seem to draw directly on the schedule that is also appended to the planning bill, as the member and the chair has said. But there are different considerations for the natural environment that are recorded in arrangements with iwi organisations. For example, the Tamaki Makaurau settlement bill, which settles all 19 iwi and has statutory acknowledgements which are only about the natural character and the outstanding character of, say, the Tupuna Maunga in Auckland and the Hauraki Gulf, are not planning considerations in nature. They have been left out of the planning bill, but it does not make sense to not include them in the schedule for the Natural Environment Bill when they will be directly engaged. Things like the Ruapehu settlements, things like the Aoraki Matatu Maunga, that is a schedulised part of the Ngai Tahu Settlement Bill, which is a 1996 Act, are much more similar to the Ture Whai Mana arrangements, which have been agreed and lifted up to the primary legislation. The question is not just about the cultural commitments that have been included in Schedule 1, and not just the commercial considerations, which are also in Schedule 11, but those arrangements which are unique in nature, that exist, that are not planning instruments, that are about outstanding natural landscapes, and that are about the way that natural environment, like, say, visual amenity, will be included in a community's regional plan. Those have not been included in the Natural Environment Bill because it has just been lifted from the planning bill. So the question really for the member and the chair is, what else is missing? Did he consider, and was he advised on the difference between just including this core group of arrangements which are purely planning arrangements? Was there a larger list that he looked at and struck out?
Madam
Simon
Chair.
Court.
For the member's benefit, yes, the Minister and I did take advice and considered it at length. The reasons why certain treaty settlements should be specifically referred to in the bill, such as the Waikato River settlement, and why others, which were less complex, could essentially be resolved where the Crown has obligations to uphold treaty settlement redress to the greatest extent possible, and we provided timeframes for that. It's set out in 9 and 10.
Madam Chair. Steve Abel.
Madam Chair, at the very close of the discussion before the break, Madam Chair, we were talking about Te Ture Whai Mana in part 10. And there's a specific question regarding that because of, as the Minister articulated and acknowledged, the tension in the pausing of PC1, Plan Change 1. My question is, given that Te Ture Whai Mana is the vision and strategy for the Waikato and Waipa rivers, which is legally entrenched for the Waikato and Waipa rivers through the treaty settlement legislation, including the Waikato Tainui Raupatu claims on the Waikato River Settlement Act of 2010 and the Ngā Waio Maniapoto Waipa River Act 2012, the Waikato River Authority was established through legislation as an independent statutory body to be the custodian of Te Ture Whai Mana. And it's particularly crucial because the Crown has made a statutory settlement commitment relating to the rivers, including commitments that Te Ture Whai Mana be given effect through the regional planning framework. So the question is, how is it possible to give effect to that treaty settlement while pausing Plan Change 1, which is the regulatory pathway developed to give effect to Te Ture Whaimana? And what assessment has the government taken on the impact on that treaty settlement, and what certainty does the government have that it is not a breach of the treaty settlement to stop the regulatory pathway for affecting Te Ture Whaimana? Now, of course, the key issue here is that in the legislation, this section of it has the appearance of giving with one hand and taking away with the other. And that is certainly the way that it's interpreted by Waikato Tainui.
Simon Court.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's always wonderful when a self-appointed spokespeople for iwi Māori turns up in the chamber. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Steve Abel, and I know what the point of order is going to be, and I don't think that was a fair response, Simon Court, so I ask you.
I am certainly not appointed as a spokesperson for Waikato Tainui. We have had direct correspondence with Waikato Tainui, and they appreciate any member of the House raising their profound concerns with this issue.
Madam Chair, I'll respond to the member's question. The legislation is very clear, and we covered it extensively in discussion on exactly the same mirrored clause in the planning bill, that Te Ture Whaimana is intended by Parliament to be the primary direction setting document for the Waikato and Waipawa rivers and so on, and it has the same effect in the new system. The member raised the question, well, what about PC1? Well, in the legislation, it says that when the Waikato is making a new plan, plan makers, decision makers will have regard to PC1, but we're also clear, there's a new system. We have concepts like environmental limits. And so, of course, when a new plan is created, Te Ture Whaimana will continue to be the primary direction setting document for the Waikato and Waipawa rivers, but it will be in the context of the new system. And that's because this government's very clear. We seek to have a system which provides transparency, particularly around the trade-offs for setting environmental limits, whether it's for fresh water or other domains, whereas currently there is very little transparency. When an ecological limit or bottom line or standard is proposed by a council and then adopted, it's not clear whether trade-offs around economic prosperity, around social values, around community values have actually been taken into account. So, Te Ture Whaimana is intended by Parliament to be the primary direction setting document for the Waikato and Waipawa rivers. Decision makers will have to have regard to Plan Change 1, and that's also in the context of the new system.
Madam Chair.
I'm going to take a supplementary from Steve Abel, but I will warn we're getting very close to the end of this part to all members, and I just want questions.
You will recall, Madam Chair, a very specific part of my first question was what assessment the government had made as to the risk to a treaty breach the pausing of Plan Change 1 would be, given its vital necessity in fulfilling the obligations of Te Ture Whaimana, being it is the regulatory pathway to fulfilling that treaty obligation. So it's just asking the member to clarify what evaluations and what advice has he received on the risk to a treaty breach of the pausing of Plan Change 1.
Simon
Madam
Court.
Chair, I thank the member for the question. During the course of developing policy and taking decisions, Minister Bishop and I have had extensive advice on a range of matters, including the Crown's obligations to Māori, including the Crown's obligations to iwi who have a treaty settlement with the Crown, and on how to make sure that to the greatest extent possible we continue to give effect to the settlements. So I can assure the member that we have had extensive advice.
The only other person that was on her feet in the last call was Aotearoa Williams, and I'll take question only, not speech.
Yeah. Questions about 10B, 10 large B, Madam Speaker, at page 43. I want to ask the member and the chair about the Aotearoa Lakes settlement and the regulations made under it. That is a 2006 settlement, and I think what's happening with C and its insertion alongside the completely new insertion here is to allow for essentially, if any other instruments are inconsistent with those regulations, then the regulations prevail. But what we've got here in the Aotearoa Lakes settlement example is a set of regulations which are made by both the iwi and the council. So we have a way for iwi here to make rules which prevail not only over and above the national policy statement and the national coastal statement, but also the primary legislation. Is that right? And then I want to ask the 6 taonga ika which are protected by that piece of regulation, which are kōaro, kaura, inanga, tuna, morihana and kākahi. Is that intended to just be in the context of Aotearoa Lakes, or is it the case that those regulations being prevailing over other instruments are intended to set a standard for fisheries which in a customary context are being protected by that 10B1 provision which the member has introduced?
Thank you.
Simon Court.
Thank you for the question. I've been advised that these clauses are the same as the Resource Management Act, and that rules cannot be made, cannot amend, forgive me, customary fishing regs.
Catherine Webb.
On this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First. Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taku Te Ferris. Manuina Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 54. The question is agreed. I'll just remind members to be quiet on both sides and the end of the House while we're voting. Thank you. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Part 1 set out on AP number 710 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taku Te Ferris. Manuina Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 54. The question is agreed. Question is that Honourable Rachel Brooking's amendment to Clause 3 set out on AP number 686 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris. Manuina Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Land Farms amendments to Clause 3 set out on AP number 712 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris. Manuina Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Huhana Linden's amendments to clauses 3 and 9 set on AP number 739 are out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Question is that Huhana Linden's amendment to clause 10 set out on AP number 739 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris. Marumina Kapaki.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Question is that Honourable Rachel Brooking's amendment replacing clause 4 set out on AP number 688 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris. Marumina Kapaki.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Huhana Linden's amendment replacing clause 4 set out on AP number 714 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris. Marumina Kapaki.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Huhana Linden's amendment replacing clause 8 set out on AP number 748 is out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Question is that Honourable Rachel Brooking's amendment inserting clause 8.1 set out on AP number 689 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris. Marumina Kapaki.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Land Farms amendment to clause 8 set out on AP number 703 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote call, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris. Marumina Kapaki.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Huhana Linden's tabled amendment inserting new clause 10A is out of order as being the same in substance as a previous amendment. The question is that part 1 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taku Te Ferris. Marumina Kapaki.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 54. The question is agreed. Members, we come now to part 2. This is the debate on clauses 11 to 90, foundations. The question is that part 2 stand part. Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And just noting, as you just did, that part 2 is foundations and there are no schedules to this part. In fact, almost all the schedules, I think all the remaining schedules go with part 4, so we'll leave the back of the bill for now. Anyway, I want to get on to the goals. And we were talking when the Minister was in the chair before, rather than the member who's in the chair now, we were talking a lot about the interaction between the purpose statement and the goals and an absence of hierarchy, and how this is a big, in my opinion, and the opinion of almost all the experts who gave advice to the Select Committee, a hot mess. Now, my words. I think we need to have some discussion on that, but before I go into that, I will refer the Chair to my published amendment 687. And this is a replacement to the goals for some different goals, but actually the replacements are very similar, except that they go to the at F, which is to provide for Māori interests through. My goal harks back to section 6E of the RMA, and then rather than what was the no net loss to protect significant biodiversity, is one to protect and restore ecological integrity. I also have made a change to the first one, which is A, to enable the use and development of natural resources, including for the production of food and fibre, including aquaculture. And the change here is within environmental limits. And that's important, Madam Chair, because as the bill was introduced, there was a within environmental limits, and then this got taken out at the Select Committee by the majority. And that is a real problem, because we've had the Minister in the chair earlier today talk about how he is committed to pieces of legislation that do allow for and enable development within environmental limits. And so here is that phrase, it was in the bill as introduced, enable the use and development within environmental limits, and that is now been removed. And so my first question, well, one of my questions, and excuse me, to the member in the chair is, why has that been removed? And does that use and development of natural resources still have to be within environmental limits? And I note, just in question time now, Lan Farm was asking the Minister about limits, and he was saying that this is a massive step forward to the RMA, next quote from him, to have limits. But where are they in the goals now that they've been removed? So that's one question, and that's a huge issue. I'm sure other people will have, there will be other amendments on that issue as well. The section 6E, would he consider having 6E in there rather than F? And then I have another change, which I also had in the planning bill, and that is to insert a new 3A at the end, which says, where goals are in conflict, the purpose of this Act, as set out in section 4, which I would have changed, must be used to reconcile the differences between the goals. So that is an attempt, an inelegant attempt, to try and have some sort of hierarchy here, which would go to the purpose and then the goals, rather than having to rely on the Minister through national direction all the time, trying to resolve any conflict between goals. So that is a few questions on it. I won't address no net loss to significant Indigenous biodiversity in this contribution, but I would like to ask the member in the chair to answer that question about why have we got rid of within environmental limits, if that's the whole purpose of the scheme, and can we bring it back? And can we bring back section 6E? And can we also have my idea of having some sort of
Honourable Rachel
hierarchy
Brooking.
at 3A. Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll finish
Madam
it there.
Chair.
And Simon Court.
Look, I thank the member for her questions. I'll just start with her question around why was the within limits phrase removed from the first goal to enable the use and development of natural resources, including for the production of food and fibre, including aquaculture. Quite simple. Limits play an important role in the system, but they are not the only way that the natural environment or impacts on the natural environment are managed. There are other tools. If we conceive the system as a funnel, which I know the member has proposed, maybe it's not a funnel, but that's how it's conceived. We start with the goals, we move down to national direction, national policy direction, standards, spatial plans and regulatory plans. So there are many opportunities in the system to identify where impacts on the environment can be managed in the context of this Natural Environment Bill and the Planning Bill, which we discussed this morning. It is not all about limits. They are but one tool. The member had a question about hierarchy. There is no hierarchy in the goals, and we've been very clear. Refer the member to 11.2, subsection 1, does not require key instruments to seek to achieve all goals in all places at all times. Because it's quite, well, I invite any member who wishes to ask a question to ask that question, but I'll respond to the member that I'm responding to in the first instance. It's important when we consider that there are many things we do in the natural environment, which is what this bill is all about. We still need to produce food. We need to operate infrastructure. We need to have access to natural resources for social, economic, health reasons. And so, rather than trying to imagine that every time we seek to access natural resources for human well-being, that we have to somehow work through a hierarchy of goals before we get to work out whether we should be able to access these resources, use them for human flourishing. We're very clear. There are trade-offs to be made. Those trade-offs are to be made at national policy direction setting level. And I urge those listening and watching the debate to have a look at the MCERT website, where an illustrative national policy direction, setting out the key themes, has been provided for non-statutory consultation, so that those interested in how this is going to work can see for themselves. And I urge the member to download a copy or bring it to the House, and a lot of the questions that we've been getting over the past few days, I believe will be resolved by looking at that document as a starter for 10.
Land Farm.
Madam Chair, and it's really great to get onto this goal section because it does have implications for the entirety of the Act. And I think the direction which is under it, because we've established that the purpose clauses are clauses with no purpose, it's really important that the goals themselves have potentially some form of direction. So I'm really interested in the Minister's responses to one of my first amendment papers proposed for the goals in Clause 11. And really this is around...
which number is the amendment?
Oh, sorry, the amendment paper is 670.
Thank you.
And the aspect that I'm interested in is what is the member's perspective about whether the goals are essentially meaningless if the minister only has to seek to achieve all of them and can prioritise them in any manner they see fit? Because my amendment paper is to delete the words "seek to achieve the following goals." Now, I accept that in the national direction, the minister has this, huge discretion. But what could possibly be the justification of doing that if basically there is no other direction elsewhere in the Act other than simply that being the Minister's whim. And so if there was further direction about the actual achievement of the goals, could this be one way forward where there is actually some impetus on decision makers to actually achieve something? Now, I want to pick up as well on the first goal, which is goal A. And I want to pick up on this specifically because it was hugely disappointing at Select Committee when, and sorry, just for people's understanding, this is the clause around enabling the actual use and development of natural resources. But what came in, not actually at Select Committee level, but on top of Select Committee, came straight in as ministerial direction, was this reference to the production of food and fibre and aquaculture. And that was essentially a shout out to these industry lobby groups. And the reason why it was that, Madam Chair, is that officials made it really clear to us at Select Committee, and some of the Select Committee members are here and will appreciate and remember this, that they said that this is meaningless. They said that the goal already includes the use and development of food and fibre, including aquaculture, but they still wanted it established at the heart of this legislation just as a shout out. And my question to the Minister is, what is his perspective on the heart of our resource management legislation having such inappropriate shout outs to industry, and whether he would consider my other amendment paper, which is to reinstate within environmental limits within that clause, because that is the one that was removed, and that's the one that would actually set up our country and our economy to function. Now, I'm really interested in that, Madam Chair, and I've got other amendments on these clauses, but I will leave it there for now. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
I thank the member for her contribution. I know she has a great interest in the natural environment. The Natural Environment Bill is something that, I know she wants to see improved. Now, her contention that the goals are meaningless, absolutely reject. The goals provide direction on the outcomes sought under the Natural Environment Bill and support delivery of its purpose. It should be clear to all members of the House. If I have to say it again, I'll say it again. But that's the purpose of the goals. The member contended that in seeking to achieve the goals, instruments such as national policy direction are made on the whim of a minister. Nothing could be further from the truth. There is an extensive process set out about the making of national instruments, including matters that the maker, a decision maker, must consider. The member's question around food and fibre. According to many New Zealanders, and it is the belief of this government, that food and fibre production is nationally important. The member had a further question around would the government be prepared to consider her amendment paper proposing to add back in the within limits phrase to the goal, enable the use and development of natural resources, including the production of food and fibre, including aquaculture. No, Land Farm, we will not be prepared to consider that. As I explained to the member Rachel Brocky in answer to a previous question, limit setting is one important feature of the system, but limit setting is not the only way that we protect the natural environment and allow for development and growing food and all of these other things to be done in a way that responds to community need, to our economic imperatives and to the social outcomes that we seek to realise from being able to develop and use and enjoy our natural environment.
Aruna Williams.
I want to ask the member in the chair about clause 11F, the 11.1F, which is the goal to provide for Māori interests. And I have a couple of different questions about how that is intended to work when it is one of many goals. And this might have made a little bit more sense in the planning context, but in the environmental context it is a little bit different, where you have often, through the development of our resource management law over many, many years, or alignment between Māori interests in kaitiakitanga, that it was the formulation, I think, at 6A of the RMA. And so we have built into our planning system a degree of those environmental protections, safeguarding, stewardship, those concepts being closely associated with Māori interests as well. So first question to him is, does he expect the courts to now pass that out? Is that going to be dealt with quite separately under his regime? Really, it's a question about we've spoken a little bit about how the goals aren't, they're all given the same importance. The A here, to enable the use and development of natural resources, is meant to be of the same importance as the goal F, to provide for Māori interests, and the goal E, to safeguard against natural hazards, say. So with that in mind, how does he justify the Parliament not resolving here the conflict, but the Minister having a role in resolving that conflict? What I'm getting at here is, under the RMA, in the King Salmon decision, it was possible for judges to have an overall, what they called an overall broad judgment, because Parliament had already indicated its hierarchy of decisions. And so it was possible for the court to say, well, you can't just say that economic development is the purpose that you're relying on, because there is this, because they are similar. So the court was able to use a broad judgment because there was that hierarchy. Now there's not that hierarchy. So what I'm asking the member in the chair to clarify is whether, in Parliament not resolving the conflict, it intends for the court to provide now an entirely holeless, bolus, broad judgment where it is required to make the decision, or whether it's intended to be looking at the national policy direction. And the follow-up question to that, in relation to Māori interests only, is could one government's national policy direction on how you're meant to give effect to the Māori interest provision swing wildly between, say, a national-led government and a Labour-led government? This is a practical question because when we're looking at how the courts are meant to interpret this, they would usually not make that assumption that Parliament's job is to resolve how that goal is interpreted, not a minister's goal, not a minister's interpretation. And yet that seems to be what leaving F as a goal that is equally as important to A actually sets up.
And so much as Simon Court knows what any minister's future interpretation might be.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, for the guidance. The question that the member asked was in relation to the Resource Management Act, Section 6E, I think you described it as, where there's a hierarchy. There is no hierarchy in the goals. And when looking at 11F, in the way that the legislation intends to provide for Māori interests, the member points out that is different to the Resource Management Act. That is true. That is intentional. We've been highly specific about that. And we are confident that the way that Māori interests are provided for is in the spirit of the Crown and Māori relationship. Now, it says quite specifically, Māori participation in the development of national instruments, regional spatial plans and natural environment plans. It's very important. The member answered her own question. Do we intend that that is particularised through national policy direction? The answer is yes. The member asked another question. Do we expect the courts to make things up that are not in the law? No, absolutely not. The Attorney-General was clear in the speech that he gave to the Auckland Law Society that it's Parliament's job to be clear in its lawmaking, clear in its intent. clear in its lawmaking, clear in its intent, which this legislation is, and the hierarchy, or potentially if we were to rephrase it for the benefit of those listening or watching, I could potentially assume the member means resolving conflicts between outcomes and objectives. So if the member thinks that every single potential conflict that we could possibly imagine could be resolved in legislation, that legislation would reach from the floor to the ceiling of this House. And we are not doing that for the member's benefit, for Aotearoa Williams' benefit. We're not doing that for anyone's benefit. There certainly would be no benefit to New Zealand. So I urge the member to cast forward to when this legislation is implemented and when the national policy direction that has the force of law, that has gone through statutory consultation in the future and will provide for the conflict resolution that the member so desperately wishes to see in legislation. But I'll come back to it. Parliament's job is to make laws, make them clear. Court's job is to enforce the law. The Attorney General was clear. I am clear. And that is our intention for this legislation. Now, if members would bear with, I understand Minister Bishop wishes to return to the chair. If someone could go and grab the Minister, I will gladly vacate and let the members ask questions of the Minister.
I've got a point of order from Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier today I did a point of order asking if we would be told when amendments from the Minister would be tabled, and it appears that one has been tabled. I might have missed it. I don't want to accuse anyone of not telling us that it's been tabled, but we were given a sort of a nod or some noise in the affirmative that we would be told when amendments were tabled. It looks like there was one tabled at 2:11 p.m. on the 27th of August, and it is a very simple one. It is to delete clause 37, but when you go to the amendment bill, and I guess it's going back to the version as reported back from the Select Committee, but there is no 37 in his amendment paper. So the point of order is whether we can have clarity on what the 37...
We've accepted the point of order around when was it put in the House, and I understand it was 2:11.
We're in question time then.
Yeah, but in terms of the remainder of the question, then we start getting into the question to the Minister.
Sure. Okay, well, are there going to be any more tabled amendments?
No.
Okay, that's my point of order.
That's a no.
Okay, thank you. And now?
Okay, Honourable Rachel Brooking, we'll start your 5 minutes again. There was just a response that said there might be one.
Okay, so come back to the point of order, if we can, and I don't mind the time because I'm not going to be 5 minutes, if we could be told.
There may be one more.
Okay, if we
there
could be told.
may be one, and I think the issue why the awareness wasn't there with this one was it was during question time today in the House, so we weren't in committee. So as soon as we get it,
that'd be great.
You know.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honourable Rachel Brooking, I think we'll start this 5 minutes again because we've been clarifying a few things. There we go.
Thank you. Going back to the goals. Now that the Minister is in the chair, after I think being requested by the member to come back, I would be interested in what seems to be a difference of opinion between the Minister and the member, and that is the Minister has been saying throughout this that he wants there to be development within environmental limits, and he said at question time that it's a massive step forward from the RMA that there are limits, but the member in the chair just said it's not all about limits. It is but one tool referring to limits. And so if there is in fact a difference of opinion there, that would be useful to elucidate. But that's one point. And now going back to clause 11 goals, I've already asked a question on it, but I have another published amendment paper, and that is 704, and it's now changed again, but it relates to D. So on page 44, D, it was, as reported back, no net loss in Indigenous biodiversity, maybe. So I think my amendment was to get rid of the net there, no loss in Indigenous biodiversity. But now it's been changed by the amendment paper to protect significant Indigenous biodiversity. So it would be good for the Minister to comment on why that change is made and what happens to the concept of net loss when throughout much of the rest of the bill there is talk of offsetting and compensation. Is that how does that then link to the goals? Is it to do with protection or is it to do with something else? Do we in fact need no loss in Indigenous biodiversity and also its protection? Do we need both of those terms? And then, I'll let Minister go.
Honourable
One
Minister.
more question on this.
I'm happy to take a call on this one because I think it's an important point, and I'm pleased the members noticed it. We received quite a bit of feedback both through the select committee process and also subsequent in engagement with stakeholders from the broader NGO movement, as they are known, that the no net loss, what's that? Okay. That the no net loss concept was difficult and confusing. I mean, it sort of begs some questions. So if your goal is no net loss, are you therefore saying that things are fine at the moment? Because clearly they aren't. So if the goal is like literally just keep things as we can't have any net loss, if your starting point is pretty bad, which I think most people would say it is, then if the goal is no net loss, it's a relatively unambitious target. So, but then other people thought it meant other things. So anyway, we just took all that on board and said, well, okay, let's just be clear about this. It's a goal to protect, which is a stronger, more directive frame, but obviously the devil's in the detail and national direction and standards that flow from that. And that is how some of the concepts that the member mentioned around offsetting and things come into it. And, you know, it may be that in particular parts of the country, you do want to lift biodiversity protections over time, and in other parts of the country, you're prepared to make the trade-offs. I mean, the short answer is it depends. But the net loss concept was causing complications and confusing, and it's a bit odd to have a kind of quantification concept in the goal as well. So just for a right, you know, because if you look at the rest of the goals, it's, you know, protect, safeguard, enable, provide for, support, protect, enable. They're more kind of active verbs rather than, you know, just to have no net loss. It just sat a bit uncomfortably. So that was the feedback, and we agreed, so we made the change.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
But just two supplementaries on that. So then, my other question was the no net loss concept does feed into ideas of offsetting and compensation, and we can deal with that later, but if the Minister wants to comment on that in a minute. And then my second supplementary is that this change is, now it needs to be significant Indigenous biodiversity. The no net loss was just to Indigenous biodiversity. There was no caveat, no qualifier of significant. I take the point about what he just said in terms of verbs and the like. Does he think, where does it fit with CA, which is to support and enable the enhancement of the natural environment? Does he see that the protection of insignificant Indigenous biodiversity or Indigenous biodiversity that doesn't reach that significance test, would that still be caught by CA, which is to support and enable the enhancement of the natural environment?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Honourable Minister.
It's a good question. Short point is, the way I would characterise it is the natural environment is a broad concept. Indigenous biodiversity is a subset, and the goal is sending a message that the system should protect significant Indigenous biodiversity because that's something special and unique to New Zealand. You know, something that's worthy of protection and worthy of specific recognition and mentioning in the goals as worthy of protecting. So it's not to say non-significant Indigenous biodiversity is not important, it is, but it's just a marker that, and you can see this throughout the national policy direction framing document as well, that significant biodiversity, Indigenous biodiversity, is something that is part and parcel of the system.
Land Farms indicated she has a sub.
Madam Chair, absolutely on this topic, and really keen to consolidate it in one because it is a really important topic. So thank you to the Minister for his comments around accepting that the starting point where we are at with biodiversity is pretty bad, was his words. Does he accept, though, that simply protecting only areas of significant Indigenous biodiversity will in itself lead to a loss of biodiversity, particularly when we know that the bar for even identifying these areas of significant biodiversity is so much higher and has so much more cost and barriers for councils under the regulatory relief framework. Now, I don't want to go to regulatory relief, but I'm yet, because we're going to get there in more fulsomely. But what I am interested in the Minister's concept and understanding of that in particular, because he's just said that, significant biodiversity is important, and that the member Rachel Brooking talked about, well, what about that biodiversity that doesn't meet that bar? And I have an amendment paper that would help with this, so that we're not only protecting significant areas, but we're protecting those areas of Indigenous biodiversity generally. So what I'm proposing, which I'd really appreciate the Minister's feedback on, is in amendment paper number 712. And this is the last bit of that. First is about amending the goals to protect significant areas, of significant Indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of Indigenous fauna, along with the protection of wetlands. Now, why it's so important to specify these things is we know that depending on the region that you're in the country, the remaining biodiversity is somewhere between 1 and at best 10%. There are some regions who are managing to buck that trend, like Te Pātaka o Rākaihautū, Banks Peninsula. We know that due to an incredible effort at the community level with councils and iwi and the Papatapu Rūnaka of there, they are actually changing the biodiversity trajectory and getting more towards 20% biodiversity. Now, what is critical with this amendment paper is that it's actually changing the definition of significant Indigenous vegetation, given we know, and also significant habitat of Indigenous fauna, given we know that any shred of biodiversity that we have remaining in this country is important.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Sorry, and is the Minister clear where I'm at?
Yeah. I thought you were amending the definition in part 1, but you're not.
Yeah, thank you. Really interested in that, because what we've heard really clearly, even in the ENGOs responding to these last-minute amendment papers that have changed the settings with no net loss changing to significant Indigenous biodiversity, they're saying you can't have one without the other, because now if you're raising the bar to significant only being protected, if you don't have that no net loss, at least as a hold the line, then we will be without the general vegetation clearance rules that, as I understand, are no longer available under these acts. We're in a real serious situation when it comes to biodiversity decline. So really interested in the Minister's thoughts on that.
Minister. I understand where the member's coming from, but the short point is I don't think we need further definition in the goals, as the member essentially proposes. Some of the stuff that she was talking about I would regard as falling within D, significant Indigenous biodiversity, but also CA, which is support and enable the enhancement of the natural environment. The key is not so much the precise words in the goals, the key is the national direction that flow from that, and the key is that the goals enable, the goals are the hook for the national direction. So you can't do anything that's not in the goals, but very clear that the stuff the member's talking about would fall within both of those goals.
Does the Minister accept that for biodiversity generally, that does not meet the significance threshold, which is the majority of scraps of biodiversity, remnant pockets that remain, that biodiversity is at risk under these goals?
No, I don't, because for the reasons I just said, which is that it would fall within, I've asked them this like 3 times now, it would fall within support and enable the enhancement of the natural environment, which is a broader heading of things, and there's a specific goal, which I think the member actually should support, which is that to say of areas of significant biodiversity, that's a specific directive, or not directive, it's a specific goal of the legislation to enable the protection of significant biodiversity, because that's something that's Indigenous biodiversity that's unique to New Zealand and is special, and we need to protect that for the reasons that the member, I'm sure, agrees with around why biodiversity is important.
So, Minister, are general protections for biodiversity that are not mapped available as a tool to protect those remnant areas, those scraps of a part of a wetland here or dryland ecosystem here? Are they available under these acts? Really keen on that.
Aotearoa Williams. I just want to ask about these great words here. They are at 11. These great words. 11.2 uses the words in all places at all times, and the member and the chair prior to the minister and I had a bit of a back and forth about this, and he invited me to take a question on this, and I do enjoy these words. They are like your words personally, Minister. Where did they come from is the first question. Is that a permission to trade off? Because where you've said that above from A through F, it doesn't make sense to have a quantification concept. Those are also not trade-off concepts. There's not a limit that needs to be balanced, and yet this does seem to introduce that. Specifically, I want to ask about places. So are we to interpret places there to mean that there are places where the goal of safeguarding of the environment's quality is the goal and isn't the goal? Like, are there places which where the goal should be specifically, say, in line with A? Is that the intention of that inclusion of the word places? And then in the inclusion of the word time, do we mean, like, is there an example of a time when safeguarding, say, the life-supporting capacity of air and water would not be necessary? Because you can imagine the situation when this also sets up for national instruments to give preference in a non-nationally consistent way because of that use of the idea that some places will, I guess, of greater natural value than others, and at different times seems to introduce an entirely new way of thinking about that. And how does that compare, because this is broadly something that most people would agree with, but how are we meant to understand how that's going to affect those places that communities really care about, where they are seeking greater environmental safeguards, when you might think that this 11.2 gave them more protections, but that they needed to be traded off against other areas. Is that what people can expect from that?
Madam Chair.
I'm going to take a call from Steve Abel. I will just say that we've spent quite a bit of time on the goals, but I'm not precluding Steve Abel from asking a question in that space, because this is my indication that I think we need to move on from the goals, and a wee one from Rachel Brooking. Steve Abel.
Madam Chair, yeah, and the goals are very important. I hear your point, Madam Chair.
I know they're important, but we've spent substantial time. Yeah.
So I still think we don't have exact clarity, and I think Aotearoa Williams' question is important as well. The previous member in the seat articulated that there was no intention to have a hierarchy in the goals. I wonder, at if the objective is to avoid trade-offs, which is a problem of the sort of death by 1,000 cuts issue that we have with the environment, is that we're constantly trading off economic activity for environmental protection, then I'd put it to the Minister that having at least a first hierarchy weighting given to 11(1)(b) is necessary. And Land Farms Amendment 711 directly addresses this. It makes sure that the logic of the life-supporting capacity of air, water, soil and ecosystems is the first goal, or the most important priority or hierarchy in the hierarchy. And if that is not done, then I think, Minister, we risk the sort of hubris that there can be some sort of lasting human thriving without us first safeguarding the life-supporting capacity. We all agree we want human society to thrive, but it cannot reasonably do that without supporting the life-supporting capacity. So, first of all, just a clarity as to why there is no hierarchy, and would the Minister consider making what is currently B something that needs to be achieved as the priority in the goals, because that gives logic to the intention of the legislation given it's the Natural Environment Bill. I have a second amendment which specifically makes sure that in D, to protect and enhance
What's
Indigenous
the number
biodiversity.
of the amendment?
Sorry, 724. It's another excellent one from Land Farm. 724, that D, replacing clause 11(1)(d), becomes to protect and enhance Indigenous biodiversity, including urban trees and urban biodiversity, to make sure that they are captured. The Minister laughs. He laughs how much we love urban trees, but he'll know all about it when they start disappearing even more. I wonder if he would consider that. But the greater overarching principle is the problem of 1,000 cuts, and that we need to protect the principle of life-supporting capacity as the priority.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of feel like we've covered this a lot, including in the last bill and now this bill. There is no hierarchy, okay, and that's a deliberate policy choice, and we're sort of canvassed as to why that is. And the member started his contribution by saying, oh, there seems to be a desire to avoid trade-offs. The opposite is the case. So that's the point, is all of this stuff involves trade-offs, and there are trade-offs about the goals. And this also deals with Aaron Williams's point, which is that's the whole point, is that you may, as a decision maker, decide that one goal or one part of national direction that gives effect to the goals is more important in some areas than others at a particular time, and it integrates into the planning bill as well. And the point is to confront those trade-offs at the planning level, spatial planning and then land use planning level, and have those debates and discussions as communities. Because at the moment, a lot of those kind of difficult trade-offs between, and there are trade-offs in all of this stuff, right? I mean, we've talked about them in question time, we've talked about them in the planning bill. There are trade-offs of all these things. Like if there weren't trade-offs, we would just write a planning and environmental statute, and we wouldn't have air quality issues, and we wouldn't have nitrates in the water and all the rest of it. Like everything would be like kumbaya and happy days. Like there are trade-offs, so I think we can all accept on that. So the point is not to avoid the trade-offs, because they exist. The point is where in the system do you confront those trade-offs? And the point of the system we've designed, which is reflected in the goals and the MPD and the funnel architecture, which is in this part of the bill as well, is to do it at the spatial planning level. And it's just a statement of reality that you don't have to do them all at the same place and at the same time. And as Aaron Williams says, it may be, for example, that in some parts of the country the natural hazard risks are so vast that you say, well, you can't build here and you can't build infrastructure and you can't build housing and all the rest of it. That is not achieving competitive land markets in that particular area, but it was prioritising the natural hazard goal. It may be, and to take the example Steve Abel or maybe Lan Farm was keen on, it may be that there's really real areas of significant Indigenous biodiversity that are very special, or there may be a site of significance to Maori that is particularly significant to the local mana whenua, an old past site, or a Mahinga High gathering site, or a site of an old battleground, for example, where there's burial grounds and ancestrally important taonga. And we may say, well, nothing's going to happen there. That's protected. Well, that is giving effect to one of the Maori interest obligations, but it is also trading that off with development rights. That's the point. You know, the trade-offs are everywhere in the planning system. Every day you see them, and members can think of their own examples. So that's the point: is that you don't have to. Clearly, if you boil it down to a granular level, clearly you can't achieve every goal all at the same time in the same place. So that's what it means. What's that?
Stand up when you're asking.
Well, it's just
I
a
haven't
statement.
Granted you another question, but you should.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's just like a question of temporal reality. Like, time goes by, and like I don't really know. I mean, we're really sort of through the looking glass in a nomenclature sense, but it's just a statement of fact. I mean,
I've promised Honourable Rachel Brooking one small question on the goals, and when we've had comprehensive answers on clause 11. After this question, we're moving on to clause 12 and beyond. Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Yes. I'm disappointed the minister's leaving the chair because I did want to ask him a question about trade-offs.
It's temporary reality.
Was hoping for the minister.
We've got a very capable Under-Secretary here.
Yes. It's nothing to do with the capability or not. It's to do with a particular focus on trade-offs. Anyway, and limits, views on limits, where I think the two differ. I will go to my point about goals and save up my question for later. And that is, I'm interested in soil, Madam Chair. And I know that you are too. And so
Except I'm not in this debate.
I know, but you can't help but be interested in soil because it's so important. And I think everybody here agrees on the importance of soil, and particularly related to the food production element as well. So we have production of food in A, and we have life supporting capacity of soil in B. And my question is a simple one, and that is, with the demise of the national direction on productive soils, where in the system does preserving productive soils fit? Is it, and I'm happy to be told that it's in the planning bill, of course the two overlap a lot, but here we have the soil goals, two of them. If you take food, production of food, that to me reads soil, and soil being specified in B. So that is my question of where it sits. And the other question that I would like to ask both the Minister and the Under-Secretary is on trade-offs. The Minister did quite a long contribution there on trade-offs. I totally agree with the Minister that the whole lot of the resource management system is about trade-offs. However, if you're then saying we're going to introduce limits, isn't that something different to the trade-off? And that's a simple question.
Simon Court.
Just on the subject of soils, that's covered in Goal 1A, to enable the use and development of natural resources, including for the production of food and fibre. This concept of highly productive soils is currently covered by a national instrument under the RMA. It's quite clear that New Zealand does need to recognise and provide for growing, particularly vegetables. There are some places in New Zealand which have incredibly good soils for growing, and so it's important, and as the Minister was describing, when the key instruments seeking to achieve this Act, seeking to achieve the following goals, that providing for growing on highly productive soils will surely be one of the matters that planners and decision makers turn their minds to as they look at their regions, particularly when it comes to spatial plans and regulatory plans, identify places that are suitable for growing, are suitable for building houses, are suitable for building infrastructure, and where, as the Minister pointed out, Mr Bishop pointed out just a short while ago, where they're not suitable for certain activities or certain operations because of risks such as natural hazards.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you. Moving on then, away from 11, on to 12. I would direct the member and the chair to my amendment paper 745, which adds in to subsection 3, adds in a new D, which is a person exercising, performing a function, power or duty under this Act in relation to a matter must consider the polluter pays principle. I'm interested, of course, in the member and the chair's view on including the polluter pays principle, particularly as he is from a Libertarian Party. I think this is something that he would support. If not, why not? Then moving on to 12A, which is natural resource permits. My first question on this is where it's come from. This is all in underline in this amendment paper 710. And then I've got two little questions on this. So it starts with a person exercising and performing a function under this Act who is deciding a matter relating to a natural resource permit must comply with section 12.3a in accordance with this section. If you go back to 12.3a, that is that the person must consider the relevant provisions of the key instrument that directly affect the matter. And then it's okay. Why do you have to repeat that? Is it because it just relates to a permit? But then it says, for the purposes of section 12.3a, which is the one I just read out, the person must first consider the provisions of the following key instruments. And I presume this is, the member can tell me if I'm right, I presume the need for 12A is because it's specifically about what I would call consents, resource permits, and it's just trying to replicate what is in 12. But then it says, and this is the bit I don't quite follow, it says this at 3, it says this section applies despite section 12.3b, and 12.3b is must consider any relevant provisions of a higher order instrument. And it just reads to me that the new 12 capital A is doing exactly what 3b is saying. So why would you need 12 capital A new 3 saying despite section 12.3b? I'm just curious as to what it is, why has 12A been added and how is it different from 12, and why do we need to have a despite section 12.3b when it seems to be 12.3b is the whole thing that the Minister and the member and the chair keep saying about you don't want to look up too high, you don't want to go back to a purpose statement, you just want to look to the instrument above you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
Pleased to answer the member's question about polluter pays. The government agrees that polluters should pay. There are enforcement provisions in the legislation, which no doubt we'll get to later on during this committee stage. But in response to the member's amendment paper, which requires that a person exercising or performing a power function duty under the Act must consider the polluter pays principle, or the funnel, which is the concept by which we see the implementation of the legislation and its delivery on the ground, that sets out how key instruments must be implemented or considered when making decisions and when the goals can be considered directly. It is not intended to include discrete decision-making principles like polluter pays in the funnel. The principles the government intended to be considered in decision-making are set out in clause 13. The polluter pays principle is not required to apply to all decision-making, noting many decisions are not related to pollution. Clause 323A already sets out the framework for the management of contaminated land will be based on the principle that those who produce the pollution or contaminate the land should bear the cost of management and prevention. And just coming to the member's question about 12.3b and its relationship with 12a. 12.3b talks to the fact that there are a number of higher order instruments, national policy direction, standards and plans, and 12a, which is natural resource permits, directs persons exercising or performing a function, power, duty, and so forth. When considering a permit, they must first consider following key instruments to the extent that provisions directly affect the matter. Natural environment plan and any proposed natural environment plan, national standards, and so on. But it doesn't talk about national direction, national policy direction. And that's because when considering a permit, what we intend is that many of the activities that are common and where the effects are well understood and the way to manage those impacts on the environment from certain activities are well understood, they can be set out in standards, which essentially provide for, if you comply with the standard, then the activity you're carrying out has known controls, then you comply. So that's why natural resource permits 12A refers to standards, but not national policy direction, which sits above the standard. So there is a reason why 12.3b talks about higher order instruments, but 12a talks specifically about natural environment plans and national standards, because when we're looking up the funnel, we only want planners and decision makers and those performing powers, functions, having functions, powers or duties to look up to the next most relevant instruments.
Honourable Rachel Brooker.
Thank you. So just on this 12.3b and looking up the funnel, my question is, why is that still a despite? Because I think it doesn't need to be a despite to this, because it already is only to the extent that the matter is not addressed by the instrument listed beneath it. So given what the member was saying, you wouldn't need to look up anyway, and the whole point of B is it's telling you not to look up unless you really need to look up because it's not addressed, and he's just saying, well, it's going to be addressed. So I don't know why you'd have a despite B. That's the point that I was making, because it seems to be doing exactly what he says. Anyway, I'll move on, and that is to procedural principles. Although other people might have things to say about 12A.
Move on with your question.
But I'll move on to procedural principles. And that is, in part, an answer to a question for the member and the chair. He agreed that the polluter should pay, but that the clause 12 was is about key instruments in decision making. It's the wrong place to have a polluters pays principle. I accept that. So then does he agree that it should be in clause 13? And I think I heard him say something about how, oh, well, not everything, polluter pays won't apply to everything in this legislation, so you wouldn't have it as a procedural principle. I do think then I'd be interested if there's somewhere else that you could put a polluters pays principle. However, I would also challenge him that everything in clause 13 procedural principles will affect every single decision made under this legislation. So I think there is still an argument for putting a polluter pays principle in clause 13, despite his counter argument, is one thing. And then I want to now move to my amendment paper 698, published amendment paper, and that is to delete 1E, which is to act in a pragmatic way that supports practical solutions. And again, noting, of course, that we're in a separate piece of legislation than the planning bill, the phrase pragmatic is very subjective, and this is a regulatory regime that is being created here. So I am concerned that by using novel language that is not often found in statute, if ever, that the government is opening itself up to litigation, and it could be easily avoided by deleting E. And I know that the member thinks that it's good to have timely, efficient, consistent and cost-effective processes. That is already provided for in B. And I think the member would also want decision makers to act proportionately to the scale and significance of the matter to which the function, power or duty relates. That is already included, and these are phrasings that are well understood. I'm sure the member as well, and the chair, would like to ensure that all documents are succinct and use plain language that can be readily understood by the public. That is already included, Madam Chair, and I think
so
it is
the questions about the word pragmatic, is that correct?
Yes, and the
AP?
Yes, so E is act in a pragmatic way that supports practical solutions. That came through from the Select Committee, and it could simply be deleted, because if you delete it, then you are achieving A, which is ensuring all documents are succinct and use plain language that can be readily understood by the public. So I would ask for the member and the chair's consideration of my amendment 698 to delete 13(1)(e).
Simon Court.
I'll just come back to the member's question around the use of the term despite. It's been clarified that that term is in there because sometimes national standards will apply without necessarily having a rule and a plan. The intention is that national standards that cover common activities where the effects are commonly understood and can be managed in a consistent way will not necessarily require rules and a plan. And that is the reason for including the word despite. I'll just come to, again, I've answered the question that the member raised about the polluter pays principle. I think I've addressed that fulsomely in my previous answer. But I do want to come to the member's question around the use of the term pragmatic in 13(1)(e). The member's contention is it's not a well understood term. I can refer the member to the Merriam-Webster dictionary. Pragmatic means dealing with problems that exist in a specific situation in a reasonable and logical way instead of depending on ideas and theories. It means take a practical approach. It's that practical approach as opposed to idealistic approach to solving problems, Madam Chair.
Can I just point out that when the member or a minister answers a question, those asking the questions do not need to like the answer, and saying that that's not an answer, it was an answer. It might not just be an answer that the members like. Land Farm.
Madam Chair, thank you for that. And I just want to pick up specifically on where the Minister was at, because I absolutely support my colleague Rachel Brooking's comments about concern about 13(e). With procedural principles generally, we heard that yes, that it is standard to have a set of procedural principles, and it makes sense to. What we also heard is that they're generally much shorter, and by lengthening them and putting in subjective language, it will actually add complexity and potential for legal challenge, particularly in the council space, because this is for any person performing functions, powers or duties under this Act. And I'm really interested to hear from the member, particularly about that council aspect, because I think due consideration has to be given to this. The member will know that there's certain individuals that like to attach themselves to council processes, and sometimes their concerns and problems are absolutely valid. And then there's another kind who are really out to tie up legal challenge and bureaucracy because they have the money, the resources, but there isn't much validity. Is the member satisfied that this long list of procedural principles, which we heard from a number of submitters and also the PCE, could be greatly tightened if they actually wanted to reduce this risk, what is the members' response to that? Because I think, I understand that him in particular is very allergic to unnecessary bureaucracy, and this seemed like a classic case of where it could be streamlined.
Oh, look, I thank the member for that question. Thank you, Madam Chair. The member absolutely right. In many cases, development applications or proposed activities where the effects, the way to manage effects on the environment could be readily accepted by a competent and capable decision maker. Particularly in councils, those decision makers are often very wary of making a decision that, faced with a litigious objector, they could find that decision being litigated through judicial review or other ways. And that's something that Minister Bishop and I have identified as one of the reasons why the resource management system has congealed, has slowed down, is costing so much money. It costs New Zealand about $1.3 billion per annum just to consent infrastructure. And a large part of that is because decision makers feel that they have to be overly cautious in the way that they make decisions or potentially choose to notify an application when actually the way to manage the effects of an activity are well understood. So one of the ways that we want to change the culture that decision makers exist in and the culture of the organisations that support them, and we're talking about councils, is to actually provide them with some defences against those type of I wouldn't call them vexatious, often they're genuine objectors, but where those objections or the matters they raise can actually be dealt with in a pragmatic and practical way. So this clause here, 13, was actually proposed by the expert advisory group. These are resource management professionals, planning professionals who have experienced this time and time again, where it was described to us that the council planners, while they might know that an applicant's proposed conditions would be eminently acceptable, are very wary of the risk of being challenged by objectors, and so they choose an overly cautious approach. So we're clear, we want to help decision makers, and we want to help councils, we want to provide them with defences when they make good decisions, and if they can demonstrate they follow these procedural principles, we're confident that's going to help not just speed up the system, but actually provide a lightening of the load these decision makers carry, and provide some positive framing for them when they make decisions, and give them some support when they defend their decisions against objectors.
Honourable Rachel Brooking, just keen to understand any tidy-ups from subpart 1?
Yes,
before we move on to subpart 2.
Yeah, I've got some on 15. On this issue of pragmatic, though, the member and the chair has given a definition, and my only question to him is, does he agree with me that it is subjective? Oh, that's one question. The second question is, he just inferred that this wording in 13 had come from the expert group. Now, we are looking at Amendment Paper 701, so you can't see the track changes from the Select Committee report, but the Select Committee report is on the table, and I've just checked it because it was my recollection that this came through the Select Committee process. It wasn't in the bill as introduced, and my contention, it is subjective. Anyway, going to 15. 15 is, and I've got an amendment on 15A as well, which I will go to. But 15 is considering adverse effects of activities. And a person who's considering those effects of an activity must consider how those adverse effects would be avoided, mitigated or remedied at Roman 1. And then at Roman 2, there's adverse effects are to be offset or compensated. Now, in between these two Romans, 1 and 2, there is an or. And I would like the member and the chair to say why that's not an and. Because at the moment, it could be that the consideration is just about offsetting and not about also avoidance, mitigation, remedy. So why is there an or there and not an and? So that's at 15.1a between the Roman 1 and 2. And then it would be useful for the member and the chair to talk us through 1b, which is that they must not consider a less than minor adverse effect except where the cumulative effect results in a minor or more than minor adverse effect. Now, minor adverse effects, this is the common parlance of resource management. That's not an issue, but it's how you bring in the cumulative effect. How will you know that there might be a cumulative effect that would result in a more than minor adverse effect? How do you know that the except applies? So B says, don't consider minor adverse effects, except.
There's so much noise to our right, we can't hear the speaker.
Oh, I'm happy to start again.
No, we don't need you to start again, but we do need this side to be quiet.
So the question there is, oh my goodness.
Or go outside.
So my question about the cumulative is how do we know when the except applies? So how do we know that there might be something cumulative going on? When will the except apply? So two questions here. One is, can the or be an and when does the except apply? But I'll keep going because at 5 there's in this section a less than minor adverse effect means an adverse effect that is objectively acceptable and reasonable in the receiving environment, with any change being slight or barely noticeable in the receiving environment. How does that definition relate to the cumulative effect, which results in a minor or more than minor? So a minor or more than minor is different from a less than minor adverse effect, which is defined. So if the member can talk us through how this is going to work, and in particular in relation to those cumulative effects, because we know the cumulative effects are a major resource management difficulty, how you deal with them. It's a big headache for everybody who's ever been in this space, but it is nevertheless very important because it is the cumulative effects that can end up doing so much damage. And then, Madam Chair, I do also have an amendment on 15A, which is considering climate change effects before we move to subpart 2. But I think I'll come back to that one because I've got an amendment paper on it too. So questions about, is it subjective? Can we change the or between Roman 1 and 2 to an and? When does the exception in 1B apply?
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
Thank you. All good questions. The member did start off with a question around, is the definition of pragmatic subjective? Look, I quoted a definition from the Merriam-Webster dictionary. There might be slight variations on that. But the point is, we want decision makers to be supported, that when they find a solution that works, and that manages environmental effects to an acceptable level, that their decision can be defended. I just want to clarify procedural principles. When I described it as being derived from the expert advisory group's advice, that was a concept that the expert advisory group proposed to ministers, and that we sought advice from officials, and it's been incorporated in legislation. I understand there's been some changes since introduction. We've added some additional detail around conditions and technology, using appropriate technology, for example, including digital tools and systems, because we're absolutely focused that the new planning system and the new natural environment system are supported by data, by digital tools, that when users come to the system, they can easily access information, they can get rapid responses, and that we can have a much better understanding about the environment that we're operating in, which will help when it comes to making decisions, those difficult trade-offs that are sometimes necessary about where infrastructure goes or where activities go and their impacts on the environment. So just clarifying procedural principles, original concept came from the expert advisory group. It's been taken up by ministers and developed as we've gone through the legislative process. I want to come to the members' questions on, Rachel Brookings' questions on section 15, which is considering adverse effects of activities. On 15.1a, the member's question was between 1AI and 1AII, rather than or, why didn't we use and? Well, we want to be absolutely clear that there is no hierarchy in the way effects are managed in the new system. So if an applicant proposes in an application for a development or activity to avoid an effect or to remedy an effect after the fact where that's acceptable, they can do so. But if they propose instead that the effects are better to be offset or compensated for, particularly offset in another location, then that should be considered on the same level without prejudice by decision makers. And I'll give the member an example. There are many places around New Zealand where we want to carry out, say, extractive activities, like a quarry, which involve long-term operations, extensive excavation, and modifying the site by moving large amounts of overburden or soil, often stockpiling it for many years at a time, and then progressively extracting quarry rock, which is absolutely vital for construction and industry and roads. And during that time frame, rather than carrying out, say, an extensive replanting exercise to achieve one of the other goals, for example, it may be much more appropriate to identify somewhere where, by investing, say, in Indigenous biodiversity enhancement in another valley somewhere, you can get much more impact from that investment, either through offsetting or compensating on another location, than having to manage all the effects on one site, which actually might be better, it might be much more efficient, make a lot more sense just to do the quarrying here and to invest in Indigenous biodiversity or building constructed wetlands to replace natural assets that might be disrupted from a quarrying activity. So we want it to be absolutely clear that offset compensation, avoiding, remedying or mitigating effects where practicable are all to be seen in the same basket of opportunities for applicants and decision makers. And I'm sure there's many members who will be able to think of places where they might have thought, why on earth are they planting Zealandia alongside of the motorway, where there is a valley up the road which could benefit much more greatly.
Has expired.
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
Where they could benefit much more greatly by investing in that planting or that restoration somewhere next to an existing forest park or next to somewhere that has already had some of that investment. I want to address the member Rachel Brookings' questions about cumulative effects. How would we know when cumulative effects in 15.1b are to be considered? Well, I answered a similar question during debate on the previous planning bill in this committee stage, and the answer I gave was when monitoring and enforcement data tells us that there may be an issue with cumulative effects building up, and when planners or decision makers are looking at an activity, trying to decide whether that additional effect is going to potentially lead to an effect greater than is permitted, they will have monitoring and enforcement data. I'll give an example there. You look at councils that have consents, have issued consents for multiple small water takes, lots of bores in a region. They have lots and lots of information about the impacts of all of those small water takes cumulatively on groundwater and potentially on the natural environment. So there's some examples about that I've given. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Aaron Williams.
I thank the member in the chair for his fulsome answer. That was a very useful answer as well to the questions around 11.2 and how that places and times is meant to work together. Yeah. I want to quickly take him through some questions about the procedural principles. The thrust of it is there's no requirement here for the information that's sought to be the best available information. So I want to just test out some of what that means for the new system with you in the context of the Natural Environment Bill. It's a bit different to the planning context where the information is standard form. We're now talking about environmental consents which will rely on expert advice. I also want to flag that there are a couple of questions on 15A, one from me, one from my colleague, the Honourable Julianne Genter.
I do remind the member that the previous person in the chair did give notice to move on to subpart
2. Yes, that's why I'll make it very, very quick.
Okay.
The
point of order, Lan Farm.
Just wanted to clarify, at that point, we hadn't even been on 15 or 15A, and we haven't had any calls over here about both of those very significant sections. I just want to flag that for the chair. There's very important things there.
I'm just reminding members of the previous ruling or the previous advice given to the committee. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just asking, as quick as I can, who bears the uncertainty of that requirement that it doesn't have to be the best available information? In the situation where you've got environmental information, if you know that the discharge is going to affect the aquifer and that effect on the aquifer is going to have a significant impact over time on a mahinga kai, but the council knows that it will cost $5,000 to get a report on that, is it available to them to know that it is an unknown but to move on? That's the question. Then the question, about 15A, my question on this is, it's not an instrument here, it's a person. So if that person is proven to have considered say greenhouse gas emissions, that would seem to invalidate the decision. The problem here is that that's not written information, that's not a series of emails, that's what's in their head. Did we mean that in the formulation of a person? Because a person considering the effects of climate change is quite different to including it in an instrument.
Madam Chair, if I could just quickly...
Simon Court.
If I just quickly respond to Member Aotearoa Williams' questions around procedural principles, 1D. Sufficient and necessary means exactly what it says. There will be cases and where the member raised the issue of the impacts of, say, a groundwater take on a nearby river where you have an active hydrogeological connection between the water take, the underground water and the surface water, then no doubt a decision maker will need to be satisfied that they have sufficient and necessary information about the impact, say, of an increased water take or a new water take on the likely flows and therefore the life-supporting capacity of the water. So we would hopefully that satisfies the member. And the member had a question around 15A, considering climate change effects. What's the difference between a person or exercising, performing a function, power of duty, or an instrument? Well, we're talking about considering adverse effects of activities, and unless the member's proposing that we outsource the whole thing to AI, humans are still going to be involved in considering effects.
Julianne Genter.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Julianne Genter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is my first contribution on this bill in the committee stages, and I specifically wanted to speak to and ask questions about 15A. It's a follow-up to what the member in the chair has just replied to Aotearoa Williams. What I'm interested to know is, does 15A prevent any national guidance or policy instrument set by the Minister or the government from explicitly seeking to reduce greenhouse gas emissions? I know we're allowed to take in, according to this section, 15A, it's possible to consider positive effects of an activity. And I'm just wondering, could there be a national policy statement or other national standards on reducing emissions or does that fall afoul of 15A subclause A?
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
Just for the member's clarification, in the new system, we're referring to national policy direction as opposed to national policy statements. We're not about making statements. This government is about signalling clear intent and providing direction. That is what national policy direction means. The member's question was, could a subsidiary instrument to primary legislation essentially provide direction, create a standard for doing something primary legislation doesn't provide for? No.
Julianne Genter.
But it does say that they may consider positive effects of activities that are associated with avoiding, reducing, removing, or displacing greenhouse gas emissions. I guess, well, one, we did at the Select Committee, my colleague Lan Pham asked officials, is there anywhere else in the world that only looks at positive effects of reducing greenhouse gas emissions without taking into account negative effects of increasing them? And the answer was no. I'm not, maybe the member in the chair has someplace they'd like to refer to that does do this. So if I understand from what the member in the chair said, it's impossible for government to have national direction that provides for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, even though it would be taking into account the positive effects of reducing emissions. They couldn't do that without, in some way, also considering the adverse effects of increasing greenhouse gas emissions. Like if they're doing a planning standards or guidance or direction that's informing regional spatial plans, is it possible to only take into account one part of it, one side of the coin? And if not, does that prevent a future government under this legislation providing any sort of planning guidance that might lead to reduced emissions? Finally, just because I'll just speak to the amendment paper 722, which would delete this clause that's in the name of my colleague Lan Pham.
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
This jurisdiction has a number of legislative and regulatory tools to consider both positive effects of an activity associated with avoiding, reducing, removing and displacing greenhouse gas emissions. That will be this legislation when it passes, we anticipate. And we also already have legislation and regulations that manage adverse effects of climate emissions. That is the Climate Change Response Act and the Emissions Trading Scheme. And the Minister and I have been very clear that we are seeking to remove scope overlap. And that's why this section is clear. But I want to give the member some confidence that in the new system, when compared to the RMA, where it's been very, very difficult to say being able to justify or get acceptance, say to modify a natural watercourse, to allow it to modify it in a way so that it becomes a wetland, or so that a wetland can be constructed and associated with a natural watercourse. It's very difficult to get consents to work in a watercourse. I have personal experience of that as a civil engineer trying to get consents. But in the new system, and if we look at the national policy direction, the illustrative NPD that we've put out with non-statutory consultation, it provides some guidance as to the role of constructed wetlands. Because if there's anything that can help take up carbon, it's building wetlands. And so I hope the member can take some heart that we are considering how we might mitigate our impacts from greenhouse gas emissions by building things such as wind farms, installing batteries around the network, but we're not intending to regulate or have councils consider the adverse effects of those emissions in the planning and environmental management system. They are properly dealt with under the Climate Change Response Act and the ETS.
The Honourable Rachel Brooking.
It's a tiny question to the member's response then, when he said that a great thing you can do for climate change is to build wetlands. How about not destroying them? That's my one question. Does he agree that that's useful to do as well? Anyway, moving on. I have generally on subpart 2, it's duties and restrictions. And my first question is just a very general question to the member, an easy question. And a lot of this follows the same format as the RMA. And if he can confirm that to me, because as I read through it, it looks very familiar, and I probably therefore can't read it quite as correctly as other people would with fresh eyes. Anyway, I have a question jumping along to clause 25, and this is the only one I have questions on at the moment, but don't want to say that other members don't have questions on subpart 2. I just have the one question. And that is about existing activities, and existing activities are allowed. Now, I know that there are changes to, or there will be changes for how long permits, the timeframes of permits, but in general, existing uses for things that come under the Natural Environment Bill are very different from existing uses than things that come under the Planning Bill, and to think in terms of what district councils deal with as opposed to what regional councils deal with, and this is the Regional Council Bill, but where you can get an existing use right for a house that is on a piece of land and it's not going to change, that is quite different from an existing use right for a water take, say, because water takes, they do not last forever. They last for up to 35 years under the Resource Management Act, but whereas a land use consent, once you've got it, you're done. That is the difference with the types of consents with the new name now, natural resource permits, in existing activities. So what I'm interested in is at 25(1)A, this enables an existing activity to continue if a new rule comes in, and before that new rule comes in, the activity was permitted or could have been lawfully carried out and was lawfully established, and the effects are the same or similar, and the activity has not been discontinued for a continuous period. And that's all similar language that we find in the Resource Management Act, but I'm just wanting to know, for how long can that certain existing activity be allowed for? So normally you'd say, and it can be allowed for 35 years, say, or until it's going to be reviewed by a review process or something like this. But at the moment, it looks to me, and I would be very happy to be corrected, that there's not a temporal element to this. So the question is, how long can someone continue with something that has been permitted, but a new rule has come in to say it's not permitted anymore, and that you need a natural resource permit. So that's my question on subpart 2.
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
I've been advised that section 25 is largely carried over from the RMA.
Aruna Williams.
Madam Chair, I want to ask about section 19. This is another section which is similar in many ways to RMA's section 13, but it has a difference, and it doesn't have the second tier that the RMA section did have. The member in the chair will know that I'm enthusiastic about wharves, and I know that he knows a lot about wharves, so I want to ask him about this. So the difference in his new section seems to be that the old protections of not being able to disturb the lake bed, say, when you were doing maintenance on your wharf, now no longer apply. So the first question to him is that a deliberate choice? Really, the question is an ideological one. Does someone who owns property that adjoins the lake have a bundle of property rights which now includes being able to maintain your wharf? And that is very contentious for some councils who have to manage that type of asset. And at what point does maintaining your wharf that is already existing then become disturbing of the natural area, and how is that going to be managed now that there's not that sort of second tier prohibition on disturbing the lake bed that there was under the old system? Because this is also a new formulation of it. Instead of under the old system that being prohibited, but an NES could expressly allow for it, or a consent could expressly allow for it. It's now go for broke, but you must either be following the regulations or have a permit. So what I really want to know is those existing youth rights, how do they port over? Because we've now got these wharves which needed to be expressly consented, they have been, but the maintenance of them was not something that you needed to deal with, because that was, if you were maintaining them and not creating an adverse effect on the environment around it, then you were in the clear. Now this is a different system where you need to follow the regulations. I also want to ask him about then it's a bit more interesting when you get to the question of those lakes which are not always surface water. And there's a temporal aspect to this too. There are some lakes which have either been drained and now have significantly less underwater, and the effect of that is that an owner now has a bigger area which is their property under the new formulation, I think. But in the situation where you have an area which was, say, farmland, which is now covered by water, does his new regulation apply? Because under the old system, you didn't need a new sort of permit to create any structures on that. But under his new system, it actually seems more restrictive in that situation, because now he's set out what kind of regulations will apply where surface water on a farm now creates a lake.
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
I just want to come back to an answer I gave to a question on 25, which I said is largely carried over from the RMA. The member's question around how long an existing use might continue, that's in 25.1, and that's until a rule becomes operative. And then if a rule, for example, required that activity that was previously permitted or was lawful, required a consent, for example, then it could continue until that a consent decision was arrived at. Just coming back to the member's question on, was it 18 or 19? But let me answer them both. Let's cross them both off because the answer's the same. These activities would be provided for, and the member mentioned a wharf and maintenance and various things, would be provided for in a national rule or a rule in a plan, and any rule in a proposed natural plan that has legal effect or a water services standard, on the basis that effects that are well understood and where the way those effects are managed can be managed to an acceptable level. If we can specify that in a water services standard, a national rule or a rule in a plan, then it doesn't make sense to force people to apply for consents for things or consents for things in the case of Natural Environment Bill, when the way to manage effects is already well understood, and we can establish those either at a national or regional level.
Lan Farm.
Madam Chair, I'm moving on to the next clause, clause 20, which is around restrictions relating to water. And I just have a few specific questions on this clause, which is around the fourth part of it, 24, where a person is not prohibited from taking, using, damming or diverting any water, heat or energy, provided in the case of fresh water, two aspects apply. And I have a specific question about the second aspect of that being the prescribed level and what that means. So just for context, the test of which it's saying is that if both of the following apply, and the first one in B1 is around water, heat or energy and the individual's reasonable domestic needs or potentially stock water needs for animals. But the second part of it is around the actual or likely adverse effects on natural resources of the taking or use are no more than minor or do not exceed any prescribed level. Now that prescribed level is what I'm really interested in understanding, because as it makes clear, or I presume it's saying, is that further down it talks about the prescribed level being able to be, sorry, and this is in 5A, means adverse effects that may be more than minor or prescribed in national standards. Now, the concern with this is that we're seeing across the board throughout this Act environmental protections that would be standard that are actually essentially the scope is widened and widened and widened in different ways. And I'm wanting to check in, what are some examples of what this prescribed level, which I think is clear, could prescribe a level where effects are more than minor? What are some instances that are actually contemplated and why this allowance is actually enabled? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
Look, I don't have any tangible examples for the member right now, but at the moment, consents are often required for activities, as I've pointed out in a number of my answers, where the activity is well understood, the effects of that activity on the natural environment are well understood, and that and so the purpose of 25 is to be clear that where a level of adverse effects is not more than minor, then a person's not prohibited from these activities set out in 4. And more than minor is a threshold that has been chosen to reflect the level at which we wish to protect water. And further detail will be able to be prescribed in national standards, which again will be open for consultation, taking on feedback from stakeholders and making sure that any national standard that is arrived at and promulgated under this legislation will manage effects to an appropriate level.
Aaron Williams.
I want to move on to 21, to discharges. The thrust of the question is the regime has ported over some of Section 15 from the RMA, but it now makes the goal of Māori participation at the same level as the use or the making of discharges. So the question is, if the discharge regime is working properly, is it possible that it will comply with the relevant numerical limits in the plan, in the national rule, but it still might contaminate tuna or other or other traditional kai that mana whenua are trying to protect, to the point that they can no longer safely use them for kai, or that they will be dead and not there to be protected in the future. Where Clause 21 and the provisions governing discharge permits, the consent authority is required to protect the continuing ability of mana whenua to gather and consume mahinga kai, rather than simply protecting water against specified levels of contamination. That would be a more effective rule in this regime where there isn't a balancing of those goals, but that's not what's presented here. And I want to ask in the specific example of at other points in the legislation, the Aotearoa Lakes settlement is provided for, and though that allows iwi to set regulatory levels alongside their local authority. But in the cases of other iwi, say Ngai Tahu, that have a particular interest in tuna, in Lake Ellesmere, or other iwi who have particular interests that are recognised in statutory acknowledgements, what is the power of the discharge of a local authority to consider the discharge regime that's set up here alongside those procedural rights of Māori, which are only to participate, which are not actually to have their right to continue to protect and use kai, alongside those of other users who would make discharges into water.
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
I thank the member for the question. Our Māori interests are provided for in the goals. Treaty settlements are provided for in the legislation, and where those settlements have identified, say, places that are suitable or traditional mahinga kai gathering areas, if they're in a settlement, then it's quite likely, it's highly probable, if not certain, that those areas identified in a settlement will be matters that must be taken into account by plan makers. So I think we can be confident about that. There is also a provision for sites of significance to Māori to be identified in addition to what is in a treaty settlement or in a statutory acknowledgement. So I think we can have a great deal of confidence that the matters that the member has raised, those concerns can be addressed through the provisions already in legislation.
Aaron Williams.
Just want to clarify, and I think this is what the Minister said. In Lake Rotorua, if Te Aroa is guaranteed in their settlement that they have rights specifically designed to protect customary gathering of those taonga species, if the discharge is authorised under Clause 21 and it meets the requirements of the numerical requirements that are set, as he says, at the plan level, but those coda, those eels become unsafe to eat, or indeed are gone in the future, is the regime working?
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
It's envisaged that where, say, the provisions she's described in the Te Aroa settlement include places that are identified as places that are identified for mahinga kai, that those should be provided for, and the water quality in those areas protected, so that those values which support mahinga kai can be achieved.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Chair, I'm going to jump along now, but I do want to thank the member and the chair for pointing out that until in clause 25 for me. I might be a little bit tired, but it's helpful.
Don't know why.
Classification of activities is at clause 32, and I have an amendment paper 706 for a permitted activity, and this is to change the or to an and. So that is that something can be a permitted activity, or a decision maker should consider classifying an activity as a permitted activity if the activity is acceptable as anticipated or achieves the desired level of use, development or protection. And, this is the change, and the adverse effects of the activity are understood and can be managed. I would like the member and the chair to consider that amendment, please.
Lan Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to pick up specifically on clause 32, where my colleague Rachel Brooking was. And this is a really significant part of the bill in terms of a very a change which has huge implications, and that's particularly around permitted activities. And I really would like to understand from the Minister, because we did have quite significant changes to this part as part of select committee process, and it was really disappointing to see where the committee actually got to on this. I particularly want to understand about the permitted activity thresholds. And the first one is in 32(2)(a), which classifies where a decision maker should actually consider these permitted activities. And the first is whether the activity is acceptable, anticipated, or achieves the desired level of use, development, or protection. And I think that's pretty uncontroversial. The part that I'm really interested in is the second part, which is the aspect where the adverse effects of the activity, long day, are understood and can be managed. Now, this word "can be managed", I'm interested from the member and his officials, is that specifically about them possibly being managed, or is it that to qualify as a permitted activity, they are being managed or they must be managed? And this is really significant when it comes to so much more of our consenting framework under these acts being permitted, I think it's a really important aspect that I'd like to clarify. The other aspect, which I'd really like to hear the members' comments on, is that when the bills were first introduced, Madam Speaker, there was another aspect to the permitted activity rules, and that was one where it was, quote, where there is sufficient allocation for any anticipated cumulative effect without breaching an environmental limit. This was absolutely key to permitted activities not being entirely opened up to cumulative effects that do breach and impact environmental limits, which has been the, if you want to summarise one massive problem and issue that is yet to be adequately addressed, it is that. Now, when we had submissions, particularly federated farmers singled in on this, saying that they wanted this gone, and it disappeared. And I would like to hear from the Minister why, when there is such change in this system, why was this bottom line around actually ensuring that we don't fall into the same mess that we have been the last few decades, why did this have to be removed? Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This section 32 is around guidance for classifying activities. Just answer the members. Rachel Brooking's question, I think it was. Why or when classifying, considering classifying activity as permitted, it's to retain flexibility. So we won't be accepting the member's proposed amendment. Coming to Member Lan Phan's question about a decision maker considering classifying an activity as permitted activity, look, there are many activities that are common, are well understood, where the impacts can be anticipated, are accepted, and the activity achieves a desired level of use, development or protection. And we might look at gravel extraction from rivers. There are many members of this House who have spoken around the challenges of extracting gravel from rivers, and this isn't gravel that's always been there. If you drive up over the Rimutakas north of Wellington and you drive down the other side into the Wairarapa, you will see multiple channels, enormous gullies on the east side of the Tararuas, which generate a constant discharge of rock onto the plains below. And because we've built cities and roads and we've developed the land and we now live mostly healthy, most of us, and some of us wealthy lives, we have to accept that if we're going to let the mountains fill the rivers full of gravel, we're going to have to get some of that out, or it's going to cause the bridges to be washed out, it's going to cause towns to be flooded, it's going to end up spilling after flood and storm events all over productive farmland and wrecking the productive farmland. Now, it may well be, and I'm not foreshadowing what a national standard could look like, but it may well be that we can develop a permitted activity criteria when classifying activities, that removing gravel from a river is acceptable as a permitted activity on the basis that if we look at 2AII, the adverse effects of the activity are understood and can be managed. And what this government intends to do is to reduce the number of activities that require consent, where the effects of those activities are well understood and can be managed to an acceptable level. What questions the member have asked, and my responses in reply sum up the problem that we're trying to solve and the clarity we're trying to provide.
Who do you want? The lady up there. I'll call Joe Luxon.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the member for his very fulsome answers. They are very helpful to us on this side of the House to understand his reasoning for pieces of this legislation. Madam Chair, I would like to just go to clause 21 around discharges, and particularly my interest is around biosecurity responses. I'm interested to know where, if perhaps I would assume this would be the piece part in this legislation that would cover this, but where, if not in here, in this piece of legislation provides for flexibility for biosecurity responses that might involve chemical treatments. If we have an emergency biosecurity response where we need to, for some reason, discharge a chemical into, whether it be the air, land, whatever, say, where in this legislation allows the flexibility for that to happen?
Madam Chair,
Simon Court?
in response to the member's question, in terms of discharges, we have covered that at 21, which basically says that a person must not discharge any of the following unless the discharge is expressly allowed by an instrument specified in a natural resource permit. So I urge the member to refer to 21, which provides quite a high level of detail about the process around that.
Joe Luxon.
Follow-up question. I'm sorry, the member may not have heard my question in full because I think he was speaking at the time, but my question is with regard to when you have an emergency biosecurity response, where in this legislation provides the flexibility to allow a discharge, emergency biosecurity response that might require involving chemical treatments, and whether they can be discharged, whereabouts in this legislation might provide flexibility for that to happen.
Madam Chair,
Simon Court?
I've been advised that provision for that is in sections 301 to 304 or thereabouts, and if the member wants to come back and ask further questions about that, I'm happy to answer them.
Or we could move straight to that now. The Honourable Julianne Genter.
Very much, Madam Chair. I had a question about the amendment paper, Amendment 710 in subpart 3. Section 29 is deleted. Section 29 had definitions of objectives, policies, rules, and methods. Now, the definition of rule or meaning of rule has moved to a new Section 31. Seems like there's no section 29 now. It just goes 28, 30. Objective is not defined in the definitions in this particular use it means. Policy and method were in the definitions but have been deleted. But section 30 still refers to applications of objectives, policies, rules, and methods. So I was just wondering if the member in the chair could help us understand these drafting decisions, and if the specific meaning of objectives, policies, and methods is elsewhere in the bill, in the new amendment paper. I can't find it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
Yeah, happy to respond. Look, that section was deleted. It sets out what an objective, policy, method and rule is. It was deleted. It was considered unnecessary and added complexity at the stage of the legislation. It can be redirected through national standards or non-statutory guidance if such matters are still required.
The Honourable Rachel Brookham.
Thank you. On this point, I'll just check and I'll just take us through it for a wee second. 37, rules relating to restricted discretionary activities. 37 in the report back from the Environment Select Committee is struck out. Okay? And then we get to what we've been going through is amendment paper 710, yeah. And in 710 we've got clause 36 is followed by clause 39. So there is no 37 or 38. But then we have this tiny little amendment paper that I did a point of order on earlier, which was at 2:11 p.m. today, the 27th of August 2026, and it says delete clause 37. So that is why we're confused. Why is... there's something here about, it says this proposes to delete the rest of clause 37 of the Natural Environment Bill. The substantive clause in 37(1) and 2 was struck out in the bill that was reported back by the Environment Select Committee.
But there's no rest of it.
Madam Chair, if the member would permit.
Yeah, it's all struck out, yeah. So if you can, that's the question. We're just, what are we doing?
Simon Court.
Madam Chair, the member raises a valid point. I understand that Minister Chris Bishop, in his time in the chair, explained that, well, in that case, I should take the opportunity to explain, that when the bill was reported back, it had a number 37, and what I understand, what officials have explained to me, is that in preparing this legislation for tabling, that the number was removed, but the clauses haven't been removed. But the number has been removed. There was no content associated with it. Okay? Thank you.
Good. So it's not really delete clause 37, it's delete the number 37.
That's right.
That would be, it's my great drafting coming through. Okay. Madam Chair, I'm going to move to 39. And that is, which would have come after 37 and 38, that's also disappeared. Yeah, what's happened to 38?
Make that a question to the Minister.
38 was not in it as reported back either. Maybe there's never been a 38, who knows? And I know, of course, the numbers will be corrected before we get to the third reading, so I'm not being rude about the numbers.
Thank you.
But 39 is permitted activity rules that require registration, and this requiring registration is all in track, and there are some changes. So just if the member in the chair can explain what's happening here.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you for the question. Permitted activities require registration in the AP. That was redrafted to better reflect policy intent. To clarify that the scope of permitted activity rules and other requirements where a permitted activity requires registration, such as where an applicant needs to pay a fee or provide a certificate from a qualified person in order to demonstrate that they qualify for that status.
Rachel Brooking.
So I think the answer to that was it was a excuse me, more of a redrafting than anything else. I'm getting a nod, thank you for that. I think now it would be sensible for us to move on to subpart 4. And that is environmental limits. So an important part of the bill and the whole scheme of things, because as we've heard, this is where Minister Bishop has been saying, and he said in question time today, that there's this big difference from the RMA. So on that, my first question would be, does the member and the chair agree with the Minister that the Resource Management Act has not set any environmental limits? And if so, does that then mean that he thinks that the National Policy Statement Freshwater Management doesn't contain environmental limits? If he thinks that in fact that freshwater National Policy Statement does contain limits, then will he agree with my amendment paper 699 to establish what is found in the MPS FM as the freshwater limits, so that we can get off with a roar and a hiss and have the freshwater limits described in some form early on in the process? And if not, why not?
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
Madam Chair, we're not here to debate the RMA. We're here to debate the Natural Environment Bill. I just want to make it clear that the Resource Management Act is not required to have limits. This legislation is.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Answer my question. So you can. The point is, if he can agree with me that there are limits in the MPSFM, then my question is, why not include them in this bill so they're ready to go? That was the question.
Madam Chair.
Simon Corbett.
Thank you for that focused question on the Natural Environment Bill. Environmental limits in the new system, the methodology for their purpose and the methodology for setting them out is found in subpart 4. There is a distinct and important process for establishing limits for both human health and ecosystem health, which does not exist in the RMA, and it is important that as we go through the process of developing national policy direction, national standards that will describe standardised approach for setting limits. One of the matters that we're proposing is included as a standard in the new system. That work, that substantive work on secondary legislation, regulations and instruments be allowed to happen so that we get the limits right.
Narana Williams.
A quick burning question before I also move on to environmental limits at 40 and 41 on page 63. The thrust of the question for the member and the chair is this is a deceptively important provision which sets out how regional councils can need to respond to national rules, and it gives us something of a hierarchy there. So the question is, can a local council respond to local environmental conditions when there is a national rule in place? How is it possible for, say, the Waikato Council to respond to its badly degraded river catchment in future when there is a national rule, and indeed a primary rule around rule in primary legislation around setting a national rule for all of those other councils that want to create higher standards of protection and that would have some impact on, say, freshwater discharges? Are they still empowered to be able to do that?
Madam Chair, in the case of the Waikato, Te Ture Whaimana will prevail. But in relationship to other catchments, 41.3 is quite clear. If a national rule allows an activity and states that a permit is not required, or states an activity is a permitted activity, the following provisions apply. And basically it sets out that if a plan states an activity is permitted on the conditions specified in the plan, the conditions can only deal with the effects that are additional to or separate from the effects managed by a national rule. And that's because we don't want in the new system to see councils making rules for matters which have already been covered by national standard. That is intentional. We want to simplify the system, and we want all system participants, whether they be councils, decision makers, planners, applicants, resource users, people working on the land growing stuff so they can feed New Zealand. We want them, if at all possible, and if it's practical, we want to have national rules that say how effects can be managed to an acceptable level. So that is the reason that we have provided for that. And again, that's clear in C. If a plan's conditions deal with effects of activity the same as the national rule prevails. We want to avoid duplication, double-ups, councils making rules for stuff that at a national level we've already agreed how effects can be managed.
As a follow-up question. Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go to 48B, and this is new from the amendment paper, and it's considerations for anticipated breach of environmental limit. So it says, for the purpose of this subpart, a decision maker may consider that a breach of an environmental limit is anticipated. And so it's an anticipated breach only if satisfied that breach. So it sounds good, and if you're worried about there being too many breaches, it's limited, only if it's satisfied that it's likely to be caused by a historic activity, an activity authorised by a natural resource permit, or both, and is highly likely to occur and cannot be prevented by taking reasonable steps. Now, there's a lot in this clause, and I would invite the member to start us off on it in terms of why it's been included, of course, this here, and what a historic activity is, and if that can apply to if the historic activity can also be a continued activity. So that's the first question there.
Simon Court.
Madam Chair, I'll attempt to deal with that now. I might need to take further advice on that. 48B defines an anticipated breach as being one which is locked in by past activities, historic activity or activities authorised by a natural resource permit. It's highly likely to occur. That's why we use the word anticipated. We anticipate it will occur, and it can't be prevented by taking reasonable steps. And to the member's question, will that activity still be allowed to occur? There are provisions for activities to occur on the basis that there is an overall trend towards environmental improvement, but again, there are other provisions in the Act where the system needs to respond to an anticipated breach by taking action. So I'm sure we'll get into that.
Carolyn Williams.
Environmental limits is about Section 45 definitions of best attainable information. It also relates to 57B, so I'll deal with those together. 57 large B on page 77. The question that this is trying to solve is how much information does an environmental decision maker need before making a decision? But the usual standard in the Natural Environment Bill is not the best obtainable information or the best available information at the time. It's just enough information, and the procedural principles and the regulations also repeat that definition. We've got this problem here, I think that arose at 13D, where councils and decision makers would be required to, well, they could move on if they anticipated that in future there might be some information that they didn't know and that there was an unknown, and yet that known unknown would mean that they could move on and not seek that information. But here, with the environmental limits, the standard is much broader. And I want to ask the member in the chair first, is that the appropriate standard when then setting the limits become challengeable? He made a very impassioned case for why the expert panel had suggested to him that these procedural rules should be set out in the primary legislation, and I agree with him that we should make it simpler for environmental decision makers to make decisions and not have to defend the procedure which they used. The availability of information is one of those procedural points, but here they're held to almost a much higher standard than the one that was required under the RMA, and a much, much higher standard than the one that's required in any other process in his Act. Because best obtainable information means information which you could have gathered from any source that exists up until that point that you are requiring it. And even though he suggested to the House earlier that the systems are much improving, the central government is making a big investment in the information that will be available, still best information then makes it contestable and makes it reviewable if the decision maker has not got some part of the information which someone challenging the decision has access to and didn't take that into consideration. So it would just be useful, I guess, if he would take the House through why he's used this much, much higher standard than the other information standards in the rest of the bill.
Thank you.
Simon Court.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was a great question. Look, the definition of best obtainable information is right here in 57B2, and the member asked, is this a much higher standard, or do I consider it a much higher standard? Look, it's the appropriate criteria for decisions in this context. Best available information means information decision makers satisfied is robust, transparent and accessible as reasonably possible, obtained from information that is available or can be reasonably obtained at the time, reasonably obtained at the time. and is obtained in a manner that is proportionate to the effects of the decision, because we do not want to carry over the behaviours and culture of the Resource Management Act, where decision makers are confronted with the risk, say, of judicial review or objections that come out of left field because they're accused of not having had the information to make the decision properly, that if the risk can be managed in an appropriate way and they have the best obtainable information, here is a defence for them when they make that decision.
Lan Phan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really pleased to be able to talk to this section on environmental limits, because this truly is what should be the heart of a functional RM system. And we heard very clearly from submitters across the board that they were really concerned about the entirety of the environmental limits section being insufficiently protective. And this is really important and should be really important for the government, who keeps insisting that these bills are not going to take us backwards when it comes to environmental protections. So the aspects that I want to get to is firstly around the expression of environmental limits themselves. And this is at clause 48. And I have an amendment paper on this, Madam Chair, which is about, because it makes it clear in the bills that these are states and attributes that can be expressed numerically or in narrative form. Now, what I'm really interested in is whether the Minister would consider a very minor amendment to open that up to environmental limits being able to be expressed spatially. Why that's really important is because we want to get somewhere with this new system. And what is often the case is that because limits are often in tables in the back of like 800-page documents and whatnot, they're completely inaccessible to the public. Now, what is really important, and what I'd love to hear the Minister's responses to, is if they are enabled to be expressed spatially, this could really open up people's accessibility and understanding of, for example, where you had a critical source area or where you had a drinking water protection zone, people would be able to see spatially how that area around that specific point where the measurement is taken, how that is directly related. And I think just allowing that kind of scope could help this really be something that is not just buried away in a table or whatnot. The other aspects that I would like to understand is about the defined terms in environmental limits, because, and this relates to some other amendment papers that I have, Madam Chair, but I'm interested as to whether ecosystem, the definition of ecosystem, includes air or atmosphere, because it talks about biological life, and I'm not going to repeat all the words that it says with that. It talks about physical and chemical habitat, and it talks about ecological processes. And what I'm really keen to understand with that is whether our atmosphere or our biosphere, or however you want to describe it, but that tiny, tiny part of our Earth that allows us to live and have functional air that we breathe, and ideally a climate that offers us a livable future. I want to understand whether human health limits or ecosystem health limits can be set for our atmosphere or biosphere, because I think increasingly we are seeing not only the impacts of climate change, but an increasing awareness of how vulnerable and precious and how protective we should actually be being about this very specific part of the world that enables literally everything else. So I'm really interested to hear from the Minister.
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
Well, look, I do appreciate the members' interest in setting ecological and human health limits and will take the definition of ecosystem as read under 45 defined terms. The member's question, can limits be set for air quality or air? Yes, we have existing limits, say for particulate or for different emissions to air. We already have standards for those things under the RMA. We want to make sure that we have appropriate limits in the new system. For the biosphere as a concept, well, limits are provided for ecological health, and the matters that limits can be set for are set out in legislation. For that is, and just to be clear, that's for human health, it's freshwater, coastal water, land, soil and air. And for ecosystem health, it's freshwater, coastal water, land and soil and indigenous biodiversity.
Is this a follow-up question? Land Farm?
Chair, just to round that out, thank you for the member for clarifying for air, completely aware of that. Specifically, I'm interested in atmosphere, and this is the subject of 2 of my amendments. I don't believe they have numbers, but they were tabled at 11:53 on Wednesday, and they are both proposing to change clause 50 and insert atmosphere into where ecosystem health limits must be set, and the same when it comes to ecosystem health limits, human health limits in 50A3. So both of those aspects, and the reason why I specifically am interested in atmosphere as opposed to air is because of that protective layer, and because it is so necessary to everything else that happens on the planet.
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
I can provide further explanation to the member. Is atmosphere in scope of the Natural Environment Bill? Partly. Air is defined as to be part of the atmosphere. We live in the troposphere part of the atmosphere, where the air is that we can breathe. But it does not include in the Natural Environment Bill the outer atmosphere. So limits can only cover this aspect, the troposphere. And while effects on the atmosphere are technically in scope, as they are under the RMA, there needs to be evidence of an effect which substantially limits the circumstances under which that could be considered. And again, I note that the adverse climate change effects from greenhouse gases are specifically excluded from this being considered in this legislation because they are already dealt with under the Climate Change Response Act and covered by emissions pricing under the emissions trading scheme.
Aotearoa Williams.
This is truly a very significant piece of reform, and I congratulate the member and the chair, and also share his enthusiasm to introduce these limits, and so that's why this new part of the legislation, the definitions, are so important. I'm at 67 at the bottom for ecosystem. There are 2 things that this is missing, and I'm making a pitch for you to include them to the member and the chair. Firstly, the biological life. The test here is, are there eels in Lake Ellesmere? Not, are there eels in Lake Ellesmere which are edible? Because the goals now have changed. They are Māori interests. Yeah, I'm at 45, page 67. Māori interests are at the same level, and so...
Can I just check which clause you're speaking to?
I'm 45.
Clause 45.
Page 67.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you.
Kind of reluctant to keep heading backwards.
Oh, sorry.
So we did say that at the beginning.
All right, I'll make it very brief.
Okay.
So that's the first thing that seems to be missing here. Does the member and the chair have any interest in including that here, because it's not included in a goals hierarchy anymore? And at C, it doesn't say ecological balance, it just says those ecological processes. So his definition at sea seems to have an unintended consequence here, where taking the example of Lake Forsyth at the moment, which has a local rahui because of the algal bloom in the area. That is also a biological process and is biological life in the lake, abundant biological life in the lake. It doesn't mean that the lake is healthy, but his definition of ecosystem includes a definition which is overrun with algal bloom and thus killing the other life forms in the lake. Why doesn't his definition have a sense of balance and sustainability in there too?
Madam Chair,
Simon Court.
Algae are important. They are one of the original creatures that lived on Earth. But algae in the wrong place, and too many of them are bad. We do not want to be so specific about which algae are good and which algae are bad in the legislation, but we certainly have provided for a definition of ecosystem, including biological life, which includes microbes, invertebrates, plants, fish, amphibians, reptiles, birds, mammals, and fungi. The member's question was, should we include eels specifically? I understand that eels are amphibians. They may also, and the member asked, well, I'm going to grant the member some slack because I don't usually take heckled questions. But I would eat pretty much any of that stuff. So defining them as edible or not edible, I don't think that's helpful. They're all edible. So if we could just move on from definitions to the member's next question about a subsequent part.
The Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Quick question from me. I am intrigued by what the member and the chair counts as food, but I won't think about that anymore. What I am interested in is I made a contribution earlier about clause 50 and my amendment paper 699 making the freshwater limits those that already exist in the MPS FM. But I would like, and the member and the chair said something about how he doesn't want to go back to the RMA and he wants to go through the processes that we're going to be talking about for setting of the limits. So as we're nearing the dinner break, it might be useful for the member and the chair to do two things. One is to give an overview on the things that have changed since the Select Committee reported back that are found in this amendment. As a preview for us going into those different clauses, I think that would be useful. And another would be if the Minister could comment on how he sees different limits working for freshwater versus coastal water versus land and soil versus Indigenous biodiversity and versus air. Because it seems to me we are already familiar with limit setting for freshwater and air. We've had different instruments that have done those and people can see numbers on a page and see it as a limit. But Indigenous biodiversity is quite different. And land and soil, that can be different too, in terms of if it's a human health standard to do with contamination of soil, that's clearly a number and we can deal with that as a limit. But where does the member see the limits going on things that are not limits that we've seen any version of in the RMA before? And then where we have seen limits in the RMA before, he might say they're not limits, but something that looks like numbers that are a limit, that you can't get a consent if there's a number and you're already meeting the number, then you can't get a consent if you go above the number. So to talk in, this is a bad metaphor probably, you have speed limits. We're used to speed limits. So 100k, you can't go 120 k's. So those sorts of numerical limits are quite easy to consider. Where does the Minister see the freshwater limits departing from the MPS FM? That's part of the question. And where does the member and the chair see those other limits going that might be more descriptive, and going back to Lan Farm's contribution about her proposed amendment, I think it would be a useful setup for the rest of the discussion on limits. And also, going back to my original question, if the member could take us through the changes that have been made at a high level, so we know where they're actual substantive changes and where they're not.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank the member for the question. In terms of key changes made by the Select Committee, the member just indicate whether she would like me to take the House through those or move on to key changes made by the government through this amendment paper. Government. Key changes in the government AP is simplifying the environmental limits framework by removing requirements to set separate resource caps and streamlining the action plan provisions, giving councils flexibility to decide best how to manage resource use before a limit is at risk of being breached. That's the overall direction in the changes in the AP. The member raised a really interesting question around what are examples of limits, and we acknowledge that air and fresh water already have limits provided for them. For example, I mentioned air has particulate matter in air must not exceed 50 micrograms per cubic metre, expressed as a 24-hour mean more than once in a 12-month period. It sounds very technical, but if you're running a business like a sawmill or an operation like a quarry, it's important that, that there are limits established for air quality that can be measured, because if those limits are exceeded, that's a potential risk, say, to human health. But when it comes to coastal water, the member is correct. There have not been any limits for coastal water. But what are some of the things we might want to see expressed as limits? And this is an opportunity, I think, where across the House we can agree that we're actually moving the environmental management system in New Zealand in a really positive direction. I'll give the example that's been provided to me. At least a certain percentage of the 2025 seagrass extent must be maintained in each estuary management unit. Now that sounds like quite a high-tech way of explaining what is something we could all get around. Seagrass is a really, really important habitat. I can see the member, Lan Farm, cheering about seagrass. And if you think about habitat, I mean, I've done a lot of diving over the years. There are places in the world where creatures like manatees depend on seagrass. Now, I've never seen a manatee in New Zealand, but maybe, Dr. Duncan Webb, maybe if the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb, in perpetuity, maybe if we get enough seagrass, we can attract manatees to New Zealand. How would that be? How good? Again, that's not one of the goals of the Act, but if we cast forward, potentially. The member asked for another example about land. Now this is one which we don't currently have limits for land and soil. It's been suggested there could be a limit prescribing average soil loss from hill country must not exceed so many tonnes per hectare per year. There are many concerns raised, and I remember them being raised around the Hauraki Gulf Marine Protection Bill during the Select Committee hearings on that bill, which is now an Act of Parliament, that many submitters were concerned about soil loss and sediment entering the Hauraki Gulf from land development and other activities like forestry, for example, and that there was no way of controlling that. So in the future, under the Natural Environment Act, as we intend it to become, there will be scope to provide limits for land and soil so that some of those, what we might call wider ecosystem effects can be managed. And it's not to say that competent and experienced developers aren't already fulfilling their legal obligations in terms of managing soil loss and managing erosion and sediment control from large-scale activities, earthworks, for example, in a subdivision, or forestry, cutting down the trees and making sure that they don't lose sediment. But at the moment, that's all being managed on a site-by-site basis. So in the new system, we'll be able to take a step back and have a wider look, say at a region, and then broken down by management units. Another example that's been provided for me I can share with you is a limit for Indigenous biodiversity might state that at least a certain percentage of the 2025 Indigenous vegetation, of a certain type of Indigenous vegetation, the extent of that must be maintained. Now, there are places in New Zealand, and one of the privileges of being a Member of Parliament is that I get to fly around the country talking to people to learn more about the problems in their regions or cities. And occasionally I get to sit by the window and look out. And it's quite clear that there are large parts of New Zealand that are uninhabited, that are full of forest. You take the west coast of the South Island, for example. Occasionally when the plane's gone off track, it might end up over Fiordland, but that wouldn't be common. Where essentially they're uninhabited and they're full of forest. And the question might come around to say, well, what would be the right percentage of Indigenous vegetation to maintain in those areas? There's probably scope for a bit more flexibility in those areas. But there are other places, and I have discussed this, and I'm sure the member Land Farm won't
Member's time has expired.
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
I'm sure the member Land Farm won't mind me raising this. We had a conversation about when you look out the window and you look down at the Canterbury Plains, you can see these fantastic braided rivers coming down from the mountains. And you can see all the wonderful primary production activities, the fantastic pivot irrigators. You can see the cropping, and you can see the wonderful cities like Christchurch and all those great places to live. I visited recently like Selwyn and Darfield and Methven. Methven's quite hard to see, but it's there. You've got to get a bit lower. You've got to get down to about 15,000 feet before you can see Methven. But one of the things that you don't see is extensive Indigenous biodiversity vegetation along those river corridors. And there's a number of reasons for that. I mean, at some point following initial human discovery of New Zealand, the entire east coast of the South Island caught fire. And so a lot of the vegetation that might have been there once is no longer there. So there may well be a case that when establishing a limit for Indigenous biodiversity and the extent that must be maintained, that could well become a positive limit. In other words, something to seek to achieve over time. And I think that's important context, because I recall earlier this afternoon, Minister Bishop, when asked a question in relation to a previous part, said a lot of these matters are temporal. The things that we're trying to achieve have a timescale, that sometimes when our aspirations are too urgent and the cost of achieving the objectives, whether they be to protect Indigenous biodiversity or to achieve a limit, they become far too expensive and the trade-offs are simply not feasible. So one of the important things that we seek to do in the new system is when setting environmental limits is to provide that they be achieved in a time frame that is aspirational potentially, but practical and pragmatic in other ways. So, look, the member asked for me to provide some additional comments and framing as we approach the dinner break, and what I hope the members in the House can take away is that Minister Bishop and I have taken a thoughtful approach. We've taken good advice. We've considered the ambitions and the aspirations of many people, particularly when it comes to improving our natural environment. And we look forward to continuing this journey with all of you as the legislation is passed. We anticipate the next few weeks and then implemented through the National Policy Direction when we put that out for statutory consultation next year, setting the standards that will apply to all of these domains, limit setting and so on, and we start to see some real progress towards these environmental ambitions we all have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Members, I know how enthusiastic you are, but time has come for me to vacate the chair for the dinner break. We are suspended until 7 p.m.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7 p.m. Until then, some of today's earlier proceedings will be repeated.
The House is resumed. Right Honourable Winston Peters.
To move a motion without notice or debate on the floods in Nepal.
Is there any objection to that course of action being followed? There appears to be none.
I move that this House expresses grave concern about the flooding and landslides in Nepal's Rasuwa district and the Nepal and China border area. Extend its deep condolences to all those affected. Stand in solidarity with local authorities undertaking search and rescue operations in the affected areas, and support the government's offer of New Zealand assistance alongside international partners once the requirements on the ground become clearer. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Come to oral questions. First in the name of Laura McClure.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister for Children, what update can she provide on Oranga Tamariki's performance against her ministerial priorities?
The Honourable Karen Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The latest Oranga Tamariki performance report shows steady progress. The report shows that 97% of children in care have been visited by their social worker within the targeted time. The speed of responding to critical and very urgent reports of concern has improved from 80% in Q2 to 87% in Q3. This has been achieved while Oranga Tamariki continues to respond to historically high demand, with reports of concern increasing by 48% over the last 2 years. Caregiver satisfaction also remains strong, with a 4% increase in caregivers reporting they are satisfied with the support from Oranga Tamariki, and fewer caregivers reporting they are considering stopping being a caregiver. Lastly, the number of children and young people with serious and persistent offending behaviour continues to trend down, now at a 25% reduction since 2023, well exceeding the government target of 15% by 2029.
Supplementary. Why is it important for children and young people that Oranga Tamariki performs well against these measures?
Mr Speaker, Oranga Tamariki is involved with the most vulnerable and at-risk children and young people in this country. New Zealanders expect our Care and Protection Agency to ensure they are safe and cared for. Since becoming Minister, my number one focus has been on the safety and well-being of children. The evidence shows regular social worker visits are one of the most important factors in keeping kids safe. Regular visits mean social workers can build trust in relationships and see firsthand how things are going in a child's life. Caregiver support is also particularly important. Even before I became a minister, I heard of stories of caregivers telling me they did not feel supported by Oranga Tamariki. Caregivers open their hearts and homes to provide a safe, loving, stable environment for young people, and they deserve to be supported in their important work.
Supplementary. Does the Minister expect these performance measures to continue to improve?
Mr Speaker, yes I do, particularly due to the extra investment and resources that this government has put into Oranga Tamariki. For example, new tools like the new All About Me plan, which gives young people more ability to have a say in their own care. This is the first step in a much larger upgrade of the case management technology used by frontline social workers. This technology upgrade, along with others, will soon be rolled out, and it will strengthen performance by enabling better tracking of social worker visits and actions. Greater focus on early safety planning alongside increased resourcing and technology improvements should lead to even greater improvement in responding quickly to reports of concern.
Supplementary. What other updates can the Minister provide on improvements at Oranga Tamariki?
Mr Speaker, there's an awful lot to list and I won't list them all now, But the last few years has seen a large investment in our frontline social workers and their training and development. This includes the introduction of allied support worker roles, which frees up the frontline to focus on their core social work. There has been a significant work to improve safety in our youth justice residences. This includes everything from the basic stuff like renovating buildings that have not been properly maintained since they were built over 20 years ago, to improving the quality of staffing by introducing standard operating practices, improved recruitment and training, and introducing uniforms for staff. This improvement has been noted in reports from the Children's Commissioner, Mana Mokopuna, who visited and monitor youth justice residences. These reports give me confidence that while there is still more work to do, we are on the right track.
Question number 2, the Honourable Carmel Cipollone.
Mr Speaker, to the Minister for Auckland, does he agree with Auckland Mayor Wayne Brown, quote, "I can point to very recent examples showing that the National Party as part of the government is failing to deliver for Auckland," end quote?
Mr Speaker, no, this government is delivering for Auckland, whether it's saving Auckland ratepayers almost $900 million on their water bills through local water done well, growing the Auckland economy by fast-tracking ports at the Port of Auckland wharf expansion, or saving Aucklanders $4.5 billion by changing the earthquake-prone building rules. This government is delivering for Auckland.
Supplementary. Does he agree with Mayor Brown that the Auckland City deal is, quote, "meaningless if the government cannot honour even a relatively modest commitment to explore an agreed proposal," end quote? If not, why not?
Mr Speaker, no, because we have already delivered tangible outcomes as a result of the Auckland City deal. It is a landmark deal that gets coordination between central government and local government to deliver for Auckland that can make a positive impact for our city, our largest city in this country. Examples of that include the opening of the new Advanced Technology Innovation Centre that we did last Friday. This is going to be a game change in regards to innovation in the City of Auckland, which is the gateway to our country.
Supplementary. Was Mayor Brown correct when he told the Minister, quote, "his boss doesn't know what a deal is," end quote?
Mr Speaker, no. What I outlined to the Mayor also is that when you think about a deal in the context of long-term relationship, the City Regional deal is a 10-year relationship, and there's a lot of water to go under the bridge over the next 10 years. But what I can commit to is, as a government, we are backing Aucklanders. We are backing Auckland as an economy. It is the backbone of our economic engine, and we will continue to support that city.
Supplementary. If he intended to breach his deal with Auckland City Council only months after it was signed, why should any other council trust a deal with this government?
Well, Mr Speaker, I don't agree with the premise of that question because no one's breached...
Just a moment. The constant barrage has to stop. Interjections should be rare, reasonable, and apparently, if possible, humorous. The Honourable Seymour Watts.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, firstly, I don't agree with the premise of that question. No one's breaching any deal. The outcome of the deal structure is in place. It is a strategic and legacy agreement between central government and local government that will deliver for Auckland. For the first time in a very long time, we have alignment between central government and local government in terms of the key projects that will make a difference in our country's biggest city. We should be supportive, optimistic, ambitious about Auckland, because when Auckland does well, New Zealand does well.
Supplementary. Does he stand by his statement that the intention of the Auckland deal was to create intergenerational partnerships that survive decades? If so, why did his deal only last 4 months?
Well, Mr Speaker, I mean, one thing is that Speaker's not too funny, but the second part of the reality is that this government is delivering for Auckland. $900 million in savings around local water done well. $4.5 billion around earthquake-prone building rules. Fast-tracking of the port, $6.6 billion of extra national value as a result of that project alone. Fast-tracking the North Western Busway, unlocking about $10 billion of infrastructure benefits. Mr Speaker, I could go on, but on this side of the House, we are delivering for Auckland and we are proud of that.
Supplementary.
Arena Williams.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does he stand by his statement to Newstalk ZB on Wednesday that he will be making an announcement on iwi representation at Auckland Council very soon? If so, why?
Mr Speaker, I've got a lot of announcements in the pipeline because I'm a very busy minister, as we are on this side of the House. We are a very busy government, and I make no apology of that. So let's wait and see.
Question number 5, David McLeod. 3, David McLeod.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance and asks, does she stand by her answers to oral question number 1 yesterday?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, yes. In particular, when I said that to raise core Crown revenue to 33% of GDP in 4 years' time, a future government would have to increase the tax take in that year by at least $10.4 billion. That is a big increase. It equates to over $100 more tax per household every week.
Supplementary. What would it take to raise that amount of additional tax?
Well, Mr Speaker, to get core Crown revenue to 33% of GDP, a future government would probably have to go to the biggest tax bases. One option, for example, would be to increase GST from 15% to 18%. Doing that and bringing in a capital gains tax and raising tax on businesses by scrapping investment boost and denying interest deductibility on rental properties. That would altogether raise an additional $10.4 billion. So the future government would have achieved its goal of getting core Crown revenue up to 33% of GDP. Sadly, with that increase in GST, households would be paying more for almost everything they buy. Taxes would be up by more than $100 a household.
What is another alternative?
Well, Mr Speaker, yesterday that I mentioned another way of getting revenue to 33% of GDP in 4 years' time. That would be to raise the current income tax rates, the current 17.5% rate to 20%, and raise the current 30% income tax rate to 33%, and raise the current 33% income tax rate to 35%, and bring in a capital gains tax, and scrap investment boost, and deny interest deductibility on rental properties. That combination of tax increases would raise the additional $10.4 billion required by the future government's revenue policy. So there are certainly options to raise large amounts of revenue. The problem is they are all bad.
Supplementary. What would be the impact of raising income tax rates by so much?
Well, Mr Speaker, the immediate impact, obviously, would of course be on people's after-tax pay. The median full-time wage and salary earner brings home just over $82,000 a year. The income tax increases I just mentioned would increase their tax by almost $1,800 every year. Higher marginal income tax rates also reduce the return from working more hours, or taking a promotion or acquiring new skills. So people would stop doing those things. Higher income tax rates could also make New Zealand less attractive to skilled migrants and encourage more Kiwis to leave. In short, raising income tax rates to meet a target of revenue being 33% of the economy would be terrible for the economy and terrible for everyday Kiwis.
Supplementary. Will the government be proceeding with its planned increases in fuel excise?
Mr Speaker, I'm glad to hear that the Labor Party have come around to our long-standing position, which has been made clear that we will not be lifting fuel taxes on the 1st of January next year. I also note that one of the first actions this government took was to reverse the planned fuel tax increases that the last government had planned and to put a moratorium on those tax increases. Not only did we do that, we also removed the Auckland regional fuel tax. I'll stand on our record.
Question number 4, Lan Farm.
Tēnā koe, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister responsible for RMA reform. Does he stand by his statement, quote, "Of course, our standards of living and the living standards of our children and their children depend on a healthy environment"?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, yes, I stand by my full statement that our standards of living and the living standards of our children and their children depend on a healthy environment, but their futures also depend on whether they can afford a home, on food and energy security, access to transport and public services, and the ability to make a living. Our country's future depends on a healthy environment, on housing, infrastructure, energy and economic growth. The government's RMA reforms are the biggest tax cut any government will deliver in a generation. Every superfluous consent is a tax. Every unnecessary notification is a tax. Every year of delay is a tax. New Zealanders have been paying it for 35 years and this government is saying no more.
Does he consider the millions, if not billions of dollars that councils are facing to pick up new drinking water sources to be a tax on the public from a failure of environmental protections?
No, I think the member is confusing different concepts there.
How does he reconcile his comment just then with his amendment paper that will authorise breaches of environmental protections and remove the ability to cap pollution within environmental limits?
Well, very easily, because the member needs to read the actual guardrails for national standards breaching limits, which says they must only be for activities that have a net public benefit. They must consider the wider implications for natural resource use, they must consider the likely opportunity costs, and they must clearly identify the limits that the standards enable a breach of.
Supplementary. Does he accept that enabling breaches of an environmental limit for any reason defeats the purpose of having limits and puts at risk human and ecosystem health?
A couple of points. One, the member's factually inaccurate. It's not just for any reason. They have to be for activities that have a net public benefit. The second point I would make is that the Natural Environment Bill, it requires the setting of environmental limits. One of the great failures of the RMA was that there are no limits. And the Natural Environment Bill says there have to be environmental limits across air, freshwater, coastal water, biodiversity and land. Now, there's going to be a debate about what those limits are. I fully accept that, and the Greens will adopt a particular position in relation to that. But can we just agree with the basic concept that the setting of limits is important, the bill enables it, and that is a massive step forward on the RMA?
Supplementary. What has changed since his own expert advisory group recommended that there should be, quote, a requirement to cap resource use to ensure a limit is not breached, end quote, and today, with the government now introducing their last-minute amendments to scrap those requirements?
The government took further advice.
Supplementary. Given environmental NGOs, iwi, hapu and planning experts have strongly opposed his changes that further destroy environmental protections, does he think he knows better than these experts and his own advisory group?
No, it's not a question of knowing more or thinking I'm superior to them. I respect the views of the Environmental Defence Society and others, in the same way that I respect the views of those on other sides of the aisle, infrastructure providers, energy generators, farmers and growers up and down the country. Part of the challenge with planning reform and the planning system and the environmental management system more generally is that it involves trade-offs. And as we have discovered through the RMA over 35 years, those trade-offs are difficult. They are complicated for the country to grapple with. There are trade-offs that are made between different values and different goals. Part of what we're trying to do in this planning reform effort is to surface those trade-offs more visibly, make sure the planning system confronts them at the top, at the spatial planning and regional planning level, rather than fight them out at an individual resource consent level. Is it perfect? No. Is it a better system than what we have now? Absolutely.
Question number 5, Rima Nuckley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Housing and asks, will the government introduce a stamp duty?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
No.
Supplementary. Why doesn't the government support a stamp duty?
Well, Mr. Speaker, a stamp duty is a tax on home buyers. It's the old rule, tax things you don't want. So a stamp duty makes it harder for Kiwis to buy a home. Just take a random example. For a family buying an average priced home in Auckland. Just pick a random number, say 5%. That would cost the home buyer about $59,000. Now banks, at least in Australia, lend on the house, not on the stamp duty. So that $59,000 comes straight out of the home buyer's savings and is of course additional to the deposit. For most families, that is years and years of additional savings. A stamp duty makes it harder for people to buy houses.
Supplementary.
Okay, we've got a question being asked, Mr. Jones. Please just constrain it.
What do tax experts say about stamp duties?
Well, Mr. Speaker, this issue has been extensively studied. Australia's Treasury, for example, and economists more generally have described a stamp duty tax as inefficient. It's one that distorts economic activity and changes people's behaviour for the worse. They can discourage work, stop people from taking a better job, stop people from moving house, stop people from investing, and can hinder workforce mobility. Inefficient taxes shrink the economy and create a cost to society. Treasury has modelled Australia's major taxes, and I can tell the House stamp duty on conveyances, in other words the transfer or sale of property, is the worst tax. It creates 70 cents of economic damage for every dollar raised. Chuck that through David Seymour's cost-benefit analysis, it doesn't come out well.
Supplementary. What experiences overseas has he seen about stamp duties?
Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, too much noise. Just ask the question again.
Okay.
Ask the question again, yeah, of course. What experiences overseas has he seen about stamp duties?
Well, Mr. Speaker, when Toronto added a second stamp duty on property purchases, purchases by owner-occupiers fell and purchases by investors rose. And I refer members to a study published in the Review of Economic Studies. In Britain, researchers found stamp duties cut the rate at which people move house, thus affecting mobility. It means growing families stuck in a two-bedroom house when they need more, or an older couple in a home they can't afford to leave. Stamp duties are bad policy and we won't be introducing one.
Question number 6, the Honourable Aotearoa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health and asks, is it correct that Health New Zealand's projected deficit for the 26-27 financial year has deteriorated to $475 million? And what proportion, if any, of that deficit will be closed with cuts to frontline services?
The Honourable Casey Costello.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, the Government has agreed to increase Health New Zealand's projected deficit for 26-27 to $475 million as set out in media reports and Health New Zealand's publicly available statement of performance expectations. That is a deliberate decision to deliver more health care for New Zealanders, so I reject the premise of the second part of the question. This decision is to protect services.
If his government has added only 54 full-time equivalents of nurses in 2 years, while the deficit was $350 million, what happens to nursing numbers when the deficit has grown to $475 million?
Mr. Speaker, I will address the nurse number question that the member has put. This matter has been traversed in the House a number of times now, and the member's assertions don't become more true the more time she says them. There are 2,162 additional nurses on a net basis.
A point of order. I was just about to suggest that the Minister answer her question again without reference to the anything that might have been said by the opposition in this matter.
Mr. Speaker, this matter has been traversed in the House a number of times. There are 2,162 additional nurses on a net basis employed by Health New Zealand since 2023, which equates to a net increase of 1,640 full-time equivalents. We have grown the number of nurses at Health New Zealand by more than 1,600 FTE, and as at 14 August, there was 2,378 FTE nursing roles actively being recruited across Health New Zealand.
Supplementary. After cutting hospital maintenance from $120 million in 2023 to $97 million in 2025, how many further cuts is he planning to turn around a deficit of $475 million?
Mr Speaker, the point around the deficit is to ensure that services are not being cut. This means we are operating on a delivery of services so that we do not reduce. This is not being funded by loss, this is not being funded by Apple Pay or credit card. This is on the reserves that exist within the health system so that no frontline services will be cut.
Supplementary. If 1,000 data and digital staff lost their jobs when the deficit was $350 million, how much further will support for these critical systems be cut when the deficit is $475 million?
Mr Speaker, as we have stated in this decision was a deliberate decision. Health New Zealand could balance its books tomorrow, but it would only get there by treating fewer patients than it has proven it can treat, and that was not an option considered by the Minister. The investment driving this year's position is additional elective treatments, winter preparedness and primary care. This is care being delivered to New Zealanders right now, and the government has not been prepared to trade off to a faster route to a number on a page. Therefore, we will not allow services to be cut, and that is why the deficit is being used in this way.
Supplementary question, the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Exactly what sort of mentality would describe $475 million more in health as a deterioration in investment in health?
Well, without being personal, the Minister can address that question.
Personal. Well, what sort of mentality, without being personal,
would
describe it that way?
Well, that's exactly the problem.
Unless you're a nutcase.
Mr Speaker, this government has agreed to increase Health New Zealand's deficit position from break-even to $475 million in 26-27. This is entirely funded by cash reserves and therefore does not involve debt.
Never thought I heard that.
Question,
Supplementary.
the Honourable Dr Ashfield.
If care and support worker numbers in Health New Zealand fell by 213 full-time equivalents, while Health New Zealand was running a $350 million deficit, will there be greater cuts when the health system is running a $475 million deficit?
Mr Speaker, I'll reiterate the position again. The decision that has been made is deliberate. Health New Zealand could balance its books tomorrow, but it is choosing to ensure that quality of service is maintained, that we do not cut services. The member is implying that the better option would be to return to balance books and cut services.
Supplementary question, the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Very slowly and with crayons. Is $475 million more a cut or an investment?
Excuse me, sorry. If you've got a point of order, stand up and take it. Don't snipe from the side.
Point of order, sir.
What's your point of order?
The point of order is quite clear. That you have said to this House on a number of occasions that there is to be no lead-in before a question is asked. It certainly isn't supposed to be using questions to clearly attack other members of the House. Both of those things were in breach in that, and you said nothing. Now, this is another example of that member being allowed to do things that you expect from others. It is not acceptable, sir.
And that is completely unreasonable in your part. And if you want that applied to every question that gets asked from the opposition, then that's where we'll go. In the meantime, the Minister should answer that question.
Mr Speaker, as I've stated, the $475 million was a government decision to ensure that services do not get cut and that the funding is completely delivered by cash reserves and therefore no debt is involved.
Point of order.
You've just indicated that if that is what the opposition would like, then that is what we'll do. That is what the opposition would like, sir. We draft our questions according to the requirements of Speaker's rulings, and all we asked is that the requirements be applied consistently across all parties and specifically in this instance across all members.
Good. Question 7, Sam Uffindale.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Revenue. Is the government considering increasing the corporate tax rate?
The Honourable Seymour Watts.
Mr Speaker, no. This government is not considering increasing the corporate tax rate. New Zealand's company tax rate remains at 28%, where it has been since a previous national government lowered it. IRD's own 2025 tax system review says that higher taxes on inbound capital raise the return investors require. We are focused on growing the economy, attracting investment, making it easier for business to invest and hire, fixing the basics, not on raising taxes on businesses and employ hard-working Kiwis.
Supplementary. What impact would raising the corporate tax rate have on the New Zealand economy?
Well, Mr Speaker, raising the corporate tax rate would be a handbrake on the economy when we can least afford it. Less investment, lower labour productivity and lower wages, with the tax liability ultimately being borne by hard-working Kiwi workers. New Zealand already has one of the higher company tax rates in the OECD. Increasing it up from 28% would make this country a worse place to invest. That means fewer jobs and less growth.
Supplementary. What would a raise in the company tax rate mean for everyday Kiwi workers?
Well, Mr Speaker, it's a mistake to think that only the big corporates and their owners would be harmed by an increase in the company tax rate. Any increase would also affect small businesses and make it harder to start a business in the first place. It would also impact every worker. When businesses hire fewer people and make fewer investments because they are instead paying that money in taxes, that means fewer opportunities for workers. This side of the House wants to see people in work, not less. We want to make sure that more people are starting, growing businesses, not less.
Supplementary. What tax changes for businesses has the government introduced instead?
Well, Mr Speaker, good news. Instead of a tax increase, this government has delivered investment boost. This government's investment boost has significantly lowered the tax burden on new investment. Mr Speaker, investment boost actually cuts the average effective marginal corporate tax rate by about 5 to 6 percentage points, and that takes it from about 28% to below 24%.
Supplementary, the Honourable Deborah Russell.
Will he rule out increasing GST?
Mr Speaker, I'm glad the member asked about future appetite around taxes, but on this side of the House I can be very clear that we will not be increasing any new taxes.
Just a moment. Just answer the question without any sort of flicks at the other side of the House.
We will not be increasing any new taxes.
Good. And that's the end of that question. Oreni Kaipara. Oreni Kaipara and no one else.
Tēnā koe, e te pika. Ki te minita mō ngā take whakahiato ora me te mahi to the Minister of Social Development and Employment, what impact, if any, will the government's use of automated decision-making to make benefit decisions have on whānau access to income support and unemployment?
The member needs to present the question to the House as written.
As written. Tēnā koe. What impact, if any, will the government's use of AI to make benefit decisions have on whānau access to income support and unemployment?
The Honourable Penny Simmons.
Point of order, Mr Speaker. That isn't the question.
A point of order. Well, it's the question I've got in front of me.
The final sentence and impact on employment.
That's correct. Look, you've got it. The other day I took a question off the National Party because they got it wrong. Now, in that case, they got it dreadfully wrong because it was a supplementary that was asked instead of the primary. Read the primary as it's written on the paper.
That is what I read. I read it. That's exactly what I read it. That's exactly what I read.
The yellow sheet does not say that.
Yeah, that's exactly what I read.
I didn't add anything into it. However, I will start again. I can read. Quite capable.
Okay, there must be 2 bits of paper floating around. Answer the question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, on behalf...
Sorry, before you do, I do apologise to the member for that second intervention. The first one was correct.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Social Development and Employment, Mr Speaker, the Ministry does not use generative AI to make decisions about people's benefits. It uses automated decision-making, ADM, for some straightforward rules-based processes where no discretion is required while decisions requiring judgment continue to involve staff. This means faster and more accurate access to support that beneficiaries need while retaining human judgment and safeguards.
Supplementary. Is the government sending a message to the private sector that it is okay to replace entry-level roles with automated decision-making, and if so, what impact will this change have on Māori and rangatahi unemployment, which is sitting at 10.8% and 25% respectively, both 11-year highs?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, the use of automated decision-making enables Ministry of Social Development staff to process more quickly and more accurately support that beneficiaries need while still retaining the safeguards and human judgment on decision-making.
Supplementary. Have any mistakes been made?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, that's a fairly broad question, but if the member would like to put in writing what particular mistakes she might be aware of, let me know.
Question number 9, the Honourable Kira McAnulty.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister of Housing, how many of the social houses funded in the 2024 and 2025 budgets have been delivered?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, since coming into office, the government has delivered around 8,000 net new social homes, 5,000 net new social houses delivered by Aotearoa, 2,900 delivered by community housing providers. In relation to budget 24 and 25, as of this week, 633 places have been delivered so far. By 30 November 2026, we expect this number to be at least 1,000, which is great progress.
Supplementary. Does he accept, as outlined in a recent report by Community Housing Aotearoa, that homelessness has reached its highest ever record level?
Well, as the member knows, there are a variety of different measures in relation to homelessness. For example, from census 2018 to census 2023, the number of people living in severe housing deprivation, which is a statistically robust measure of homelessness, went up by around, from memory, 37%.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Sir, I asked him specifically around does he accept that homelessness has increased to the highest level. His response was to a data point from the previous government.
Appreciate that point. I think the Minister could be either not answer because it's not in the public interest or give some answer to that specific question, even though it is in the nature of a yes or no.
I'll just repeat what I said, which is that there are a variety of different measures around homelessness. I referred to the most statistically robust measure of homelessness, which is severe housing deprivation as measured by the census.
Supplementary. Why, when Community Housing Aotearoa have said that homelessness has now reached its highest ever level, will he not rescind his instruction to Kāinga Ora to not increase the number of houses it has?
Because, in relation to the second limb of the question, Mr Speaker, because the government is interested in growing social housing more generally, not a narrow fixation on the number of state houses. We have funded significant investments across all 3 budgets in growing the social housing pipeline, which is why there is now around 4,800 to 5,300 total homes funded across budgets 24, 25 and 2026. We are delivering them in a cheaper way thanks to the support provided to the Community Housing Funding Authority, which I note the member has decided to match recently and I welcome. We're delivering them in a cheaper way, in a more value for money way, and delivering them to the areas which are needed most. For example, last week Tama Potaka and I announced well over 100 homes in Tairāwhiti alone, because that is the area that is in severe need.
Supplementary. How can he, on one hand, see homelessness increase to the highest ever record level, admit that there is no guarantee for shelter for those who need it, and claim to want to fix it, while only delivered so far 633 houses and refused to rescind his instruction to Kāinga Ora not to increase the number of homes?
Well, the member is conflating about 3 or 4 separate issues there. I just refer him to what I said in the last answer, which is we funded over 4,800 social homes across budgets 24. Yes, as the member may well discover at some point, it takes time to build houses. Funding a house does not immediately mean it turns up. For example, I am advised that social houses funded in budget 2020, some were not delivered until 2025, 5 years later. So the funding provided in budget 2024 started on the 1st of July 2025, which is just over a year or so ago, and 630 homes have been delivered. The member wants to talk about delivery. I just put up 100,000 homes and compare it to the record.
Are you calling?
Yes, supplementary
question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can the Minister please confirm that the recent MCERT Homelessness Insights report noted that the number of those rough sleeping in Auckland has decreased over the past 18 months, and this is influenced by the successful use of 300 housing first places announced by said Minister in September 2025?
All of them, actually. In response to the question from Tama Potaka.
It's enough. The Minister's quite capable of answering on his own without the barrage from the background.
Mr Speaker, yes, I can confirm that. The government moved quite... I mean, let's just be honest with the House. We have a homelessness issue in this country. Not denying that we have one. I've never denied that, and I never would, because the facts are obvious. We've had a homelessness issue in New Zealand for the better part of 20 to 30 years. And we need to be honest about the fact that the solution is not just writing a cheque. Between 2017 and 2023, the country spent, wait for it, $30 billion on housing support. And the number of people living in severe deprivation increased. So if it was just a money issue, we would have solved it a long time ago. The honest answer is it is land supply, it is infrastructure, it is better social support, it is social investment, it is backing our community housing providers, it is doing a range of things, all of which, by the way, the government is doing.
Question number 10, Tamatha Paul.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Housing. Does he stand by his reported statement that it doesn't sit comfortably with him that there is no guarantee of shelter for people on any given night? If not, why not?
Yes, Mr Speaker. In context, what I said was actually what I just repeated in the response to the last supplementary. We have an enormous challenge around housing in this country. I've spent much of the last 3 years doing my best to try and fix it, including things like fast track, building more social homes. Last week we announced 820 new social houses around the country, including in areas that are in severe housing need. We've expanded homelessness outreach services, including in Auckland, the City Mission and Kahui Te Kaha. I'm not going to pretend for a moment there is not a challenge here. There is. It's a long-running social challenge for New Zealand. We're making progress, but there's a lot to do.
Supplementary question. Was he trying his best when the government decided to restrict access to emergency accommodation?
Emergency accommodation is there. There is around 400 people living in emergency motel accommodation right now, and it is there for those who are in genuine need. We did make a change because the government's view was spending $1 million a day, which is what we were doing, and trapping people, over 4,000 at its peak, in grotty, dank motel rooms, often filled with crime and squalor, was terrible for the families, disastrous for children, recklessly irresponsible for the communities which those motels were in. The only people who benefited from that disaster were motel owners who enriched themselves on the backs of human misery. So I'm proud that we've put an end to it.
Supplementary. Was he trying his best when his government decided to empower the police to move on rough sleepers when they have no guarantee of shelter?
Mr Speaker, in relation to the second part of that question, we're working hard with a range of community providers in Auckland, including some of the groups I just mentioned, like the City Mission and Kahui Te Kaha. We've funded immediate transition housing support in Auckland, for example, and I'm aware of a letter from her colleague, Honourable Julianne Genter, in relation to a similar service that could be funded in Wellington, for example, as well. Those services do work and we'll continue to support them.
Does he expect someone who is rough sleeping out in the cold and wet weather when they are moved on, if there is no guarantee of shelter available to them, to be able to move on?
I'll just refer the member to the answer I previously gave, which is we fund extensive range of supports in our major centres, and now, thanks to the work of Mr Potaka, increasingly in our regional centres as well, to help those who are doing it tough, who are in need of support, who don't have a bed for the night.
One more here. Timothy Paul.
Are the immediate access transitional housing beds available in the whole country enough to meet the persistently high number of people rough sleeping when all of those beds are in Auckland and there are only 65 beds?
No, they're not available in the whole country. Not everywhere in the country has the providers or the services that could sustain those, but if there are providers out there who are prepared to offer what is quite a difficult service to provide, and I say that in the best spirit, then we're prepared to look at that, obviously.
What will he do, if anything, to address his discomfort that there is no guarantee of shelter for homeless people?
Mr Speaker, what I will do is do what we are doing. Fast track, going for housing growth, sorting out our infrastructure system, changing our social housing system so that rather than having a potpourri approach to social housing provision, we take a place-based approach, look at the data and say the East Coast has housing need, we're going to spend some money there and build some houses. The far north has severe housing deprivation, we're going to invest some money there. We're going to look at the cohorts who need social housing the most, the victims of family violence, the former prisoners, the people in acute mental health beds who can't leave the mental health facilities they're in because they've got nowhere to go. We're going to direct the system to make sure people like that have social houses that they can go to. Our social housing system is not working effectively enough for the very people it is designed to help. The good news is we are fixing it. I invite you to come on the journey with me.
The Honourable Tama Potaka.
Can the Minister please confirm that this government has committed again to funding more than $14 million of additional transitional housing services in locations such as Auckland, Wellington, Christchurch, Hamilton, Whakatane, Tauranga, Waimakariri, Napier, New Plymouth and now Masterton?
Yes, I can confirm that and I'm very proud of those investments.
Question number 11, Krista Tagariri-Manuel.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Development and Employment. Does she stand by her statement that, quote, in terms of unemployment, Māori are disproportionately affected, end quote? If so, why?
The Honourable Penny Simmons.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Social Development and Employment, yes. We acknowledge that many Kiwis are finding it tough at the moment. That's why our government is so focused on fixing the basics and building the future. And we are seeing positive signs. Our economy is growing. MSD's community coaching program and expanded case management services have helped improve employment opportunities for young people, including Māori, and I'm confident our approach is working because despite challenging times, we have seen an increase in the number of Māori exiting the job seeker benefit onto work.
Supplementary. Can she confirm that under her watch, Māori unemployment in Tairāwhiti has reached nearly 10%?
Mr Speaker, as we acknowledge, there is a disproportionate number of Māori that are implicated by unemployment. So things like being
predominantly in sectors such as manufacturing, construction, infrastructure, which are more susceptible to changes in employment cycles, means that unemployment has been higher, much higher than we would like it. But that's why we are putting in place a number of things to assist, things like mana in mahi, things like hei pōtama rangatahi, things like flexi wages, things like driver's licence support, community job coaching, 1,000 additional YG youth guarantee places, saving apprentice boost and doubling trades academies are all focused on ensuring that there are pathways to employment for Māori.
Supplementary. Can she confirm that under her watch, young Māori not in education, employment or training has reached 23.1%?
Again, Mr Speaker, young people are disproportionately impacted by high unemployment. And again, that is why we have that full range of programs there to support a pathway for young Māori into employment. But Mr Speaker, the biggest thing that will ensure that more young people, more Māori go into employment is growth in our economy, and that is why we are so focused on ensuring that the economy can grow so that employers have confidence to take on more staff. But Mr Speaker, something that we will not be doing is putting in place stamp duty, an international company tax, a land tax.
Supplementary. Can she confirm that there are nearly 10,000 more Māori on job seeker support compared to when she took office?
That's right. Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, we have been very clear that Māori and young Māori are disproportionately impacted by unemployment. That is why we have to be so focused on ensuring that our economy grows, on ensuring that we take away red tape so that businesses have the confidence to grow and hire more people. It is absolutely critical that our economy continues to grow to enable lower unemployment and to ensure that more Māori are employed. And Mr Speaker, we are seeing signs of it in regions like Canterbury and Otago and Southland, where the economy has come back stronger and therefore the unemployment rate is dropping.
Supplementary. Why, when the number of Māori unemployed and on job seeker keeps rising under her watch, did she cut Māori trades training, an initiative that addresses the very concerns she claims to have?
Well, Mr Speaker, I will read that full range of supports if the member would like again. Mana in mahi, hei pōtama rangatahi, flexi wage, a whole range of programs, training initiatives, employment support that is designed to help prepare people for work when it is available so that they can take up those opportunities.
Question number 12, Aotearoa Williams.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Commerce and Consumer Affairs. Does he stand by all his statements and actions?
The Honourable Cameron Brown.
Mr Speaker, yes, in the context they were given.
Will he continue to defend high food price increases, and what other price increases on essentials is he asking Kiwis to wear?
Mr Speaker, I have never defended high food prices. We are very encouraged, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity again. We are very encouraged by the latest Statistics New Zealand Food Price Index, which showed grocery prices increased just 1.9% in the year to July 2026. It's a big improvement from 12.3% in the year to June 2023.
So does he share the goal of the Finance Minister, as stated on 27 May 2025, to reduce food prices for Kiwis, or his comment this week that he will defend sustainable food price increases?
Mr. Speaker, I have never gone out there defending food price increases. What I have promoted is sustainable grocery prices, and that is what we are getting to a point of. 1.9% in the year to July 2026 is a big improvement from 12.3% under the previous government.
Can seniors who are increasingly visiting the doctor malnourished and in need of vitamin injections afford the sustainable food price increases he commented on this week as he defends those price rises while the supermarkets profit?
Mr. Speaker, again, we're seeing some progress as far as grocery prices go. And I take you back, Mr. Speaker, back to 2023, when overall annual food prices went up 12.5%, when grocery food went up 12.8%, when fruit and vegetables in 2023 went up 22% in 1 year, when restaurant meals and ready-to-eat food went up 9.2%, when meat and poultry and fish went up 11%. That is her record.
Supplementary. Who is correct? The minister who says just then that we are seeing some progress on grocery prices, or the carer who said when we talk about proteins, we talk about eggs, fish, meat, they're almost out of reach now to a generation of pensioners?
Mr. Speaker, this government will continue the good work it's doing to put downward pressure on grocery prices. The latest stat we have is 1.9%, just 1.9% as an annual increase in food. Yes, we've got some work to do, but it's a big improvement from where we're at under the last administration.
That concludes oral questions.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz.
Brown to town. Didn't you know that? Didn't you ever get brought up proper? All right. Right, good evening, members. We are now resuming on the committee stage of the Natural Environment Bill. Natural Environment Bill. Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to start off with where the member in the chair left off before the dinner break. And I'd like to thank him from the bottom of my heart for his beautiful display of his love for the natural environment and the importance of seagrass. That was great. But my question does relate to the member in the chair's explanations of what some different sorts of limits might be. And I do thank him for discussing the difference between those numerical limits that we are used to, such as for fresh water and air, and then these different, what he was describing as limits for, say, Indigenous biodiversity. The example given was the corridors surrounding braided rivers in Canterbury, how they don't seem to have much biodiversity around them, and how that would be a good thing to have. And that we could also do better in our coastal environments with the seagrass and other things. So my question is quite a simple question, and it is, given his explanation of what could be in these limits, which, and I agree with everything that the member was saying in terms of how these are outcomes that I would also like to see. But they just seem to me, some of them, not the water or the air, seem to be more like targets or outcomes or something that is not yet achieved. Like, great, we want to get there. I in no way want to stop anybody from trying to achieve the things that the member in the chair was talking about. But are they, when I think of limits, the limit is, if we've met the limit, then computer says no, or the police car is coming to chase you, or that is what the limit is, rather than how can we approve everything. So I was just wondering if he could comment on that difference between he was talking about air pollution, and if you're in a factory and you need your PM10 to be below a certain level, that you can measure that, and the member was talking about the importance of being able to measure these things, which I also agree with. So that is clearly a limit. If you go above a certain PM10 limit, then you might stop what you're doing. Whereas if you are saying we need more biodiversity along the braided river corridors in Canterbury, then that's not going to stop you from doing something. So I'm just trying to work out how he sees that sort of limit, the corridor around the braided river, applying to a planning framework, and a framework whereby, as the Minister has described it, the development is enabled within those limits. And if in fact, should they still be called limits, or should they be called something else? I don't disagree with the ideas, I'm just trying to work it through.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the member for asking that question. Limits, as I have outlined before, are but one tool in the system provided for in the Natural Environment Bill by which to achieve the goals of the Act. I refer the member back to, we are going back, and I appreciate we've moved past this in the debate. I'm going to go back for clarification, since we've just started again this evening after the dinner break. 48, how limits are expressed. I believe that's the clarification that the member has asked for. Either as a state attribute or a stress attribute. A state attribute being an identified biophysical state of the natural environment, or a stress attribute being an identified level of biophysical harm or stress on the natural environment that's allowed within the management unit. And 48.2 describes, 48(1)(c) says a limit may be expressed numerically or in narrative form, subject to subsection 2, where a state attribute is clearly measurable. It's expressed in a way that readily enables the assessment of whether the limit is breached in accordance with any requirements prescribed in regulations or national standards. And because in the current resource management system we do not have a way of describing and achieving a state that a limit, which again is not provided for in the RMA, is intended to achieve, this is a new way of looking at things. And so we will have the ability to describe a state attribute that a limit is intended to achieve on the basis that it's measurable. Because simply describing an aspiration without being able to identify a pathway to get there or milestones along the way that we can measure and calibrate and potentially change the way we're doing things is no more than a slogan. And this legislation is not about slogans. It's not about announcements. It's about providing the tools, the technical tools, the legislative tools, and regulations, national policy direction standards that enable us to achieve these limits. But as we have canvassed that extensively, I would appreciate questions on matters further on in this part.
Rachel Brooking.
Follow up to that. And so his understanding is a limit is not necessarily a backstop. It can be, from his description, it can be a whole lot more than a backstop. It can be a forward look as well.
Mr. Chair. Simon
yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair.
Lan Farm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, really interested on continuing on the bill. And the clause that I'd like to pick up on now is 49A. And these are about the considerations relevant to developing the human health limits. Now, what we heard really clearly from submitters across the spectrum really was concern about how weighty ministerial influence is in the setting, the actual setting of these human health limits. Now, what I'm interested in firstly is the very start of the clause in 94A1A, because this outlines that the Minister must be satisfied that the proposed human health limit will, as a minimum, prevent significant or irreversible harm to people and communities. Now, that sounds very reasonable. We want the Minister to be able...
Did you mean 94 or 49?
49A.
49, yeah, sorry.
Thank you. But I've also got an amendment paper, Mr. Chair, just while you're situating yourself. It's number 752, and that's what I'll be referring to now. Thank you. What I'm interested in understanding from the member is the satisfied test for the Minister. We have a number of government members currently, but also I don't want to assign this to any one side of the House. There is risk in any one government for people to be, shall we say, more flexible with their interpretation of what information and evidence actually is. And I'm interested as to the members' directions about what that test of satisfied actually means. Could it, for example, conflict with scientific evidence? And I think what's really important with this is that we're talking about human health impacts. These aren't political matters. They are clear health concerns which are usually in some form measurable. And why I'm really interested in that is because I'm proposing in my amendment paper an aspect that we heard consistently, not only from submitters, but particularly the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, who encouraged us as the Select Committee members to take this setting of health limits, of ministerial direction generally, but particularly when it comes to these human health limits, out of the political sphere and put it with more independent bodies. Now, one way that I'm proposing to do that, Mr. Chair, which I'd appreciate the members' comments on, is actually establishing a human health limits board that is independent of government. And I'm outlining in that that the minister must consider in the appointment of that board, sorry, I'm losing my voice, that'd be terrible, wouldn't it? Things like the type of matter that the board will be considering, the local community, public health, legal expertise, technical expertise, tikanga Māori, really basic things that could constitute an option to get this whole system out of political influence and just have a bit of an arm's length between the minister and this independent human health limits board. The minister would still have the ability to publicly notify the human health limit. There would be relevant health guidelines, either published or advised by the Ministry of Health. And the requirements, once the board has met the requirements that are outlined in my amendment paper, I'm not going to go through all of them, but then at that point, then the board itself would be the one that decided on the setting of the proposed human health limits. I think this would be a really great application for such a serious issue and what the country desperately needs.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate the members' suggestions, but what I refer the member to in 49A, considerations relevant to developing human health limits, is there is a very thorough set of criteria that the minister must be satisfied by. And while I appreciate that the member might consider that technocrats might be able to work through the same process, the difference between outsourcing it to technocrats and having a minister responsible is that the minister in a government is responsible. And from a democratic point of view, it's preferable to hold a minister in a government to account for a process than it is to technocrats. And I just want to, and there may be a difference of opinion across political parties about whether democratic accountability for decision making sits best with elected members and a democratically elected and formed government, or whether a bureaucracy should be making a decision. And so, Mr. Chair, to the member Lan Farm, I'll just cover some of the matters. The minister must be satisfied the proposed human health limit will, at a minimum, prevent significant or irreversible harm to people and communities. That is a very high threshold. It carries significant responsibility for the decision maker. Consider relevant health guidelines. And once those criteria are met, that is essentially a gateway test. The minister may then decide the level at which the proposed human health limit is set with reference to 49A3. Firstly, the human health limit is set at an acceptable level above the minimum requirements, which he must have regard to the relevant health guidelines. So we can expect that they are evidence-based. The existing capacity of the natural environment to withstand or recover from pressure and disturbances, and that's in accordance, and I refer the member to section 57. The impact of the proposed limit in terms of section 56, these are interrelated, and there's a lot of detail about the matters that the minister has to take into account. And most importantly, 49A, 3D, a cost-benefit analysis of the proposed human health limit. Because while we all expect that significant or irreversible harm to people or communities is avoided as the purpose of developing a human health limit, there is a cost to adopting limits that are far more risk averse, far more conservative than are needed to achieve that outcome of preventing significant or irreversible harm to people and communities. And I just want to refer the member to a recent event where decisions were made around projected risks to human health in New Zealand during the COVID era, where decisions were made that it turns out were not risk-based and had extraordinary cost, and for which the benefits were not realised. And in many cases, the costs were concealed. Now, here is a process that a minister, democratically accountable, elected member in a government will be held to account for, that actually tests all of these matters. And I would propose that this framework is more robust than any other process in New Zealand's law for establishing a human health limit.
Arana Williams, I just will make a comment that we're at 3 hours now on this particular part. The fact that the member is giving fulsome answers shows evidence that we are still addressing new material, but I will be asking members to start prioritising as we move through here. Arana Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm at page 72, 73, at 50, 50A and 50B. I'll ask them all in one go. I want to ask the member and the chair about, firstly, 50B. This is a genuine question. How does this clause interact with the regulatory relief provisions? Because it seems to impose a positive requirement on councils to be satisfied that the proposed limit protects life-supporting capacity of natural environment. So there seems to be a positive requirement that they set, a limit which might impose costs on those people that the member has outlined. But then I guess the only protection that they have is if they don't invoke a limit at all. So is that right? And therefore does it sort of create this disincentive to applying any limits whatsoever? To move through my other questions, just on the issue of regional councils setting the freshwater limit, the ecosystem definition seems to have restricted this to where there is biodiversity at any given time, not necessarily increasing that, and being agnostic as to what sort of biodiversity and what health it has. The member and the chair misunderstood my question when I was asking him about whether the eels would be edible. The question that he seems to pose in the definition of ecosystem and then the application of 50 is, if there are 50 eels at one state and then in the future there are another 50 eels, then that is the system working. But the question is there a requirement for these limits to also improve the health of the eels in the context of Māori rights and interests in a lake like Lake Forsyth, Te Roto o Wairewa, that Māori have an interest in that area being a mahinga kai area, and so those eels being of sufficient health that it's not in the human health limits, but it's also now not in the ecosystem limits. And I just want him to explain how a council is meant to take that into account, because obviously they do. Plan Change 6 of ECAN's plan allows for bespoke rules for setting the limits around Lake Forsyth. And this is a third question for him, is his system now doesn't allow councils to be able to set their own methodology. But in the case of something like Lake Forsyth, Te Roto o Wairewa, it is a shallow lake, one that is particularly phosphorus enriched, which is subject to occasional cyanobacterial blooms. The issue there is that it is unlike the lakes around it. It is also not comparable to other deeper lakes in the North Island. When he speaks about those braided rivers, that is a consequence of the lakes, the lake now being in the state that it is, that those braided rivers are getting shallower and that the sediment runoff into the lake is affecting its health and the biodiversity within it. So wouldn't it be reasonable in that case for a regional council to set its own methodology? I understand that he is trying to design a system which has one national rule for the methodology, but there will always be these outlier cases where it doesn't make sense to follow the national methodology, but there doesn't seem to be any way out for a council who have a genuinely unique ecosystem that is not being contemplated at the national level.
Mr. Chair.
Simon Court.
Well, really good question. I'll answer that first, and I'll come back to the member's question about interaction with regulatory relief. The system does provide for communities when contributing to council's limit setting, which we must accept will follow a national methodology, and it is intended that be prescribed in standards which are available to be developed under this legislation. Now, the methodology is intended to be prescribed. We cannot have 67 territorial authorities, 12, 14 regional councils, forgive me, I've lost count of how many there are in New Zealand, there's so many, coming up with their own methodologies for determining limit setting. It's going to be a standardised process, but within the process is the opportunity for communities, particularly where there are important ecological or cultural values, to provide more weighting, so that if the matter of eels in a shallow lake with already impacts around from nutrients or as the member described, eutrophication or algal blooms, if the community wishes to set a limit that focuses on ecological health for the benefit of creatures in the lake, eels, then they can choose to do so. But as part of the process, they will be forced to confront the costs of that. Whereas in the current system in the Resource Management Act, a council can choose a limit, but when it comes to, well, what does that mean for the rest of the community in terms of people who grow food, businesses, your local council's needs for infrastructure and potentially, you know, to have somewhere to discharge wastewater. I'm not saying that's appropriate. I don't know enough about the conditions of that particular lake, but the community will have an opportunity to make those trade-offs during the limit setting process, rather than saying we want this really, really, really strict limit and we're just going to ignore all the downstream or second order effects of that. So communities will have the ability at place to protect important ecological values, if that's the value they wish to protect, on the basis that they have confronted all of these other potential knock-on effects. So we believe communities should be in control and have a say. I'll just come to the member's question around 50A and B, around whether when setting limits, councils will be exposed during the decision-making process to potentially, if the limits they set around Indigenous biodiversity, which is the domain that the member raised, and if they seek to apply those limits to private property, will that application be subject to a regulatory relief test? Absolutely. Again, that provides really, really important tension in the system. So again, it's about exposing the costs and the benefits. There's a benefit cost analysis required in the limit setting process, so that if the costs of imposing such a limit are very high, that can be discovered through the limit setting process, and then communities, planners and decision makers will have an opportunity to make choices and make trade-offs. And if these values are so important, which for many communities an ecological value is very important, in fact it's the most important, then councils, decision makers can proceed, but they will be confronted with the cost. But it's important that's known up front, not something that's kicked down the road to future generations or the next council, or just left hanging out there as a fiscal or other type of liability.
Arana Williams.
Chair, really appreciate the member's answer. That's not quite what I anticipated because of the formulation of 50B1 where it's before designing the ecosystem limit. So I guess the only way I think that the member was saying that the councils have out of paying that regulatory relief is to have no limit, which is not what I thought. So can I ask him just 2 examples related to Lake Forsyth? One is, isn't the way that the current market works for land in that area that because the water discharges are limited because of Plan Change 6, the value of the land is lower? That new landowners pay less for that land because its commercial value is lower now? Isn't the value of those discharges already included?
Mr Chair, I do appreciate the member's broad and deep knowledge of many specific issues around New Zealand. The member's made a very valuable contribution with her questions in this debate. I'm not familiar with that specific case. What you are seeking the information you're seeking from me, I can only provide it in relation to this clause. I'll refer the member to 50B, 1C, a cost-benefit analysis of the proposed limit must be had regard to when developing ecosystem limits. Now, the costs might be the cost of choosing a particular limit and what that might require in terms of, if it's applied to private land, the cost of providing regulatory relief to the landowners whose use of that land is impaired in the way provided for in the legislation. So I hope that's clear, and we have covered this extensively, and I don't intend to go back to it. But when it comes to the other matters that the member raised, if with existing planning controls being applied to land, and I think the member mentioned Plan Change 6, if somebody buys a piece of land with existing planning controls on it, after this legislation takes effect, and they willingly accept those controls in the sale and purchase process, caveat emptor, buyer beware. That landowner will not be eligible for regulatory relief. We do not intend that people arrive and go, now I want regulatory relief because of this thing. You have purchased the land with these controls on it. So we're trying to be pragmatic and practical in the way we approach it, but absolutely appreciate the member's concern that in particular communities, they might want to set ecological health limits that protect a particular value, like the habitat of eels, for example, or tuna, and they will have the ability to do that. And where there is a cost to doing that, that will be transparent and available to the community planners and decision makers at the time.
Rachel Brooking.
Small question on this point at 50B, and where the member and the chair was talking about regulatory relief, and that applies to biodiversity, but regulatory relief does not apply to water standards, fresh water quality. Please tell me if I'm wrong. So is he then saying that the cost, when he's talking about costs, he's talking about C, that cost-benefit analysis of the proposed limit? Or is he saying that regulatory relief applies to every ecosystem health limit?
Mr Chair.
Simon Court.
No, the scope of the bill, it only applies in the Natural Environment Bill to Indigenous biodiversity.
Lan Farm.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and noting your guidance to keep moving, and I'm directly keeping moving. So
Good.
my amendment paper, which I want to touch on in this, what should be a short call, is number 674. And this is of absolute relevance to the bill because this is where the environmental limits framework fails, and it fails to deliver. And it's in the space, in the consideration of the actual setting of these environmental limits, and it's the fact that the so-called environmental limits are not actually environmental limits, because there are numerous clauses throughout the environmental limits section, including 49A, 50B, 56 and 57A, where it makes it really clear that these so-called environmental limits are only considered when you look at social and economic factors. Now, this is a fatal flaw when it comes to, you know, the attempt at this being any form of an enduring framework. And I would like to hear from the member whether he would consider the fact that environmental limits can stand alone as they are, as environmental limits. The social and economic factors can come into the timing of the achievement of those limits. That is how it has played out and absolutely can play out in the future, instead of compromising the environmental limit itself by those factors. Because what is really deceptive when you have social and economic factors coming into the actual environmental limits themselves, it is really hard for communities to know what they are actually aiming for and what the biophysical state that they're aiming for and why they are aiming for it, which is another really clear part of this whole system. It's why are we trying to aim for that and under what time frame? So my amendments that I'm proposing is let's leave the environmental limits framework, but let's uphold its integrity. And I'm interested in whether the member would consider this. Uphold its integrity by having environmental limits that are environmental limits. Because we know that clouding it with these social and economic factors is not going to get us anywhere. Please.
Mr. Chair.
Simon Court.
The member raises a really good point. So I just want to clarify the intent of the legislation. But before I do, I want to reflect on the member's concern that limits set under this new framework will not be enduring. Let's be clear. None of the attempts to establish national bottom lines for water quality, whether it's nitrogen or any other matter, have been enduring. Despite 35 years of the RMA, national policy statements of freshwater, national environmental standards, none of them have endured. It's because setting an aspirational limit that covers the whole country or even a region, in the absence of confronting the trade-offs, who lives in the community? Who benefits from a certain limit? Who pays the cost? What opportunities are foregone in terms of economic growth and change, in terms of social development, in terms of social mobility, by selecting a limit that is so constraining that the activities that are reasonably expected to occur there, remember, New Zealand is still largely unoccupied. We have developed large parts of it for primary production and forestry and our towns and cities, but it's still relatively unoccupied and undeveloped. So to establish environmental limits that severely constrain people's social mobility and ability to provide for their families, and to assume that that is the only thing that matters, that has not worked, it has not endured. And so I do appreciate the member's concern that we provide for environmental limits that are enduring, that have that continue to have social licence, and that we confront. But in order to do that, the intention of this legislation, the intention of the government, the clear intention of Minister Bishop and I, is that we confront those matters at the time the limits are set, not choose an aspirational limit and then look the other way and wonder why there's so much noise, there's so much grit, the environment continues to degrade in places because it's impossible to implement. The tools that we have to implement very specific limits, particularly around fresh water, are simply not specific. We simply don't have that level of specificity in the way that we have inputs into the natural environment and responses. Now, we might know, for example, how long it takes for a drop of water to land on a mountain top, say, above Pew Pew Springs, forgive me, that's the term I've always known it, in Takaka. We know roughly how long it takes for a drop of water to land on top of the hills. Minister Potaka might be able to help me with my pronunciation. I am struggling. But we know how long it takes, roughly, for a drop of water to land on top of the mountain and end up in those springs. It's about 8 years. But there are very few places in New Zealand where we have that level of detail, very, very difficult and expensive to get. So it's important when we're setting limits. We aspire, but we confront the costs of what setting certain levels of limits might mean to the community that we operate in, to our local economy, to our social aspirations and ability, social mobility, and we make the call then. Because if we provide communities with that opportunity to have that conversation and to make those trade-offs, then it is far more likely, and in fact that is our intention, that environmental limits are enduring and that communities will then be able to plan a pathway to achieving them if they are aspirational or if they are more close to the status quo, that there is a realistic and practical pathway to achieving them. So I absolutely get the members' concern. But I'm confident, this government is confident, Minister Bishop is confident that what we have set out here, the methodology, is the best way for achieving enduring limits and durable and achievable aspirations for our environment.
Land farm.
Accept that taking into account social and economic considerations and environmental limits compromise the environmental limit as a concept?
Mr. Chair. No, absolutely not. We all exist in the environment. We live in the environment, we have houses in the environment, we build in the environment. We dig minerals out of the environment that we use to turn into things like cell phones, which I'm sure the member has at least one of, as does every member in this chamber. What else do we do in the environment? We fish, we hunt, we drive. Sometimes we like to drive off-road. We actually like to drive on the actual environment, not on a road. All of these things are part of who we are as humans. And this is an opportunity to challenge ourselves about what is important. Because we are going to have an opportunity to be very clear what are our social and economic and cultural aspirations when we set a limit relating to ecology. So when the member uses the term environment, I'm assuming she means ecology, because the environment is either the built environment as defined in the planning bill or the environment as defined in this bill. And we need to be specific. We're talking about ecology, and there's a trade-off between choosing an aspirational ecology limit and balancing against all of these other factors. Now, if I go and explain this outside of this House, and I go to a public meeting, or I go and meet with farmers, or I go and meet with environmental NGOs, or I talk to young people, or I talk to people at say, at a home show, where, because of the career I've chosen, sometimes I get to spend many days standing on the cold concrete floor of the Invercargill Licensing Trust Stadium at the Southland Home Show, where I get to meet many people who might challenge the way that the member Land Farm and I see the world. But what they want to know is that we understand the environment, the ecology of the place they live, what values they seek to protect, but also how important it is that they continue to have social, economic and cultural opportunities to express themselves and live their best lives.
I wonder if the member is appreciating the difficulty of asking the members on my left to keep moving when he's very fulsome in his replies and probably giving more material to remain around this level.
Accept your counsel, Mr. Chair.
Land farm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the member, I was speaking very specifically about biophysical, ecosystem health and human health limits that are measurable. I wasn't talking about aspiration. I was talking about pure ecosystem health function when it comes to human health and ecosystem health. But I take the member's comments about desiring that there are pragmatic steps along the way. And so, and he talked, his own words just before were, we need to take hold of this and make sure it's not something that's kicked down the road. Now, when we're talking about the limits themselves, whatever they are, why then are we why are we crippling ourselves when it comes to actual progress in timeframes? Because my amendment paper, which doesn't have a number on it, but was tabled, one of the amendment papers tabled on Wednesday, 26 August, under my name, simply within these clauses changes the interim limits from 10 years to 5, which is what was in the original bills until they were pushed out by the majority of government members on the Select Committee and the government. And the reason why that is so important is because then we would actually get somewhere. Now, the example that I want to give is directly related to later in the bill, where the government's, again, dropped these last-minute amendments that squash Plan Change 1 and Plan Change 2 in the Waikato and Manawatu. And within that very material, it says the bills will be in place for the Waikato in 2033. Now, what that means is the first limit, the first interim limit that comes into this system will be in place for 2043. That has got to be, to the member, an absolute failure of the system. And please would he consider a system that actually functions in a direction and a drive for some form of environmental or human health improvement.
Simon Court.
I just refer the member to the limit setting process in the legislation. It's been carefully thought out. I won't be accepting the member's proposed amendment. We have received reams of advice about the matters that the member refers to, and the government's decision, the minister's decision, my decision, expressed here in the legislation through drafting. I invite the member to read it, but it's all there.
Priyanka Radhakrishnan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I note that the Minister has said my questions are related to clause 55 and 56. And I note that the Minister has said that there's been a fair bit of thought that has gone into setting limits and the methodology that is used to set limits and so on and so forth. However, in clause 55D, it basically says that the Minister, when preparing national standards to set human limits, human health limits or ecosystem health limits, will need to specify a methodology. And it goes on to list the management unit, ecosystem health limits, and so on and so forth. There were a fair few submissions to Select Committee on this whole piece about limit setting and how ministers will set limits. And the concern that was raised by many was that it needs to be a methodology that is specified and based on science, basically, scientific baselines for these limits. And I wonder if the Minister could share a little bit about what the specification of, or the methodology that the Minister needs to specify will be based on. I'll wrap up in a minute, but I've got a couple of other questions. Particularly, it was around whether there will be ecological modelling that needs to be done before the methodology is set, whether those will be peer-reviewed, what sort of baseline data sets will be used. And I particularly refer to the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, who has repeatedly raised the fact that we don't have baselines when it comes to measuring ecological health nationwide. And so what sorts of data sets will the Minister be basing that on? I do also have some questions for the Minister around safeguards. So a fair bit of the anxiety that was expressed by submitters across this whole bill is the concentration of ministerial powers through this legislation. That is also seen when it comes to setting the methodology and establishing limits as well. What safeguards can the Minister point to in this legislation that will prevent potentially, say, future ministers from further weakening limits and changing methodologies as well that lead to the limit setting, I guess?
Simon
Court. I'll answer the second part of the member's question first. In terms of safeguards under 58A, specifying methodologies for setting ecosystem health limits. 58A2, the Minister must be satisfied the methodology supports the protection of life-supporting capacity of the natural environment to an acceptable standard after having considered a number of matters. There are significant safeguards. And in 58A4, the Minister must consider, when developing national standards, specify a methodology or minimum acceptable level, how the standards can allow for future improvements to science and modelling methods in a timely manner. In other words, by incorporating material by reference. The last thing we want is to set standards that essentially ossify. We want the system to be agile, to be able to respond to new information. In response to the members' questions on criteria for decisions relating to environmental limits, they are set in standards in terms of Clause 55, and the Minister, when preparing national standards, has to specify a methodology, and that's in accordance with the matters in 58A. There is extensive detail in primary legislation, and it will be further particularised through national standards.
Rachel Brooking.
Going to the conversation, a bit of back and forth about the role of the economy, and I want just to ask a simple question to the Minister, to the member and the chair, about the relationship between 56, which is considering impact of proposed environmental limit or methodology, and that includes a list of things that the economy crops up in, as does the efficacy and cost of available methods to manage effects within the proposed limit, how that relates back to 50B2, which is the cost that he was talking about communities. That's not regulatory relief in terms of things that aren't Indigenous biodiversity. Like why it is. I want to know how those two relate to each other, and in particular, any costings to the community, because the member and the chair was talking about how there's going to be some transparency and there will be some costs and there will be trade-offs. So his version of limits is very different from my version of it being a backstop. And then I'm going to jump ahead to 79, which is in a different subpart, but it's relevant to this line of questioning. And I have a published amendment 747 that would delete 79 because that is national standards may authorise specified activities to breach the environmental limits. And so there's been some amendments to what was reported back from Select Committee, and this clause was not in the bill as introduced. It popped up somehow in the Select Committee process by the majority, and now it's been amended in this amendment paper, and it says, oh well, even if you've gone to all this trouble of setting an environmental limit, and you've done your cost benefits and you've paid your regulatory relief if it's Indigenous biodiversity or whatever it is, then even then, if the Minister is satisfied that there is a net public benefit in authorising the activities, after having considered the public benefits of authorising the activities and the public costs of authorising the activities, and then some harm, then you can get around these limits. And so why, and in an earlier contribution from the Minister, he said, I can't remember what it was in relation to, but he said, you can't just get around these limits because there's got to be a public benefit. But the test for the net public benefit has to include a consideration of, I guess, the public costs of authorising the activities, which I think would be some of the costs that the member and the chair was talking about before. So the bigger point of this contribution is for the member to be clear about the relevance of all costs when setting any limit, because it seems that the cost factors crop up throughout, and that in fact any decision on a limit can be undone by the cost. And so to say, as the Minister has been saying, that this whole scheme of new legislation is going to have these environmental limits that, as Lan Farm said, might not happen until sometime in the 2040s. But they might just not ever exist because communities will say, oh, well, we can't afford them. Even if regulatory relief isn't relevant, given what the member has been saying about the cost and the community bearing the cost. And when we hear community bearing the cost, that means ratepayers, Mr. Chair. And I'm happy for the member to tell me that I'm wrong and that it's not ratepayers, that the community is devised in some other way. But I would like an answer to my bigger question as well, which is, can environmental limits always be knocked out by economic factors?
Mr. Chair.
It's on court.
This is in response to the member's question on how does 56 relate back to 50B and the cost-benefit analysis. 56 is considerations the Minister must make in relation to the impact, and the cost-benefit analysis is an additional requirement. Just coming to the member's questions on 79 about national standards which might authorise specified activities to breach a limit. There's some extensive criteria that the Minister has to satisfy, particularly around the net public benefit and authorising the activities, after having considered the public benefits of authorising the activity versus the public cost. One of the things this government's very clear about is we're not going to be hiding the cost of different options when communities, and in this case when ministers, are making decisions. For far too long, decisions about protection of environmental values have been taken in isolation from the impacts of that decision and the consequences on communities. This government is clear. We're not hiding these costs. Communities need to know. And if they choose to face the costs, they can make they can protect values. In the case of this provision, the Minister will be confronted with those costs when choosing whether a national standard may authorise specified activity in the breach of environmental limit. I have come back to this theme repeatedly. It is our intention that trade-offs are transparent, costs and benefits are revealed, so that New Zealanders in the whole have an opportunity to understand what choosing different limits and choosing different courses of action means. If we don't have that opportunity, we will be surprised when things happen we weren't expecting.
Non-farm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to pick up specifically on the Minister's comments just then about the impacts and costs, because is his intention, for example, because I can appreciate that he's talking about the cost of environmental protections, is he also talking about the costs of a lack of environmental protections? And the reason I'm asking that is specifically in Canterbury, we have, for example, Ashburton, Tynwald, Selwyn District Council and Christchurch City Council all looking on various scales at millions of dollars at the lower scale to hundreds of millions, if not in the billions, to treat drinking water or source drinking water sources that they can no longer rely on because they are too contaminated with nitrates. So is the member, when he talks about those costs and impacts, talking about that entire picture, particularly those externalities where communities are paying the costs now of a lack of protection? Because that is the concern and what we heard increasingly from submitters. That's my first question. The second question is around the national standards, because why is it that the government is ruling out that at a national level, national standards could set an ecosystem health limit as an option? Because the government's been really deliberate in 58 3D, which is the subject of my amendment paper, and this is again in the grouping of amendment papers that was tabled at 11:53 on Wednesday, I'm proposing to delete this determinant that the national standards can absolutely not prescribe an ecosystem health limit. There are well understood ecosystem health limits when it comes to the environment that can apply at a national scale that would actually enable the clarity of direction about how things can happen in the country, where investment should or shouldn't happen. These types of evidence-based, scientific and mātauranga-informed decisions can apply at a national level in the right circumstances, and I don't understand, and I'd love the members' comments, as to why they are simply being ruled out.
Mr Chair.
Simon Court.
In response to the member's question around will the cost of environmental degradation and health be relevant? Not the cost, but the effect must be considered. In response to the member's second question around environmental limits, and we have this concept of national bottom lines under the RMA, and it turns out that when you apply a national bottom line to protect ecological value, intended to protect an ecological value at a fast-flowing river over alluvial gravel in the South Island, that may well be the right value to apply in that circumstance, say in Canterbury, in the foothills of the Southern Alps. But if you try to apply that same value to water coming out of a sediment-rich catchment, say in Horowhenua, Manawatu, or in Northland, it's a completely inappropriate so-called national bottom line or national limit to apply, because the catchment has completely different characteristics. So what we're intending to do is to provide for communities to establish their own limits based on a national methodology, because it's important that when limits are being set, that we can see at a national level that there's a process being followed. We can actually get a sense of what level of protection is being applied, what are the likely costs in different places, what are the benefits. We need to have a much better understanding at a national level. What are the impacts of different choices? Currently, we don't.
Land Farm.
Direct follow-up on that one question. The Minister, the member in response said that not the cost, but the effect will be taken into account. That does not make sense for the example I've given with drinking water, because the effect of polluted drinking water, for example, for Christchurch City, would absolutely be avoided at any cost. So that's before the effect actually takes place, where people are drinking polluted drinking water. The city would have moved to avoid that. Where is that cost being picked up?
Simon Court.
Mr Chair, I've answered many times what the system is intended to do. Let's be clear. Nobody should be drinking contaminated drinking water. We have wastewater standards specifically intended to address that matter. After the Havelock North chaos, where there were a number of regulatory failures, a number of enforcement failures, a number of failures by public sector agencies who had all the information that they needed to have made decisions that prevented illness and potentially death. It's not quite clear what the actual impacts were, and they failed. We've had to establish a whole system to protect drinking water. Stand up a new agency, Te Aotearoa, to deal with the failures of individuals and organisations that did not meet their statutory obligations. Let's be clear. Christchurch City Council, you mentioned it, has statutory obligations to provide clean drinking water. Number of ways they can do it. Turns out there's technology. If you live in an apartment building in Singapore, the water you're drinking has already been flushed by all the people who live there. It comes back up. It's clean drinking water. If we fire a rocket into space, and you go up and stay on the space station, guess what you're drinking? There's no pipe coming from planet Earth. There is technology available for this stuff. I don't want to make light of the members' concerns, but we have to be clear. A new system provides for that information to be considered, trade-offs to be made, and where there are effects that are unacceptable and limits need to be set that provide for strong ecological values when compared to other values, communities will have the opportunity to do that. And that,
Rachel Brooking.
I am rather surprised to be talking about recycled drinking water in space, but here we are. Now, I think...
That's not a legitimate new topic. Ms Brooking.
One of my other...
Not when we've been debating this for coming up to 4 hours.
Come on, I've got a whole portfolio in space.
As attractive a proposition as it may seem.
Well, okay. So back to these limits on planet Earth, in Aotearoa even. Now, I think there's maybe been some conflating of the two different types of limits. So we have the human health limits, which can be set nationally, which go to the drinking water standards, etc., which the member was just speaking about. And then we have the environmental limits that are not set nationally, but the methodology for those is set nationally. And then some regional councils will work out what those limits are for their area. And so for those ones, those environmental limits where the methodology is set, my question for the member is, can you get to a situation whereby there are no limits because there have been some cost-benefit equations that effectively knock out the limits? That is the question, if there's any mandatory requirement for them, or if everybody decides they're going to be too expensive, do we then just not have limits? Never mind it's in 2040, I'm just talking about in 2030, for instance. I'm going to move on, Mr. Speaker.
I'm not sure we can do much more with limits. When
Yeah,
I can understand it, it's probably...
Well, I was going to move on to national rules at 75. Yeah. And this is quite a big different change though, and I know other members might want to go back to limits because the Minister keeps telling us that it's the fundamental part of the system, yet it seems to be perhaps they can be nothing, the environmental ones, not the human health ones. So at 75 there's national rules. I have an amendment paper, published amendment 746, and this is to insert the clauses that were in the bill as introduced that provided for market-based allocation. And for some reason, very mysteriously, these allocation, but they provided a methodology for there to be market-based allocation. They didn't set it up. But at the moment, we have the Resource Management Act that is first in, first served. And that entrenches a whole lot of gain for some individuals who were lucky enough to be the first in so that they were first served. And we have a problem in New Zealand's economy where we have a whole lot of, in particular, Māori land that hasn't been able to get the capital to get the water to go and use it to make the land more productive. And they're effectively locked out because of this first in, first served rule. And it also means that we're not necessarily getting the most efficient uses or the most high value uses of that water. And I know that I'm talking to an ACT member in the chair who is much more interested in economic instruments than I am. So my suggestion here is that we reinsert those provisions from this government as the bill was introduced to include those market-based allocation for water. And I see that the, if the member's ready, I'll leave it there.
Simon Court.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate the members' potentially not newfound, but wholesome appreciation of the markets. For the members' benefit, that section was taken out at committee stage. It's not subject. It's not in this AP. It's tabled. But what we do intend is that between consent holders who have allocation, that the exchange or provision of fresh water in particular between consent holders is enabled, and we'll be doing more work on that. You'll see through national policy direction, the illustrative documents out for non-statutory consultation right now. There is discussion around irrigation and other matters, and we anticipate that standards will provide more detail around how that is provided for. Because currently, under the Resource Management Act, if a water permit holder wants to share their water with a neighbour who might have a need for it, where the permit holder doesn't have the need for it at the moment, potentially while they're standing up a new business or developing their investment proposals, the way it's been treated by some councils is, if essentially treated as a new consent application. It makes it very, very difficult to make the most of the water that's already allocated. What we have heard is that in many parts of New Zealand, water appears to be fully allocated on paper, even though when councils are looking at their groundwater bores, for example, they're saying it doesn't appear to have been used in the way that the paper allocation would suggest. So we want to make sure there's provision in the system for the allocation that's available to be utilised, and that will be further detailed out in subsequent national policy direction and standards. Just coming back to the member's question around limits, or ecological health limits, are they required? Yes. A health limit or an ecological health limit will be required for each domain and each regional area.
Rachel Brooking.
On that last point, that there does have to be, and there must be, an ecological health limit for every domain at some point eventually. Could that be incredibly minimal limit? So if we say there's already seagrass and we won't have any further diminishment of the seagrass, could it be that unambitious and be totally the opposite of the beautiful vision the member gave us before dinner?
Mr. Chair. I have described the government's intent around limit setting multiple times during this debate, particularly over the last 1 hour and 7 minutes. I won't go back to that. It's unlikely there's going to be a limit for seagrass in central Otago. They may not need a coastal limit if they don't have coast, but it will be up to the communities to choose the level of aspiration when it comes to ecological values and balancing them against other community aspirations, as I have described many times now in this debate. But the member will know there are some very, very special places in the environment to New Zealanders, and particularly to people in different districts and regions. And I have no doubt that communities in those areas, whether it's at Waikapiu Springs, I am going to continue to struggle with that. Piu Springs and Tākaka will seek to protect that incredible natural feature by selecting appropriate limits. Again, I've been over this time and time again. It's clear in legislation what the government's intention is, what the provisions are, what the limit setting methodologies are, what are the constraints, what ministers have to consider, and where departures may occur, and the significant constraints and tests that come into it when departures are sought, or a minister seeks to make rules, for example, that depart from or seek to go past a limit. It's all here in black and white. And the reason it's here in black and white is because this government believes that Parliament should make laws and we should write them down clearly so that those who are tasked with implementing the legislation and other instruments have a clear steer and that they can get on with their job, which is what we intend them to do when the legislation passes and gets royal assent 1 month after it passes.
Rachel Brooking.
Mr. Chair, it's not clear. It is just not clear. There is so much that happens in the higgledy-piggledy Minister setting methodologies and then all of this economic decisions that it's absolutely unclear. This is inefficient legislation, and we should go back to my amendment paper 699 and just make the freshwater, the MPS-FM, the water limit, freshwater limit. Now I'm going to move to 72, which is the content of national policy direction, and I have an amendment paper 744. And this is that NPD, the National Policy Direction, must be consistent with the purpose of this bill, which of course I would have made a proper purpose, and go to integrated, must be consistent with also integrated management. As I'm sure that the member and the chair knows, I think that integrated management is very sensible because we don't all live in little silos that somehow separate us from air and water and soil and biodiversity, etc.
Mr. Chair.
Simon Court.
The government's been very clear. Integrated management is not a concept that exists in this legislation. There is a funnel. The concept of the funnel is that when making national policy direction essentially looks to the goals and direct key outcomes that a key instrument must achieve or provide for. It's all set out in black and white in 72.
Right, again, just now we need to be moving forward, Lan Farm.
Thank you. Moving forward, Mr. Chair. I really want to touch on this new section 61A, because it is a new section, and the removal of the caps was in the last minute amendment paper from the government. Okay, so this is absolutely critical to any progress on environmental limits under this Act. And I do want to respond to the member sort of insisting that I keep coming back to this, This is the environmental limit section of this new resource management system that is entirely novel, some of the changes of which have just been dropped on us in the last literally minutes because amendment papers are still coming through. This is why it's important that we're able to scrutinise this, and I really appreciate the chair moving us through. So what I want to understand, firstly, is why when the government and us at select committee process were so, it was so emphasised to us that this new way we were going to go about, the government were going to go about these reforms were through these action plans and the caps, and that was how we were going to achieve things. And then suddenly, the primary tool, being the cap on the resource use, disappears as a tool at the last minute. This was not agreed by the Select Committee. This is direct lobbying of ministers that has come in and removed this. And I would like to hear the minister's response as to whether removing the cap on resource use, like, for example, a maximum amount of nitrogen in a catchment per year, which has been demonstrated, particularly in Taupō, to be a tool to actually achieve some form of environmental outcome. Now, I don't even know if the science is clear as to whether that is improving. I do think, from the little I know about it, that it may be holding the line. Now, if that's the aspiration, then using caps as a tool is absolutely critical. Why has the government removed this above and beyond the Select Committee process that we went through where these were agreed? Not all of us agreed. We thought this was a baseline, and yet the government have sought to remove them. Now, I think that it is absolutely critical to any form of credibility of the system that action plans are able to set caps and they are actually translated into catchment groups or whatever way it can work. And I've got an amendment paper to that end, which is amending clause 64. And again, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't have a number on that. It's still part of the amendments that I submitted on Wednesday at 11:53. But this is amending section 4. Now, what I want to understand from the member as well is, without the action plans being able to put caps on resource use, what exactly does he perceive and his government perceive to be the driver of any improvement? Like, what is the constraint? Is he expecting that, for example, catchment groups or councils or a group of landowners are going to voluntarily come together and make solutions that will impact the way that they are farming currently? What is the driver? I would love to hear it.
Mr. Chair.
Simon Court.
In answer to the member's question, we've amended the legislation and deleted a reference to caps as they were causing confusion and they had no regulatory effect in the system. Instead, how to manage resources prior or at risk of limits being at risk of breach will be left as a matter for councils.
Arana Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is critical that we address these clauses, which are the operational heart of the environmental limits regime, which the government has outlined as critically important to this bill. They are 60A through 65. And so I'm also seeking the member's comment, and I'll ask all of the questions together. So building on Lan Farm's question, my different question is, with old 66 now deleted, we seem to have been left with a target setting and a date that can be in 10 years in the future for anything other than the target to be operative. So I want to know from the member and the chair, what is the tension in the system which, if we acknowledge that, as he says, the caps were causing confusion, whether first in, first served resource allocation was part of the cap system is a legitimate question, whether the action plans could do more than just coordinate and require restoration and behavioural change, all legitimate questions. But if he's set himself a date that's potentially 10 years out, that seems to even be less aspirational than any other sort of the transitional provisions which allow a 5-year generous runway for the new regime to be up and running. So I want him to help us to understand when we might get to a point in future where councils are held to either a cap or an action plan or using both, but not none of them, and how that interacts with the other machinery and the limit setting part of the regime. I also have a question from about the deletion of 76 at 92. This is in the next part. It's the restrictions on the national rules for fishing. The deletion seems, I can't tell if that's been included somewhere else in the bill, but if it is a genuine deletion, it seems that this was a provision which protected, say, recreational fishers and the ability to enjoy this particular sport and recreational activity, and it seems to be gone. What is the justification for that, and who asked for it?
Mr. Chair. Questions come up, and I'll respond to the member who I think with similar concern. Why were caps removed? Simplify the legislation. To be clear, particularly to the member Lan Farm, concerned about the role of caps. Caps can still be used, they're just not required. So there's still a tool available to councils should they wish to use them. But let's be clear, 60B, just the heavy lifting, still requires councils not to breach limits. So caps are a tool, Mr. Chair. I see the members very excited. Probably got further questions. And just in response to Aaron and Williams' question, Clause 66 was merged with 65, and I understand that that came out of the RT version coming back from the House, come back from Select Committee, and the provisions are put into new Clause 60C.
Line Farm.
Really keen to respond to the Minister's comments then, because perhaps he could elucidate for us in saying, like, that's great, so caps can still be a tool. That's really good to establish, because I wasn't clear about that when the entire sections were deleted. So it's great that presumably they exist somewhere else. What I'm really interested about is what was clause 65 and 66 and 67, because these are the clauses where action plans were actually compelled to propose rules to remedy any breach of environmental limits. Now, we've also got 66, avoiding breach of an environmental limit, and 67, breach of an environmental limit. Now, in the government amendment paper that has been dropped at the last minute, these sections are entirely deleted. I would love to be told right now that those sections have just been moved somewhere else. Is it the case that action plans no longer have to remedy a breach of an environmental limit, noting that the environmental limits are already not environmental limits, they're only arrived on once we look at social and economic factors, where in the Act means that anyone has to do anything to improve the environment or to meet some form of limit, that means that we are not in a race to the bottom.
Just in response to where those clauses have gone, just please refer to my previous answer. They have been moved. When the RT version came back, some clauses have been amalgamated, so they're still there. Member's question.
Where have they been moved to? I'm really keen to understand that. Where have they been moved to?
I will have to get the officials to write me another note because I've misplaced it in the stack of 200 here. Okay. But I can assure the member that it is the same answer as I previously gave. The member's second question, I understand, was about caps. About action plans. Action plans are still. Action plans defined, clause 60, removed is no longer necessary. Content on action plans is provided in other clauses. And I'm sure the member will then ask which ones.
Okay, Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Whilst the member and the chair looks for his old note paper, I'll go to a different clause, and I'm at 77, and this has been amended a wee bit, but I do have a published amendment paper, and that is 700, and it was for what was 3, and it's similar. The changes that have been made in this amendment paper are similar. In terms of national standards, may, and I emphasise the word may, because my amendment paper, published amendment paper 700, changes the may to must, include provisions relating to the allocation of natural resources and environmental limits. So the point I'm trying to get here is that we must have these environmental limits in the national standards rather than may, and I'm particularly perturbed after the discussion we've had this evening that whilst the member in the chair tells me that it is compulsory to have those environmental limits, they might be akin to nothing.
Mr. Chair. I don't accept that member's assertion. I've been very clear. Bless you.
Somebody sneezing?
Own up. The ghost of Parliament.
Whoever's sneezing, use a hanky. Go, Simon Court.
Sorry, I've lost my train of thought.
He's got the train back. Here we go.
Oh, look, I reject the member's decision. Limits have value. The limit setting process is described here. As I mentioned before, there are trade-offs involved. When the member's proposal that there must be limits, set national standards for various things, there's only one must, and that's around human health standards. That's because that's very important. At a national level, we're all humans, whether we live in, let me just pick some members, I can say, whether we live in Dunedin, Christchurch, Hamilton, that's easy, North Shore of Auckland, we're the same humans and we need our health to be protected in the same way. The people of Southland are very hardy, and I know that because when I go to Southland or I go to the airport there very early in the morning, I see people there wearing shorts and a t-shirt in the middle of winter, like, you know, chucking the bags on the plane. So maybe we could learn something about human health from studying the people of Southland. So there must be a human health limit, but the intention is that environmental limits are set by regions, by communities, and with respect to management units, which is a techie way of saying places, spaces, catchments. So we won't be accepting your amendment. Rachel Brooking, well, I understand the purpose behind it. We don't accept that intention. There is a question that Lan Farm asked about where have the things moved in the bill. 65 and 67 have moved to 60B and 60C, and action plans are now found in 60D.
And Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
I think you're just noting down those sections so I can read them, because it's actually really confusing when you get an amendment paper that is the entire bill and it's just, for no apparent reason, reshuffled everything. So it is taking us quite a long time to work through it. But fortunately, time is one of the things that we do have. I'm interested in section clause 77, and it's about national standards, which deals with, in subclause 1, adverse effects. And it's just interesting to me that, as I understand it, in this bill, we've got no particular hierarchy, so no statutory hierarchy, if you like, baked in. But here it appears that the national standards, so that's at a national level from the Minister, I'm assuming, can dictate how and in what order adverse effects are to be avoided, mitigated, remedied, offset or compensated. And it strikes me that that seems to be an ability of the Minister through national standards to prioritise. And so you could, if you know, and this is not an expert area of mine by any stretch, but it strikes me that you could say, okay, we've got a consenting of dairy farms in Canterbury, and we want to prioritise economic growth over nitrate, seepage into the water supply. And so let's make sure that the adverse effects, the mitigation of what's going on, is mitigated in an order that prioritises economic growth over water quality. And also, it goes on and talks about national standards setting when it is practicable, which seems a really strange thing for a national standard to do, because practicability is very much about the facts on the ground, if you like. It's about the particular activity that's going on. And if it's riparian planting or fencing or whatever, it's about the particular property and activity. And then you've got when it's appropriate for adverse effects to be offset or compensated. So I'm just curious as to what's intended by this ability at a national standard level to essentially order adverse effects in terms of which ones we will take steps in respect of, and then the ability of a minister essentially to say there are some adverse effects which it's not practicable to mitigate, so don't worry about those, and other adverse effects which can be offset by perhaps planting some native bush a couple of valleys over. So I'm just curious as to how particularly that section 77.1 is intended to work.
Mr. Chair, I thank the member for his question. Just in relation to some of the changes that he's observed in the amendment paper. Some parts have moved, and that's to provide for a more coherent translation of policy intent into the legislation as drafted, so that it can be picked up, and particularly when it comes to national policy direction and national standards, that work can start immediately by those tasked to do it. The member asked, and actually a really important point, that why can national standards specify in 77.1 how, where and in what order adverse effects are to be avoided, mitigated, remedied, offset or compensated, and when it is practicable for adverse effects to be avoided, mitigated, remedied, and when it's appropriate for those effects to be offset or compensated. Now, the reason that this is provided for in national standards is because there may be some effects in some places that it's important to avoid, but it may be that an activity with similar effects in a less sensitive environment, those effects can be mitigated or remedied. So this section 77 provides in other content for national standards to be very specific about how, particularly for things like infrastructure or common activities like quarries, that the effects that we anticipate from them, the ways that those effects need to be managed can be set out in a structured way, in a consistent way, so that these matters don't need to be re-litigated consent by consent across the country. And I won't respond to the Minister's heckles. I can see that there are many members on different sides of the House who are absolutely fascinated by other content for national standards. I suggest the member Grant McCullum pick up a copy of the bill and refer to clause 77 so he can familiarise himself with it, because no doubt many of his constituents will be interested in approaching him as to how they might utilise the benefits of this new system. So I invite the member, and I invite Catherine Wedd and Minister Tamapotaka to familiarise themselves with it, because this legislation is going to be one of the best things that ever happens in their communities. And of course, Vanessa Winnick. But for the benefit of member Duncan Webb, it is important that national standards have the flexibility to set out how, when and why the effects of different types of activities can be avoided, remedied, mitigated, offset and compensated, and in what circumstances. That is the purpose of national standards. National consistency, clearly understood ways of doing things, a clear rationale, so it doesn't have to be re-litigated consent by consent across the country.
Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
That's helpful, member in the chair, Mr Court, but it still seems peculiar to me. So I'm going to ask another question. It was really helpful that you gave the quarry example. It's true, because if you've got a national standard as to how the order in which effects...
Can I ask for the chit-chat on that side of the House to come down a level, just so that people can focus?
They were heckling because I was making a good point. So if you take a quarry, you might have effects such as dust, noise and runoff. Now, those three things, to have a national standard that says, OK, let's do dust first, then noise, then runoff, seems really odd, because if you've got a quarry that's close to residents, then dust and noise is going to be really important, and runoff might not. But if you've got a quarry that's next to an important waterway, then runoff is going to be the most important thing, and you should address that first. That should be your priority. So so the quarry example was a good one. I'm glad that you gave an example, because it strikes me that for any consent or any activity, you're going to actually want to have an order of priorities which suits the environment in which it sits.
That's right.
Mr
Chair, I certainly do thank the member for that question, seeking further clarification, and he's absolutely nailed it. An activity that might have significant impacts on people through dust, noise, traffic, for example, like a quarry, if it's in a remote location, then those impacts on people are going to be unlikely and probably easy to manage. If it's a quarry in an area that's subject to urban intensification, it's going to be much more difficult to manage. So the purpose of national standards is to be clear. How and in what order adverse effects are to be avoided, mitigated, remedied, offset and compensated, and where it is appropriate for those adverse effects to be offset or compensated, and in what circumstances which specific effects are managed under the Environment Act as it will become and under the Planning Act as it will become. Because if we think about trying to provide certainty for people who seek to invest or expand something like a quarry, knowing in advance what are the national rules that are intended to apply to manage known effects or reasonably anticipated effects is really important. If it's a quarry located or a mine, say, in a very sensitive environment, it would make sense that some effects should be avoided or mitigated, whereas if it's in a less sensitive environment, potentially they could be remedied or a combination of. So, look, the member and I can't possibly hope to explore all scenarios where national standards might be applied. Even if we let this committee stage go all the way through till Saturday night, we wouldn't have enough time. But I can assure the member that as the Minister and I have turned our minds to how national standards will be applied, we are thinking about the very matters the member raised, and we anticipate national standards will be able to address them in an efficient way.
Huhana Linden.
Mr Chair.
Huhana Linden.
Mr Chair, I wanted to go to page 92 to speak to clause 76, which is deleted, to ask the member in the chair around why this has been deleted as restrictions on national rules around the control of fishing. Because the contents of this national rule for the controls on fishing I thought would align quite nicely with our existing marine protections. And as my colleague from our Northland electorate would know, Patukeha Ngāti Kuta and Te Uria Hikihiki kai whakahaere of rāhui tapu or marine protected areas in the Bay of Islands and Whangaruru. And when we have this transition into the new bill and the way that the new system will operate, we've still got a bit of grey areas, not quite sure as to how the marine protected areas will continue on or not, but also when we have the deletion of clause 76 around the restrictions on national rules for control of fishing, why did we delete this? And are there provisions within the legislation elsewhere that maybe I'm missing? Because we've got to go back to our communities and we've got to be able to convey the why and then how. So if the member in the chair could help me find the relevant part in the legislation where I can point to the community where there is provision. Kia ora.
Certainly. Thanks, member, for the question. That is one of the easier questions I've had tonight. That clause has been deleted and it's been replaced by a catch-all clause at 10B in Part 1, which are rules that control fishing. So I hope the member will be able to take her community through that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Chair. I'm really keen to pick up on where the Minister directed me to with the movement of the breach, the action plans and breaching environmental limits. Officials and him directed me to section 60B. And I'm really interested in this because what we've seen in this perpetual cycle, particularly over the last few decades, is that even where there have been environmental limits put in place and they have been breached, or it's well understood that they will be breached, there has not necessarily been a key driver and a key impetus to actually change things to avoid it. Now, I'm really pleased to see that the Regional Council must take all reasonable steps to avoid the breach of an environmental limit and evaluate as to when that limit will be breached and how they might manage it. The question that I'm still unclear about, and which, you know, we never had a satisfactory or clear answer at Select Committee as to what this key driver would be, is yes, the Regional Council must, but when must they? Because we know that planning cycles are in 10 years, and we now know with the changes that the government has made that even interim limits which are meant to be these stepping stones, are at 10-year intervals. When exactly is the regional council, or whatever council, be it unitary or whatever, when are they compelled to take action other than simply at the next planning cycle?
And Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At all times.
McCallum.
Debate on this question now closed.
I am going to take another call, but just to note that we have been getting engagement from the Minister, and people have been moving methodically forward through the provisions, so that is appreciated by the House. But I would ask members to do move forward through the provisions. I call Dr. Lawrence Dunan.
Yeah, I am going to move on a little bit further, noting that my colleagues may still have questions. But I think one of the things that the Undersecretary has mentioned a couple of times that I thought was really interesting, and this is specifically with regards to the Minister's Amendment Paper 710. And I want to pinpoint a particular clause that has, where we see some of these repetitions, is in Clause 85, new 3A, and we see it again in 3CA. Now, the Undersecretary previously has mentioned this term practicable a couple of times. Now, this is interesting because in most cases when we're looking at practicable, it means that the limit itself doesn't need to necessarily met if other circumstances prevent that from being met. So we see the term practicable in health and safety laws all the time, whether it's reasonably practicable. But what isn't clear here, let's say in the context of national policy direction, is what are some of the limitations or expectations when setting the national policy direction on what is practicable when that isn't being met. So we see this sort of phrasing again previously in like Clause 71 in terms of resolution of conflict as far as it is practicable. So my first question to the Minister then, to the Undersecretary is, in this case, what are some of the circumstances that will make a proposed national policy direction impracticable? And when we are looking at Clause 86, consideration for national standards in C, it does state that national standards, at least for the Minister, needs to be satisfied and be compliant specified if to the same equivalent or to the same effect as the regional arrangement under the original RMA Act. So does that mean that that level of practicability wiggle room that you see with the national policy direction doesn't necessarily apply to the national standard? The national standard is a little bit more strict in terms of that wiggle room. So I want to check with the Undersecretary on that question.
Undersecretary.
This is a well understood term in resource management. It means that the decision maker is not required to resolve completely conflicts, but should as far as practical.
Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Mr. Chair, and I don't think this clause has been referred to date, because I do think it's important that we work through every clause that the opposition wishes to explore in a methodical manner. And that's clause 79, which is that national standards may authorise specific activities to breach environmental limits. And this kind of seems strange to me because, and it's almost a question that the Minister may not need advice on, because it's about what this means. Because they're not limits if you can breach them, they're guidance. And I guess the really interesting thing that struck me was clause 1A, which it's been redrafted to essentially say, do a cost-benefit analysis. It says the Minister is satisfied in authorising breaching these limits that there is a net public benefit, having considered the public benefits and public costs. So you've been asked to do a cost-benefit analysis on whether or not you should breach a fundamental limit. And it strikes me that this is actually at the heart of this piece of legislation, because what it's saying is the environment is a tradable commodity, which kind of turns the whole thing on its head. So I guess my question to the Minister, is there anything that is not tradable? But what is the bottom line? If we have environmental limits that the Minister can say, well, drinking water for Canterbury is not as valuable as increased exports. If he can say mining on the Denniston Plateau and biodiversity, the absolute loss of biodiversity is not as valuable as the export of coal. So I guess I'd really be interested in his explanation of the philosophy behind this clause and whether he would support the statement, which I don't, which is that there is nothing which can't be sold for the right price, which is what this appears to say.
Mr. Chair.
Simon Report.
This topic was canvassed extensively with Rachel Brooking around public benefits of authorising activities and public costs of authorising the activities. The member raises a number of hypotheticals. Acting in the chair tonight, I'm not able to provide legal opinions, neither is any other member of the government. And I'm also not going to challenge the House with philosophy. Needless to say, if the Minister is satisfied there's a net public benefit in authorising the activities after having considered in AII public benefits and public costs, and the Minister's considered come to a view the harm and potential harm to any aspect of ecosystem health or human health that the limits tend to protect, and on it goes, that there may be an authorisation for specified activities to breach environmental limits. Let's be clear, there are a number of significant and rigorous tests which would be applied to that decision, and no doubt for very sensitive environments where the impacts of an activity might be very significant, the Minister would no doubt at that time turn their minds to how to resolve very, very significant conflicts. But there may be other cases where the benefits significantly outweigh the costs, and that decision is simpler. Again, we can't possibly hypothesise on what might confront a future Minister, but we have provided, as far as practical, Dr Webb, a rigorous set of tests and a process, and we are confident, based on the advice we've had, that this is appropriate in this case.
Dr Luxon.
The Chair, I'm going to move on to another section, noting that we are coming towards the end of part 2, but I think this is quite a significant one, and this is Clause 90, Amendments to National Standards without full process. And I will specifically focus on subclause 1B, and you know, it depends on what happens after this. I'm also happy for the Undersecretary to take some further advice from the officials. The reason I want to hone on to this one is because it says that the Minister may make recommendations to implement our obligation under international conventions, protocols, or agreement. In this case, I want to specifically focus on agreement, and I want to give an example to the Undersecretary that when we're looking at our NZ-EU FTA, our free trade agreement, specifically when we're looking at Chapter 7 on sustainable food systems, and also Chapter 19 of the FTA, one of the things that is holding both parties accountable, and this is something that is binding, is regarding the protection of our natural environment. So I do want to check, I guess, 2 questions, which is number 1, what has been the advice from MFAT for this particular part and for this bill regarding our compliance against the NZ-EU FTA and NZ-UK FTA. I think the EU FTA is probably the more crucial one at this stage for this particular purpose. And if we get into a situation where we do see that it might put some of the binding aspects of our NZ-EU FTA into question, particularly around things like environmental protection and climate action, would then the Minister be able to implement a national standards quite quickly and without due process. Is that something that we can now do under this particular clause 91B?
Simon Court.
Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Junan, for that question. This clause mirrors similar clause in the planning bill, and it's intended that a minister is able to amend a national standard without full process, specifically for the reasons set out here. So it's minor, it's technical, it's process, it's in relation to, say, an update of a New Zealand standard under the Standards and Accreditation Act, and the member notes that it may be to implement New Zealand's obligations under any international convention, protocol and agreement to which New Zealand is a party. But I've been advised that in the event that there was an agreement that New Zealand entered into which required the updating of a national standard, then that advice would be sought or obtained from MFAT. But it wasn't, as far as I'm aware, this is a carryover provision from existing legislation, and it mirrors the planning bill. We just need to make sure that every time a minor or technical amendment needs to be made, or in order to ensure compliance with other relevant standards, the minister doesn't have to go out and initiate a full consultation on a national standard.
Thank you so much. That is really, that does clarify a lot of things, but I just want to check what the Undersecretary is saying, that this is only when it's minor, and is it, like, it doesn't, what does it mean if it's something that, for example, a party found to be, that is more than minor? Does that mean that the minister needs to do a full process if another party of an international agreement deems so? And just the other question around whether MFAT has provided any sort of advice around consistency with our existing agreements.
Mr. Chair, I don't have anything further to add on that.
Mr. Chair. Huhana Linden.
The Chair, I'm wanting to address on page 99, clause 84 in the process for making a national instrument, and the process that the minister undertakes to publicly notify a national instrument. There needs to be a seeking of comment from iwi authorities or from any group or sector that the minister considers appropriate by. So when we're looking at the development of national instruments, if, for example, our whanaunga up Te Tai Rāwhiti ngā hapu o Ngāti Porou are impacted, the minister needs to seek comment from ngā hapu o Ngāti Porou or others who have MACA, takutai moana, marine title, but also PSGEs, the post-settlement governance entities relevant to the rohe. What I am wanting to understand is, because it sets out a bit of a process in terms of the consultation or to notify, and that's in the pre-space. But if the minister decides that he is going to notify, there's a proviso in 2B where those notified must be given what the minister considers to be adequate time and the opportunity to make submissions on the subject matter of the proposal. I'm really keen to unpack, because we know that in iwi Māori land, whether you're a MACA claimant, whether you're a PSG or a hapu or a marae, these aren't often our day jobs, responding or replying to public notifications from ministers or government departments or local government. So it looks as though it's very weighted towards what the minister determines and what the minister considers. Where was the workings with iwi Māori in particular, because we've got listed iwi groups and PSGEs and ngā hapu o Ngāti Porou as examples of those who need to be prioritised in the notification and the seeking of comment. What engagement has the member and the chair or those Crown officials undertaken in terms of establishing what this process is? And then how do we know that the minister, in considering all things being equal, providing adequate time and opportunity for submissions to be garnered, where are the safeguards for iwi Māori in this space, knowing that sometimes ministers' priorities may not actually match or reflect what community or iwi Māori might think is genuine engagement and time to do the due diligence together?
Simon Court.
Mr Chair, I thank the member for the question. The government's been very clear, and it's set out in legislation in Part 2, that there is a role defined for Māori to participate in the making of national direction, national instruments, and we've been very clear that's one way that the Crown intends to provide for Māori interests in this legislation, and so that is why under 1A, 84.1A, Ngāti Porou and is proposed to be consulted, and any relevant post-settlement governance entity in accordance with subsection 1. So that is upfront, and that is deliberate. The member's question around timeframes, when we get to Part 2, 84.2, normal timeframes for public consultation on an instrument are 20 working days. And that's not uncommon. That's a time frame for consenting. It's a time frame for all kinds of other matters, consultation on things, 20 working days. But the minister, those notified must be given what the minister considers to be adequate time and opportunity to make submissions on the subject matter of the proposal. So there potentially may be circumstances where more time is required, either given the sensitivity of the matters or that they have greater significance. But there may be circumstances, and here is why we haven't been specific, because there may be that as we go through iterating and reiterating and being agile and being responsive in the way that national instruments can change and adapt to the needs of the system and the needs of system participants, that in some cases for matters that exceed that threshold of being minor and technical but aren't requiring of a full-blown complete consultation on the whole package, there's an in-between, and that provides ministers some discretion. But I want to reassure the member that Minister Bishop and I have turned our minds extensively and received extensive, detailed advice on how the Crown fulfils its obligations to iwi Māori, and throughout this legislation that is reflected in many, many places.
Dr. Sorry, we got it. Follow up over here, Huhana Linden.
Thank you to the member and the chair for providing that response and the diligence and the depth of consideration of how Māori voice might be reflected in considering the making of national instruments and the development of, and how we want the system to be agile, we want it to be able to move and flex according to whatever the regional needs are and national needs as well. Considering, as I stated earlier, the ability to respond, the ability to be timely, makes an assumption that iwi Māori have capacity to do these things according to the 20 working days or otherwise. In hapu and iwi land, we're not necessarily sitting around waiting for the next consultation document to come out. We've got day jobs, most people, or they're part-time RMA practitioners on behalf of the hapu or the iwi. So really keen to understand how it is intended that there is resource applied to support capacity and capability, because capability sometimes requires technical expertise to come in and help iwi Māori to respond.
Simon Court.
Mr Chair, I recall that the member has asked me that question in relation, I think, to the planning bill, potentially around a similar clause in the planning bill. This legislation does not provide for resourcing or funding different groups, whether they be iwi Māori, iwi or hapu. So that's not in this scope, and so that's not part of it. But I also just want to comment on the member's point, which I do genuinely understand, that it's not just iwi and hapu who are not sitting around waiting for the government's next consultation. I hear very similar things from business organisations, from the environmental NGOs, and from people who are surprised when they see a notice in a newspaper about something that's been consulted on in their community, say by council, or find out afterwards I didn't know. So look, clearly we have an important role when producing national instruments, to follow a process, make sure there's lots of opportunity for engagement, and particularly when we do the first piece of national direction. And that is why Minister Bishop and I were really, really intentional about getting the national policy direction, an illustrative version for non-statutory consultation out for all of those individuals and groups that want to understand best how the system works. So before we get to the formal process for making a national instrument, which will follow and which will undergo statutory consultation and all the other controls around it, there is a document right now which I urge the member to have a look at, to take back to her community and to discuss and provide feedback over what I understand is the next 8 weeks. 8 weeks of open for submissions, which is much longer than 20 working days. And the reason for that is because we want to use this time while the legislation passes through the House, where it achieves royal assent before it comes into effect, to get as much feedback from those who are interested in the system as possible. So, Mr Chair, to all of those who've been listening tonight, I hope that you've all taken away a much greater understanding of the intent of the government, but also how we've turned our minds to the detail, and particularly when it comes to implementation.
I am looking for new material and a new response to this. Yes.
Member in the Chair. Thank you. So, we've been told that thinking of resourcing and support for iwi Māori participation, because we're providing scope for them within the legislation to participate, but the resourcing of the system and the support to iwi Māori to participate in the system is out of scope. So I guess that comes to questions in terms of how do we implement the legislation to give effect and be really meaningful and purposeful, because as we've heard, there's 20 working days for consultation. It's been diligently thought through in terms of the process whereby iwi Māori, whether they're Ngā Hapu o Ngāti Porou or a PSGE or other groupings with marine customary title, as those hapu claimants that have got the titles and stuff, it just makes it really difficult coming from Tai Tokiro and knowing that as iwi Māori, there's a certain level of fatigue that Māori groups do go through in terms of the churn of consultation, but also, again, and I'm just labouring the point, that resourcing the system to support iwi Māori engagement and provide capacity and capability appears to be a gap. So I'm just making a statement. Kia ora.
I'm in court. No. Dr. Vanessa Wienik.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Did you say aye? To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 votes in favour.
Come on, wakey, wakey, folks.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes opposed.
Could you repeat that, please?
Sorry, 13 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote opposed.
How many was that? Can you say that again?
Sorry.
1 vote opposed.
1 vote opposed. Takuta Ferris. Mari Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed. Yeah.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 49. The question is agreed to. The question is that Huhana Linden's Part 2 amendments to amendment paper number 710 set out on amendment paper number 752 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Wheres. Māori Manu Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 57, the noes are 59, is that what it says? Sorry, we're just going to do the addition again.
I think that's wrong.
Sorry. It's all right, we're all on overtime. So the ayes are 49 and the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Land Farms table amendment to amendment paper number 710, inserting new subparagraph Roman numerals IIA in clause 50 brackets 1 brackets A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. Clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Wheres. Māori Manu Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Land Farms table amendment to amendment paper number 710, deleting clause 50A brackets 3 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Wheres. Māori Manu Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Land Farms table amendments to amendment paper number 710, amending clause 50C bracket 2 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Wheres. Māori Manu Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Land Farms tabled amendment to amendment paper number 710, deleting clause 58A brackets 3 brackets D be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Maria Manu Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. Land Farms tabled amendment to amendment paper number 710, amending clause 64 brackets 2 is out of order as not offering a serious alternative form of words. The question is that Land Farms tabled amendment to amendment paper number 710, inserting new clause 65 regarding rules and action plans to remedy breaches be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Maria Manu Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Land Farms table amendment to amendment paper number 710, inserting new clause 65 regarding avoiding breaches of environmental limits be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Maria Manu Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that the Minister's amendment to Part 2 set out on amendment paper number 710 and the tabled amendment be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote opposed.
Takuta Ferris. Maria Manu Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 49. The question is agreed to. The Honourable Rachel Brookian's amendment to clause 11 set out on amendment paper number 687 are out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Land Farms amendment to clause 11 brackets 1 set out on amendment paper number 670 is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that Land Farms amendment to clause 11 brackets 1 brackets A set out on amendment paper number 672 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Takuta Ferris. Maria Manu Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Land Farms amendment to clause 11 inserting new paragraphs G and H set out on amendment paper number 712 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taikuta Ferris. Mare Menu Kapakini.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. Lands Farms Amendment to Clause 11, brackets 1, brackets D, set out on Amendment Paper number 669 is inconsistent, is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Honourable Rachel Brooking's Amendment to Clause 11, brackets 1, brackets D, set out on Amendment Paper number 704 is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Land Farms Amendments to replace Clause 11, brackets 1, brackets D, set out on Amendment Paper number 724 is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that Land Farms Amendment inserting Clause 11, brackets 2A, set out on Amendment Paper number 711 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taikuta Ferris. Mare Menu Kapakini.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Rachel Brooking's Amendment to Clause 12, brackets 3, set out on Amendment Paper number 745 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taikuta Ferris.
1 vote. Sorry, never mind.
Mare Menu Kapakini.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Rachel Brooking's Amendment deleting Clause 13, brackets 1, brackets E, set out on Amendment Paper number 698 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Taikuta Ferris. Mare Menu Kapakini.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. Land Funds Amendment deleting Clause 15A set out on Amendment Paper number 722 is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that Honourable Rachel Brooking's Amendment deleting Clause 15A brackets A set out on Amendment Paper number 685 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tai te pōti whakai.
Taikuta Ferris. Mare Menu Kapakini.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Rachel Brooking's Amendment to Clause 32, brackets 2, brackets A, brackets Roman numeral 1, set out on Amendment Paper number 706 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te pōti whakai.
Takuta Ferris. Māori Manu ka Pakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. Land Farms amendments to Part 7 set out on amendment paper number 681. Land Farms amendments to Part 2 set out on amendment paper number 681 are out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that Land Farms amendment to clause 48 brackets 1 brackets C set out on amendment paper number 673 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for the clerk to conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te pōti whakai.
Takuta Ferris. Māori Manu ka Pakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. Land Farms amendments to Part 2 set out on amendment paper number 703 are out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Land Farms amendment to Part 2 set out on amendment paper number 674 to delete 49A brackets 3 brackets D, 50B brackets 1 brackets C, 57A are out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that Land Farms' remaining amendments to Part 2 set out on amendment paper number 674 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te pōti whakai.
Takuta Ferris. Māori Manu ka Pakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that the Honourable Rachel Brooker's amendment inserting clause 50 brackets 1 AAA set out on amendment paper number 699 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te pōti whakai.
Takuta Ferris. Māori Manu ka Pakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The Honourable Rachel Brookings amendment deleting clause 58A set out on amendment paper number 753 is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Land Farms amendment deleting clause 64 set out on amendment paper number 676 is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Land Farms amendments to clause 64 and 65 set out on amendment paper number 682 are out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that Land Farms amendment inserting new clause 65A set out on amendment paper number 684 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te pōti whakai.
Takuta Ferris. Māori Manu Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. Land Farms Amendment to Clause 71 set out on Amendment Paper number 675 is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Land Farms Amendments to Clause 71 set out on Amendment Paper number 723 are out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that the Honourable Rachel Brookings' amendment to Clause 72 set out on Amendment Paper number 744 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te pōti whakai.
Takuta Ferris. Māori Manu Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Land Farms Amendment to Clause 74 set out on Amendment Paper number 675 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The ayes have it. A party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te pōti whakai.
Takuta Ferris. Māori Manu Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that the Honourable Rachel Brookings' amendment inserting new clause 75A set out on Amendment Paper number 746 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te pōti whakai.
Takuta Ferris. Māori Manu Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. Honourable Rachel Brookings' amendment to Clause 77 brackets 3 brackets A set out on Amendment Paper number 700 is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Land Farms amendments to Clauses 78 and 79 set out on Amendment Paper number 683 are out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Honourable Rachel Brookings' amendment deleting Clause 79 set out on Amendment Paper number 747 is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that Part 2 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te pōti whakahe.
Takuta Ferris. Māori Manu Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 49. The question is agreed to. Members, we now come to Part 3. Part 3 listed the debate on Clauses 91 to 125, Combined Plan and Other Matters, Schedule 3, Coastal Matters, Schedule 4, Water Conservation Orders, and Schedule 5, Freshwater Farm Plans. The question is that Part 3 stand part. Arlene Williams.
ask the member and the chair questions about 95 and 96. These provisions are where councils have to start thinking about their inclusions of national rules in their plans and what they can and can't include. And even sort of things that you might expect to be local choices are only available to councils where the national rules allow them to be local choices.
Did you say combined plans? Is that what you...
Yeah, I'm at 95 on
95.
page 105 and 96 on page 106. And the first question I have is the meaning of preclude in these, the way that these work together. The word preclude seems to suggest a very, very high standard, that the national rules have to actively say that local councils are precluded from including them. But it's possible, given that we don't have the words in front of us, that you might be able to read in when it's heavily implied that those things are precluded, that they would also be precluded. So I just want to get some clarity from the member. Is this meant to be, is that allowance there for regional councils to, well, where they're not allowed to include a rule, is it meant to be a very high standard, or is it meant to also include things which, given the context of the national rule, are also effectively banned? I also want to ask him about 95.3, where a regional council must not amend a standardised provision. This is a particular question about where changing conditions mean that we've got a new context, like changing weather. The question here is around, say, in Auckland, where a plan change, well, it was very difficult to make the change, actually, that was required, where hundreds of homes were affected by flooding, and the council was required to carry through an upzoning provision. And in doing so, though, that would have meant they were effectively upzoning land that needed to be downzoned because of the flooding. So my question to him is about what happens when things change and a council needs to make a change to what would have been a standardised provision, but say weather has changed. There is a provision for natural hazards to be recognised, but in the situation where in Auckland, say, it wasn't necessarily that there had been one flood or that there had been hazardous flooding, it was that there was a pattern of events which suggested that new information was available, and now those houses were in places where they should not have been, but an upzone was occurring at the same time, where a council would have been held to a standard where there would have been more building on those in those areas. On 96 itself, this is a pretty significant change in the philosophy at the regional rule level. Regional rulemaking compared in this bill compared to the RMA is one where everything was permitted, for the regional plan to be made unless there was sort of an express provision that it couldn't be included. Now it's the other way round. So I want to ask, AP 710 actually seems to pretty significant. It softens what was initially introduced in the bill, and there have been some changes at the select committee stage around exactly that this was very restrictive in a way that would have meant regional councils had to change their internal processes quite a lot. And I just want to ask the member to explain now how that change from one philosophy to another will work. And finally, oh no, I'll leave it there.
Madam Chair.
So, Simon Court.
This provision is very clear. It requires councils to include standardised plan provisions, 95, in their national environment plans as directed by national instruments, and 96 allows councils to include bespoke plan provisions in their natural environment plans only if this is authorised or not precluded by a national instrument. This is akin to the way national environmental standards under the RMA apply to plan making.
The Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Madam Chair, and maybe just to help with that conversation, when the member in the chair says akin to how things are made under the RMA, that's in reference to regional council plans in terms of that the onus is different for if you're getting a discharge consent, then the assumption is that it's not permitted unless a plan rule says it's permitted, whereas for a land use consent, so something you get under the district council, then the presumption is it is permitted unless the plan says a resource consent is required. And my understanding is that it doesn't, this scheme doesn't change that presumption, but the member of the chair can clarify that. My question is on 97, which is the core obligations when preparing and deciding natural environmental plan. And there's a range of things to have regard to when a plan is being applied. And one of those things is a plan relating to adapting to the effects of climate change prepared by the local authority. And that is a good thing to be included there. And I have a published amendment paper, 685, that would include another thing to have regard to, and that is any emissions reduction plan prepared under the Climate Response Act. So we've heard the member in the chair say a number of times that, well, we don't have to think about climate change pollution at all because the ETS does it at all. But of course, that is not how the policy settings in New Zealand work. And one of the things we have under the Climate Response Act is an emissions reduction plan. So it would be a good thing for the councils to have regard to when preparing their documents. And of course, I have had other amendment papers that have sadly been voted down that would give some more weight to the consideration of planning to avoid climate pollution.
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
This provision relates to regional councils. I'll answer the member's question about 97. B, have regard to. V, any plan relating to adapting the effects of climate change prepared by a local authority. The legislation specifically excludes consideration of the effects of adverse effects of greenhouse gases. It's clear. Those matters are managed under the Climate Change Response Act, provided for with prices on carbon under the ETS.
Aaron Williams.
Just my question on 97 is 97 for C. This requires the authority to have regard to considerations in the coastal marine area, and at Roman 4 here there's a useful inclusion of any regulations or bylaws, and presumably the primary legislation as well, of acts which deal with Māori fishery rights. That's great. That is a great inclusion. Why has the member not also included the same inclusion for rights over land? Because the rights that are associated with the coastal marine area that are Māori rights don't seem to be different in nature than the rights over land that are Māori rights. But there's no similar provision for, say, acts and regulations which set out mahinga kai on land, for instance. And that seems to be just a non-deliberate overlooking of something which would have been good to include.
Madam Chair.
Alan Farm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really pleased to start with part 3 and noting the Chair's desire that we're just simply moving through the bill, and I intend to do that promptly.
And not making speeches as well. It's purely targeted to the members.
Absolutely,
for response.
Madam Chair, as I have been through the period so far. So particularly on Clause 97, these are about the core obligations when preparing and deciding a natural environment plan. And firstly, I have a question for the member about essentially the test that the regional council, or sorry, the council, because it may be a unitary, is satisfied that when they do not have to actually provide, they do not have to meet the provision in the regional spatial plan if they're satisfied that. And it talks about a significant change in circumstances. And they say, for example, a major environmental or economic event. And my question, firstly, for the member is, what is anticipated to be covered or considered as a major environmental economic event? And I think the reason why it's really important that we get some clarity on this is because we know that increasingly it's weekly rather than monthly or yearly where we are having significant major events when it comes to climate impacts. And I'm interested as to whether there has been thought given to the fact that these events are increasing in nature and what kind of threshold changes would constitute a significant event. So that's my first question. My second question is around those core obligations and relates to an amendment paper that I have, which is number 726. And really that's about proposing under 97.2A2 that there's an additional consideration which directs regional council decision making when they're setting their natural environment plan. And that is around them having to have regard to any emissions reduction plan prepared under Section 5ZG of the Climate Change Response Act. Now, why that is absolutely critical and why I would really appreciate the members' response to this suggestion is that we know that a functional resource management system in 2026 should coherently talk to our climate change legislation. And this is the act where the government has consistently said is going to do the heavy lifting when it comes to emissions reductions and our response to climate change. It would make absolute sense, and we heard through a number of submitters throughout the entire process, that both the natural environment plans and the regional spatial plans should have these considerations. So I'm really keen to hear the members' response to that specifically. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just respond to Aaron Williams' question around 97.4C. One, if I understood the question correctly, member, just please clarify. I wouldn't consider it heckling. Why is the provision on 97.4C1 on land as well? There is an equivalent clause, I've been advised, in the planning bill which applies to land. Madam Chair, if I may just answer Lan Farm's question in relation to 97.3B. There is an example given about what a significant change in circumstances might be. That example is given as a major environmental or economic event. That stands. It's clear, and the clause provides for councils to respond in their plan to those matters, which is also a matter that Aaron Williams raised in relation to Auckland floods. It's important that councils have the ability to respond to a change in circumstances.
Aaron Williams.
So is that regional councils would have the ability to change the standardised rules? Yeah, okay, that's great. 101 on page 109 is where I am. I've just listened to the member and the chair answer that there is an equivalent provision in the Planning Act to do with those land covenants that are in other acts, but that doesn't seem to apply to mahinga kai that is on land, that is not in coastal areas. So when I ask about 101, it's with that in mind. The plan can't allow an activity which will have an adverse effect on the coastal marine area where it's protected for the gathering of shellfish or other kai. That's great. Where it's a protected area under the Takutai Moana Act. I'm not arguing for a land-based similar clause. I'm arguing for the one piece of legislation which is exactly like Ngā Hapu or Ngāti Porou, which is the Titi Islands legislation 1978. That piece of legislation has its genesis from the deed of cession of Stewart Island in 1868. The reason that legislation is important is that a plan that allowed an activity which affected the Titi on those islands would amount to the same sort of breach which is being prevented by this clause here. 101 prevents an activity which would have an effect on the gathering of kai in the coastal area, same as those Titi Islands. Some of these coastal areas that are protected under Ngā Hapu o Ngāti Porou's Act are exactly the same kind of rocky outcrop formations that the islands adjacent to Stewart Island and Ruapuke are. They're exactly the same sorts of islands with the same sorts of kai, but we're talking about birds in the Titi Island sense. So why is it okay that a plan in the south of the South Island can allow a permitted activity which will impact on the ability of a gathering of a traditional food source, but for the Hapu or Ngāti Porou, it will not. There are only two pieces of legislation like that. It's not like there are tons. Just include this one.
Simon Court.
The matters that the member sought clarification on, making a kai on land, covered under the planning bill. I answered that in the previous answer. And in response to the member's question about Titi Island legislation, it's not actually connected to the planning regime and the way customary fishing regulations are.
Madam Chair.
Venetia Walters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually just going to ask a question on the same clause, but it's a different issue. So this is 101 as well, and so this is 101.1, which says a natural environment plan or proposed natural environment plan must not include a rule that classifies an activity as a permitted activity if the activity is or will have an adverse effect that is more than minor. So it does allow those minor impacts, and I understand that that's a cross-reference to the specific wording within the Marine and Coastal Areas Act as well. My question is, what happens if there is initially a minor effect, but then that impact on the area increases and has a more detrimental impact, whether there's a point of intervention? So this applies both to 101 and it's repeated in 103 as well, which references minor impact. To my mind, I would read back into clause 94A and potentially see an independent hearing panel being able to be triggered at that stage. The reason I see that is because the options available to a group who are wishing for their customary rights to be protected have the options in 102, but that could take a considerable amount of time. And in the circumstances I've described, we've got something that was initially minor, it's now escalating in terms of its impact. You would want something triggered that allows a speedier resolution. So just whether I'm correct in terms of that being the pathway for someone in those circumstances.
Oreni Kaipara.
With respect to clause 114, Te Pāti Māori is really glad to see that the Treaty of Waitangi Fisheries Claims Settlement Act is being upheld in some capacity by the system, but we just want to confirm with the member and the chair that this bill does not directly or indirectly alter any aspects of the fisheries settlement. So the question to the member and the chair, if this clause is sufficient to preserve the fisheries settlement, I asked the Minister actually if this clause is sufficient to preserve the fisheries settlement in its entirety. It's the first question there. But when looking at the list of treaty settlements, it would be remiss of me not to ask the member and the chair to please explain why other clauses to uphold settlements were not explicitly outlined in the original bill, such as Te Ture Whai Mana. And are there any other settlements, treaty settlements, that will be breached by this bill in its current form? And are there any potential breaches that could be enabled by this bill? Those are my questions.
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
In response to Venushi Walter's question around plan must not permit an activity that has certain effects on protected customary rights, yes, if an activity changes so that the impact is more than minor, then this clause would be triggered. In response to Member Orini Kaipara's question, this provision that she referred to aligns with the Takatoa Moana Act, and for the absence of any doubt whatsoever, the government intends to uphold treaty settlements to the greatest extent possible. There are provisions in Part 1 which sets out the Crown's intent, and no, we do not anticipate any treaty breaches as a result of fulfilling the Crown's obligations and achieving our intention.
Venushi Walters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just confirming with the Minister, my question was about whether what happens when the impact changes. So it's initially minor and then the impact changes. So I assume that answer means that then the plan would need to change, or that the panel would convene because there'd been a change in the circumstances. No need to reply if that's the case on that one. Just looking at 99 as well, which I wanted to ask first, but I wanted to piggyback off Aruna Williams' earlier question, which is why I went to 101. So on 99, pardon me, this says in clause 2B that a rule that allocates a natural resource use of activity may allocate a natural resource in anticipation of the expiry of an existing permit. So my question is whether we could have a situation where a permit is extended or for any other reason exceeds the period that we thought it would be in force for, causing complications in terms of any preemptive allocation. That was the first one. Let me see if I can find my second. The other question I had was in relation to 103B. So this is the rules to protect other property from the effects of surface water. It specifies in subsection 1 that this applies for the purpose of protecting other property from the effects of surface water requirements. And so I'm just curious about whether that is true for the property itself. So whether there can be more higher performance criteria than the building code applied because the property itself would have water damage caused to it if it were only to comply with the building code. So just those two.
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
In response to the members' questions around rules that may allocate a natural resource, it's set out very clearly in 99.2 that if there's an existing allocation to an existing permit, the rule that allocates it that resource or that resource use activity cannot allocate that same resource associated with that existing permit. That would not be fair on the existing permit holder, but may allocate the natural resource in anticipation of the expiry of an existing permit. That might be helpful when a permit holder is seeking renewal or not continuing an activity, to be able to reallocate it in anticipation of the expiry rather than having a process where there's a gap in the use of that resource. And if we just jump down to CA, may allocate the natural resource to no type of activity, which for the members' benefit, and particularly for those members who've been asking questions around the environment, that means allocate resource to the environment. In response to the member's question, yes, the legislation does provide for rules to be made which create a higher test or a more strict condition than the building code, and that is likely to be in relation to natural hazards.
Huhana Linden.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. I wanted to continue to examine clause 97 of part 3, and in particular those...
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Page 106, clause 97.
Oh, no, we're not going backwards.
No, I'm not. I'm explaining what part of it I'm going into. So I'm wanting to discuss subclause 4 and going over to B, C, D and E about all the Māori stuff in clause 97. And I'm not going backwards because we haven't fully examined 97 yet. And
97 is B4 101.
Yeah, all of that. So from 4,
You're missing my point, member.
Sorry. What's the
point
problem?
of order, Rachel Brooking?
Knowledge that we've been trying to move through, but of course there's people in different places asking different questions, so it's going to be impossible for us to sequence perfectly clause by clause. We've been doing subparts and saying when people are moving on to subparts.
I understand what you're saying.
Thank you.
But we've spent 5 hours on one part. Yes, I know. And we're not going to spend 5 hours on this one, I can tell you.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order?
Point of order. We're really
Point
happy.
of order.
Oh, sorry.
Elan Farm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're really happy to move through sequentially so that we're not going backwards.
What's your point
at all.
of order?
I'm trying to speak to the direction that you've just given.
There's no need. If the member has some new material to raise on that clause, go ahead. But we are not going backwards, okay?
No one's
So
going
raise your new material.
Order.
Are you going to challenge?
No, I'm seeking your guidance about whether going forward.
Ricardo Menendez March.
So this is quite a new introduction of guidance of like the moving. So for example,
No, it's not. Sit down, please, Mr.
I'm genuinely asking for your guidance as to whether this is how the rest of the debate is going to continue.
Sit down. Huhana Linden.
Madam Chair, the parts of this clause that I want to examine, which have not been spoken to yet by the member and the chair, is in relation to 97, number 4, head over to the page on page 107, where I want to talk about B, C, D and E. And all of these areas have not been discussed by anybody to date.
Clause 97, 4 and C have been debated about 20 minutes ago.
No, because we want to examine...
Okay, go ahead, quickly.
Thank you. So, in terms of the way with which iwi Māori who have statutory acknowledgements, who may have mātaitai or non-commercial Māori customary fishing interests, and also the marine coastal area, Maka, Ngā Hapu or Ngāti Porou, we understand that the Minister or the Regional Council must take into account, and kia aroha mai, I lost my train of thought because of tararu, take into account matters relating to their input. So these are Māori groups with interest in these areas for local regional council to take into account their feedback and other relevant groups. And if we flip the page over on 108, it also says that they are to take into account matters in the Environment Covenant to the extent that they relate to the part of the common marine and coastal areas of the customary marine title area. So what I'm asking of the member in the seat is, taking into account is written into the legislation, but what does that tangibly mean for councils in terms of the direction of travel that they are required to engage with iwi Māori? Is it meaningful enough, or is this a paper-based desktop exercise? Is there like a hierarchy in terms of setting out how regional councils need to engage with these different iwi groups? Because it's really good the way that it's set out. It's choice. We can see that there are different groups that are required to be engaged with, but it's the taking into account that I want to unpack with the member in the seat, like what does that look like and what are the expectations, because I can't see a hierarchy in terms of what that tangibly means in practice.
Member can answer.
Madam Chair, take into account is a well understood legal term, and I urge the member will find it throughout this legislation. It was commonly used in the Resource Management Act, and do acknowledge the member seeing that we have tried to be as particular as possible in the way that this is set out so that we provide for our rights and interests.
Arna Williams.
I'm interested in the adaptive management incentives, and I'm going to ask the member a question that I don't think he will be surprised about sustain our sounds. So I'm on page 111. 104 is the first part of this, but it also relates to 167. First, is the existing case law on adaptive management plans still meant to apply? I think that it does. So I want to ask him whether it's still the case that clause 104 cannot lawfully be used where the environmental effect being monitored may become irreversible before the adaptive management trigger can operate. Essentially, the principle in Sustain Our Sounds, for anyone who doesn't know, I'll just be quick, is that you can't use adaptive management in a plan if the monitoring will show you a result once the harm has already irreversibly been done.
Simon Court.
The adaptive management criteria here are set out clearly. The member's question was, does existing jurisprudence and case law continue to apply? My expectation is it will apply as far as it continues to be, or matters that came up or relevant or outcomes are within the scope of this legislation.
Arna Williams.
Thank you. I think that does require a change. So I think what the member has said, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, is that you can use an adaptive management plan if you have a monitoring mechanism which will indicate harm after it has been done, but you have to also fulfil the rest of the criteria which are set out in that section. And I guess the problem with that, in say the case of the Sounds, was that once you have sort of damage to a coastal area and a marine ecosystem, it is very hard to adapt over time to those adverse effects. He's got some adverse effects conditions here, and I'm sure that they will be dealt with in the plans. Even having a plan in the Challenger area which sets bespoke provisions is allowed. But the question is really, these are on the face of it unlawful in the situation of, say, a salmon farm. They might be lawful in other situations, but I think what he's told me is that they are lawful even in a salmon farm case.
Cool. Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
No. I'll just clarify for the member, it can be any kind of harm that can then trigger the need for adaptive management.
Land Farm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moving directly to my amendment paper number 677. And this is a topic that I haven't got to at all. It's a new topic because it's to do with core obligations when preparing and deciding natural environment plans. Now, I've had a previous amendment paper on this, on a different subject. This one is about the necessity that the core obligations when preparing and deciding a natural environment plan, that the regional council actually ensure that none of those provisions are conflicting with an environmental limit. And I'm really interested in the members' thoughts around this and commentary around this, because presumably the key thing that we want to achieve when it comes to natural environment plans is some improvement in environmental limits, noting that those limits have already been set, not on an environmental basis, but with the community's social and economic needs. Therefore, given that they are already in a compromised state, would it be worthwhile from the member and his government to actually put it as a core obligation that will be a key consideration when it comes to the setting of those plans?
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
Response to the member in relation to her amendment 677. there are already sufficient safeguards to ensure decisions in a regional spatial plan do not breach limits. For example, Clause 1972A requires Regional Council to comply with environmental limits when preparing the Natural Environment Plan. 160B requires councils to, 60B requires councils to take all reasonable steps to avoid breaching environmental limits. 50B3 limits only have to have regard to the regional spatial plan rather than implement. This allows flexibility to ensure that the Natural Environment Plan implements a spatial plan, but could do this in line with the obligation. Natural Environment Plan in 97.3 doesn't have to implement regional spatial plan if new information supersedes the information used for the regional spatial plan or if there's a major event. So I thank the member for her consideration, putting together the amendment, but we won't be proceeding with that.
Honourable Rachel Brooken.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to move to, but noting that other people might not have moved to where I'm moving to quite yet, 111. That's an exciting number to say, isn't it? And it is an emergency, Glenn Bennett. We're in an emergency with 111 because this is regulatory relief. And boo. But tonight, Madam Chair, and you were in the chair last night when I had a similar amendment paper on a different bill, but tonight I have Amendment 666. And I'm quite excited about that. And it's just so apt. It's so apt that it is on this clause. And it's right. And it's so, regulatory relief even becomes more important after tonight's conversations about environmental limits and how, whilst there are health limits, the environmental limits could be nothing because of these regulatory relief provisions and other costings and economic factors that are coming in. So, this is your chance, Member Court. This is your chance to do the right thing, to say yes to 666.
Simon Court.
Madam Chair. I feel that the member has some insights into my Spotify playlist. However, the government will not be accepting the member's amendment to remove regulatory relief from the system. I made the case very clearly last night when clarifying the intention of regulatory relief. It is possible and it is intended that if councils seek to impose controls on private property in relation to Indigenous biodiversity under the Natural Environment Bill, soon to be Act, touch wood, they will be able to, but they will not be able to do it without confronting the costs of any proposed application of a planning rule in relation to Indigenous biodiversity that impacts the property owner above the threshold provided for in legislation.
Lan Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really keen to pick up on regulatory relief, and particularly noting the previous chairs last night when we were on the planning bill. We were advised to save all of our natural environment related questions and content on regulatory relief for this bill. So I just want to flag that, because it is in Schedule 3 of the planning bill, but the implications of it are very clear throughout there, and the chair made that really clear that we would draw that line and move that part of the debate into this bill. So that's where I'm moving to now. Thank you, Madam Chair. And that's in response to being on Clause 111 of Part 3. So picking up from where we were, moving into the Indigenous biodiversity aspects of the regulatory relief, what I'm really interested to hear from the member is the very little information that we had at Select Committee about regulatory relief was this extremely wide, and actually the report itself made it clear that it was sort of like putting your finger in the air and making up a number. But the number that they arrived at when they looked at what regulatory relief might actually cost councils and therefore ratepayers was in the realm of $2 billion. Now, what I'm really interested to understand is whether the member and the government have any more detailed information that they can share with councils and the public tonight about the aspect of that regulatory relief cost when it comes to the protection or otherwise of Indigenous biodiversity. And I'm really interested in that particularly because I understand from the provisions in this Act that there is no ability, for example, to put in place general vegetation rules, clearance rules around vegetation. And what that means is that there's a really high bar now when it comes to significant areas of biodiversity. And when you're below that and you basically, the biodiversity is essentially invisible. So what I'd love to understand is if the Minister has more detailed responses about the cost to communities when we so clearly heard, particularly from councils across the board, but particularly those smaller councils like Waitaki or Mackenzie, that they will be unable to put in adequate protections that protect the biodiversity in their council area. So really invite comments.
Firstly, I'm absolutely stoked that the member is picking up regulatory relief. Excellent, we're making great progress. But I'm concerned that the member might seek through the planning system or environmental protection system to protect invisible biodiversity. I mean, there may be microbes, we did get into algae at one point, but let's be clear, the purpose of regulatory relief is when councils identify Indigenous biodiversity that meets the threshold warranting consideration for protection on private property, that they will carry out an assessment, and if that assessment shows that there's an impact on the use of that private property which exceeds a threshold which might trigger a regulatory relief conversation, they can first offer the private property owner the ability to receive that protection, that planning protection, voluntarily and for no exchange of money or any other relief. Because there are some people who say, you know what, that patch of bush at the bottom of the farm that we've fenced off, if you've identified that as Indigenous, significant Indigenous biodiversity that needs to be protected, we're happy to accept that protection. Some people might say, well, I was going to put into a Kiwi 2 covenant, but if I can achieve the same level of protection with a planning control and sits there on my property, that's fine. But as I explained extensively last night, the purpose of the regulatory relief approach is that councils that seek to impose these controls on private property are forced to firstly test themselves as to whether it's really necessary and meets the significance test. These matters will be set down in regulations and there will be national standards around these matters. And if it meets that threshold, then there will be a process where councils can go through and potentially, in exchange for protection of what they consider important public value on private property, they will be able to offer the property owner where that protection impacts their property in a way that triggers regulatory relief mechanism, rates relief, cash, additional development opportunities on another part of their property, or additional development opportunities on another property that that owner owns. I'll come to the members. Essentially, the member brought the Martin Jenkins report into the debate, which estimated the potential cost of regulatory relief to councils somewhere between $7 million and $2 billion. And look, I mean, some reports are really valuable, and the value in this report that shows you that there's not a lot of people who understand how the system works. Minister Bishop and I have been very clear how the system works. I explained it in detail last night. And there are many who have told me over many years since I began the work of developing the concepts and the policy that now has led to the development of this legislation we talk about today, time and time again, that protections like significant natural areas have been applied to private property in a way that impacts people's ability to use their land at no cost and with no tension against what the council might seek to impose. So for the first time, in New Zealand's history. In fact, for the first time that we know of, a system is going to be applied that puts a referee on the field, a test councils have to pass. Now, many have asked, well, it's so novel. How do you know how it's going to work? Well, there is actually something that's not too different. It's called the Public Works Act. If a designating entity seeks to take land or restrict the use of land for a purpose, the landowner is entitled to compensation. It's not a novel concept, but it's the first time it's been done in resource management. So for the members' benefit and the benefits of the House, explained this in great detail last night. This provision refers to Part 4 Schedule 3 of the Planning Act 2025. Been over it in detail. I'm happy to clarify a few matters, but we covered it extensively last night. And the provision that this applies to in the Natural Environment Bill is there is only one matter that is significant Indigenous biodiversity. So I'm happy to take further questions, but probably not a lot more content I can add.
Aaron Williams.
On that point about the regulatory relief, my question is brief. It's about the incentives for council to find any way that they can to make the sorts of changes that they need to protect ecosystems and biodiversity without using the biodiversity limb here, because the member in the chair has given two ways for councils to effectively protect different sorts of animals, wildlife. One is by the system inputs, say water quality, say ecosystem protections, which don't attract regulatory relief, or the system measurable, e.g. the number of eels, which do attract regulatory relief. So won't we just see councils using the ecosystem protections, which don't attract regulatory relief, to actually get the outcomes that they need? And I've got one more.
Simon Court. How might councils protect Indigenous biodiversity? They could make a park. This is outside the scope of this legislation, by the way. They could turn a park into a forest. They could use their budget to make an appropriation in a long-term plan to make an investment in public values of Indigenous biodiversity. But what they won't be able to do without being confronted with a regulatory relief provision is apply these controls to achieve public values on private property.
Aaron Williams.
The other question that I had, twigged by the member of the chair, talking about those cash payments. Is that also part of the incentives regime? At 105, you've introduced what is a pretty novel, I think, good introduction to the RMA, which isn't a feature of our planning law or the planning law of other countries. Why, incentives make sense in the system, but I'm assuming that those won't be cash payments, because a local authority distributing ratepayers' money to system users does seem to be over and above what the normal function of public power would be, redistributing rates to other ratepayers in the form of a cash payment like that.
Madam Chair, answer to that question. How would I, standing here tonight, anticipate incentives? Look, this is important. Cash, potentially, but let's be clear, a natural environment plan might provide an incentive for a landowner to undertake an activity. Look, I've described additional development opportunities that may be available in exchange for voluntarily agreeing to say, fence off or protect a piece of land that has Indigenous biodiversity values on it. All of these matters are available to councils.
Catherine Webb.
If that debate on this question now close.
I'm just going to check if there are questions about aquaculture or joint plans. Okay, there's a little bit left to go.
Let's go to one.
Yep. Okay. Honourable Rachel Brooking. Point of order, Land Farm.
Can I please clarify the advice that was given to us from the chair last night, that we would have a fulsome assessment of the regulatory relief provisions for biodiversity. It is on the Hansard. I tried to clarify with the chair last night whether we needed anything formal.
Yes.
His response was, it is on the Hansard, it will be followed through with.
Yes, we've had a line of questioning and I've listened to the answers. There's nothing new coming out of the answers. But I've also got another call that I'm taking. I haven't taken a closure motion, so just let us get on with it. Honourable Rachel Brooker.
I thank you, Madam Chair. I'm moving. How about we just do some jumping around because we do have. I don't think anyone's touched on any of the schedules that apply to this part, and those schedules are 2, 2A, 3, 4, and 5. I will preempt my comment by saying I don't have very many comments on those schedules, but other members may. At 128, there is a section about wildlife approvals, and I have a tabled amendment to that, which is just to...
Member, I think that's part 4.
Oh, have I moved on to part 4 already?
But I'm happy to move on.
Oh, there we go. Sorry. I have moved on, so I think I'll sit down. You won't need to hear from me, but my colleagues, you do.
So, in response to my question before,
sorry, no, I didn't have anything. Okay. No, I'm on to part 4.
I'm going to take one more call. Lan Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few questions. Given that the existing RMA controls that are in place with plans right now have been known to purchasers since their introduction and therefore internalised in terms of their land values, what is the justification for allowing the retrospective application for the relief regime? Now, the government can swear black and blue that the retrospective nature does not exist when they know full well every single protection that currently exists, particularly for biodiversity, but across sites of significance for Māori, everything will be new under the new system and will be subject to regulatory relief. Now, we've already had pointed out very clearly to us, and I would like to understand if the member has understood the example of Auckland Council, where before they even put in these rules, they have to do a property level assessment of over 20,000 properties that could be subject to regulatory relief. I'm really interested in that question. My next question is, will assistance and compensation that has already been provided to landowners for RMA restrictions, and this has happened in a number of areas, but I want to give particularly the example of assistance provided to farmers in Taranaki around their riparian strips, which we all support. Will there, if that protection is then removed later on, why do not the bills require them to pay the council back? I would also like to hear the Minister provide any possible assurances that the most important areas of biodiversity and landscape will be prioritised for protection, given their ecological and actually economic importance to these areas that is different to the relative ability of the councils to actually pay for them. Because I would really love to understand and hear from the member what the actual response is to the council saying not only is this unworkable, it will cause a chilling effect on biodiversity protections and sites of significance for Māori, and they will not be able to pay for it. This should be entirely relevant and something that we are able to explore, given how novel, as the member has said consistently, this regime is. And he's also completely discredited the only part of information in that Martin Jenkins reports that he has. So if you don't have that, what evidence is the member actually basing this whole novel concept on? other than ideology?
Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
It is not ideology to visit a property and to speak to a widow whose property was affected, 75% of whose property was affected by the application of overlays, including significant natural areas, after her husband died, and she had no recourse whatsoever. No recourse. So, it's come to your contention, Lan Farm, that those who experience these controls now should know what it feels like and be happy to accept that. No. No. But if they have purchased a property with the controls on them, then they will not be eligible for regulatory relief in the new system if those controls are similar. So, but if they did not willingly accept the controls, if they were imposed on them, then of course, if a council intends to impose those type of controls that meet the threshold to protect significant Indigenous biodiversity, that a regulatory relief assessment and potentially regulatory relief will be subject to that. Now, whether a council, having gone through the exercise of working out what's significant, what the costs might be, what the options might be, because there might be many properties where they might wish to protect the public value of significant Indigenous biodiversity, where they say, you know what, actually, we could exchange development rights. Half the property's got significant Indigenous biodiversity on it, the other half might be suitable to build, I don't know, a condo on it. All of this is going to be available to us to explore and determine in a transparent fashion. It's never been done before in New Zealand. And this is vitally important. So, those are the trade-offs. Caveat emptor applies. If they bought a property with existing controls and turns out they're similar in the new system, they won't be eligible. We'll be very clear. It's not retrospective. And trade-offs are going to be transparent. I've covered this extensively last night, and I understand that the member has concerns about loss of Indigenous biodiversity. All I would urge the member to provide feedback on illustrative national policy directions currently out for non-statutory consultation, to remain engaged with the development of national standards around regulatory relief, and to remain engaged in her community and through the process, so that being probably one of the more qualified people in regulatory relief now, having picked it up, as she told me in her introduction to a previous question, that she remains engaged, she remains an advocate for it, because we're going to pass the legislation, it's going to be implemented.
Madam Chair. Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Madam Chair, and thank you for taking this call when I had indicated I was going to jump into Wildlife Act approvals and go to Schedule 2A. But then I realised my mistake, Madam Chair, and that is that Schedules, I think it's 3, 4 and 5 are all in Part 3, not Part 4. I don't know why I hadn't worked that out. So apologies for that. But I do think Schedule 5 is very important, because Schedule 5 is the farm plans schedule, and it's been changed a lot in this amendment paper. So freshwater farm plans are in Schedule 5, and this is related to Section 125, and I'm happy for the clerk or someone to tell me I'm wrong again, because I'm jumping around. But I think I'm in the right part. And so these are major changes being made at this late stage, and there are changes to auditing, and that the certifier can be the auditor, which doesn't make very much sense to me. But I do have a published amendment paper, and that is 705. And so at Clause 9, there is audit of farm for compliance with freshwater farm plan. And it says there that a farm operator must do some things. And it says the audit must be completed in the manner prescribed by regulations. And then at 3, the farm operator must provide the auditor with reasonable access to the farm. And I've added in 4, the frequency of audits must be determined based on the level of risk. So that would be good. I've just been a bit worried by some of the rhetoric that's been going around about the freshwater farm plans and these changes, which I won't go through in detail, but I'm happy for the member and the chair to make any further comments on them, but will he consider my amendment? I am interested in making sure that if freshwater farm plans are to be robust and if they are to be a useful mechanism for those farmers and processors to be able to demonstrate good things that they're doing, then I think it's important that not only is there a certification aspect, but when they are audited, that audit is independent and is aligns with the level of risk as well, to use the language of some other people. So that's my question on Schedule 5, and I will leave that there for the member to answer, and I'll try and see if I've got any other questions on the other schedules now.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
I appreciate that the member wants to see risk managed effectively, but the amendment the member proposes is not necessary. The system already incorporates risk by determining which farm plans are certified and audited. The frequency of auditing is determined by the completion or not of actions, and an audit failed triggers a re-audit within 12 months.
Madam Chair.
Tom Rutherford.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The party vote is called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E te pōti whakahe.
Taku Te Wheres. Marimena Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
Members, the ayes are 67, the noes are 50. The question is agreed to. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Part 3, set out on AEP number 710, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
In favour.
New Zealand First. Te Pāti Māori.
Pōti whakahe.
Taku Te Wheres. Marimena Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 50. The question is agreed to. The question is that Land Farms Amendment, inserting clause 97 brackets 2 brackets A brackets Roman numerals 3, set out on AP number 726, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko te pōti whakae.
Taku Te Wheres. Marimena Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Land Farms Amendment, inserting clause 97 brackets 3 brackets C, set out on AP number 677, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko te pōti whakae.
Taku Te Wheres. Marimena Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The Land Farms amendment to clause 97 brackets 4 brackets A, set out on AP number 681, is out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. The question is that Honourable Rachel Brookings' amendment inserting clause 97 brackets 4 bracket C brackets Roman numeral 6, set out on AP number 685, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
10 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te pōti whakai.
Tauku Te Ferris. Maramira Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. Honourable Rachel Brookings' amendment inserting new clause 100, set out on AP number 746, is out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Honourable Rachel Brookings' amendment deleting clause 111, set out on AP 666, is out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. The question is that Land Farms amendments to clause 122 set out on AP number 713 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. I think the noes got it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te pōti whakai.
Tauku Te Ferris. Maramira Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Part 3, as amended, stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Well, I think the noes got it. Oh, party votes called for.
New Zealand National.
48 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te pōti whakahe.
Tauku Te Ferris. Maramira Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 50. The question is agreed to. Members, we come now to Part 4. This is the debate on clauses 126 to 203, natural resource permits. Schedule 2, information required in application for natural resource permit, and Schedule 2A, process for obtaining wildlife approvals under this Act. The question is that Part 4 stand part. Point of order, Lawrence Sunan.
Madam Chair. I just want to seek your clarification regarding the previous part, because I think, as my colleague, Honourable Rachel Brookings has suggested, there was a little bit of misunderstanding around the fact that Schedule 2 and 2A, as you just said, actually comes before Schedule 3 to 5, which is in the previous section. Now, while the Honourable Rachel Brookings has spoke on Schedule 5, I just want to check clarification. There were additional questions that was on Schedule 3 and 4, but while we were trying to seek a call, we noticed that our mics weren't working and they might not be audible. I just want to check. It is a point of order.
Points of order are heard in silence, please.
I do want to check with you, Madam Chair, that what is sort of, I guess, the recourse and what are we options for us when, for example, there are still 2 quite substantial schedules in the previous part that we weren't able to debate on. You know, again, in light of the fact that, unfortunately, we thought that...
Yeah, we're now up to Part 4. No one's mic is on. unless they're speaking. So it's not a disadvantage.
No,
you can stand on your seat. No, you can't. But you could wave your hands, do cartwheels in the aisle. But
we won't be doing that.
We won't be
Madam.
going backwards.
No, absolutely, Madam Chair. I completely understand. And we won't be doing cartwheels. Just Madam Chair, for your clarification. I could do one, but I won't. But I just want to check that if it's okay with you, Madam Chair, that in those cases, we were standing up and we were trying to take calls or raise point of orders, but if the mic isn't on, just want to check with you, Madam Chair, that it's okay if we raise our voice a little bit, just so that way that any chair in the seat is able to hear.
As long as it's not louder than Tom Rutherford.
Oh, is that a challenge?
Yeah, that's
But yes, thank you, Madam Chair. That's helpful.
Right. Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Great for my eardrums. Anyway, 128, as foreshadowed, I would like to speak about 128. And this is wildlife approvals, and I'm sure other members will have things to say about this as well, because it is it is a substantive change in that wildlife approvals will now be able to be granted through this replacement RMA process. And so we raised some concerns with this and our differing view, and so said that the bill should retain the Department of Conservation as decision maker for the Wildlife Act approvals and specify appropriate timeframes. If timeframes were the issue, make them still keep the department as the decision maker, but if there are time issues, then those could be inserted into this legislation. I have got a tabled amendment from 7:55, I think it was last night, the 26th of August, yes, it was last night. And it's just to delete the whole section. So it's not the most elegant amendment, and I'd be happy to amend it to make it align with our differing view. But I do want to also note a concern that we had that there was a change in the select committee about looking at applicants' behaviour and whether or not they've been convicted before. But there was a decision in the select committee not to require this information when the approval is transferred to a third party. So if I had a bad track record and was applying for a wildlife permit, that would be relevant. But if Arana Williams had a good track record, got the permit and then transferred it to me, then that would be fine. And that seems like, well, shouldn't I just not be getting the permit if I've got this bad track record? So I'd invite the member and the chair to consider a change around that aspect, as well as making the Department of Conservation the decision maker. Now, I'll just quickly flick through to 2A, and this is the schedule that's been inserted to deal with these wildlife approvals. I note a good change that appears to have been made. I mean, it might have come from somewhere else, so the member and the chair feel free to tell me if this is not a good change, if I'm misattributing goodness. But at clause 24 of Schedule 2A on page 275, there's an insertion at 3A that the department may recover directly from a permit authority the department's reasonable costs incurred in providing advice under clause 4. And why I say that's good is I, of course, would like the Department of Conservation to be the decision maker within timeframes in the first place, but if I can't have that, and I would like it, and I would like the member to speak to that, then it is good that the department can do cost recovery because they are so unfunded, Madam Chair, and they need to do that. But I also note that some of the entities that can be consulted include a relevant iwi authority or post-settlement governance entity, and I wonder if there also needs to be a provision for them to recover directly any reasonable costs incurred. So that's round this contribution up. That is, so on Schedule 2A, is this insertion at 3A that the department may recover costs? Is that new, or has it just been repurposed from somewhere else? Second, what about relevant iwi authorities in terms of cost recovery? And then going back to 128, would the member consider reverting to department being the decision maker, but prescribing time limits for the department to make timely decisions?
Madam Chair, in response to the member's question on Wildlife Act approvals, just to be clear, the bill creates a dedicated wildlife approvals process that can be processed alongside natural resource permits, retains key Wildlife Act protections, including safeguards for species viability and local populations of threatened or at-risk wildlife. And decision makers must consider relevant Department of Conservation guidance and advice, and adverse effects must be addressed. And the member did confirm this was extensively canvassed at Select Committee, and the amendment paper does not include any changes to what was reported back to the House. You'll see there's no changes in 128. And just in response to the member's question about Schedule 224.3a, the insertion of the clause the department may recover directly from a permit authority the department's reasonable costs, including providing advice, essentially corrects a drafting error or omission to make it clear that when the department is required to provide advice or advice is sought in relation to a Wildlife Act permit application, that the department is entitled to recover its direct costs. And in response to the member's question, would the government consider amending the legislation to take up her amendment? No.
Aruna Williams.
Question first about Schedule 2A. I've heard the government's description and the member and the chair's description of this as moving to a system of a one-stop shop. It makes sense at some level that you would have one approval for land use and certain wildlife, that you wouldn't do that twice. But then it begs the question, well, is Schedule 2A the same legal test as applied under the old Wildlife Act test, but for obviously the decision maker being different and considering, giving different weighting and consideration? But is it the same mechanism is the question around 2A. The other question I have is, with the environmental regulator changing in this part from DOC to the councils, do councils then need to take into account those things that DOC would have been able to consider, like whether, essentially they were asking the question, is this person a suitable person to move and disturb wildlife? Not the question of that the councils are asking, which is this land appropriate for development? So is the council also empowered to make that sort of judgment when granting the application, when they don't necessarily have that expertise? Do you anticipate, to the member, as it works now, say if you're a forestry company, say if you're a quarrying company, you will have someone on staff who is suitably qualified to deal with the making of their wildlife applications and to have expertise to engage the right people. Do you think that system will continue?
Simon Court.
Yes, and in response to the member's earlier question, which I omitted to respond to fully, and the member has brought back the same question in some other form. The transfer, and this relates to the transfer of permits, it mirrors the Natural Environment Bill's permit approach. Transfer has to comply with conditions, and the transfer process provides visibility over the parties involved in the transfer, and council can still use other tools like increased inspection and monitoring frequency if they're concerned. For example, if they're aware of issues or they're not familiar with the operator, or if there's an individual who's been the responsible person for this in an organisation like a quarry business, they can be more involved. Those protections and their responsiveness is still available in the system.
Aaron Williams.
Really did answer my questions. Then the only questions I have remaining are specifically about airports. There are some provisions that are specially for airports, but I want to ask whether those provisions that exist under the old regime for airports, which are very restrictive for wildlife, appropriately so, but are not put in place through this new sort of regime, will still be carried over. The really restrictive rules that I'm talking about are for birds. Airports need to constantly be moving birds away from their runway. It makes sense about why, but lots of them are also in places where, say, on the Manukau Harbour, Auckland Airport is home to a significant proportion of New Zealand's rarest dotterels. You understand the issues here. They're really specific consents. Are they going to just port over?
Lan Farm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really pleased to take a first call on wildlife permits, because I was unable to take a call on coastal matters, water conservation orders, farm environment plans or precautionary principles. So really appreciate being able to speak to this one in particular. And that's because it is a novel new aspect which is introduced through this bill. And what I'm really interested to pick up on specifically in Schedule 2 is Clause 4. This is in Part 1 of Schedule 2A, where the permit authority may request advice from the department. And that refers to the Department of Conservation, which is a good thing. Now, the concern here with them asking the department for advice is that later in the clause, it makes it really clear that the department is under no obligation to provide advice under this clause. And this comes squarely back to the fact that the Department of Conservation, who does hold the expertise to understand what wildlife approvals and the implications are for the often highly endangered biodiversity where the developments or activities are going to impact, they not only have the expertise, but the protective purpose in their own legislation and oversight to enable that to be the best possible information. Now, the problem and the concern, which I'm really interested in hearing the members' response to, is if DOC, they may either choose not to, I don't know why they would choose not to, but they may choose not to. They may also be unable to because they are under strict resourcing capacity where budget cuts have, really crippled their ability to respond to these things. They may be simply unable to respond to these requests from the permitting authority. Now, what I'm really interested to hear the member advise, particularly those who submitted on this, but also the councils who are going to be tasked with undertaking this new role, what is their recourse there? Are they then, implicated that they have to make a decision no matter what, even if they don't have adequate advice from DOC? What is their recourse? And I think what's really concerning with it, and I'd love to hear the Minister comment specifically on this, is that councils themselves will also be under extreme resource capacity issues, particularly when it comes to the rates cap that this government are putting in place.
We're moving on. That's a completely different matter. I want the questions to relate. I know.
Thank you. It's about the capacity. I'm not going to say anything else about it. It was the example about the capacity of councils, which we know is strained. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Simon Court.
Respond to a couple of questions to the member Aotearoa Williams' questions about airports. The question was around, do existing permits need for wildlife, birds that might be in an airport precinct? Those permits do not need to transfer. There's an existing permit. It stays where it is. It doesn't need to transfer into the new system or be reissued. But if they wanted to apply for a wildlife permit under the provisions of the Natural Environment Bill for something else, some other activity, that would be a matter for them to decide under which legislation they applied under. In response to Member Lam Farm's question, in relation to 4, Schedule 2, 4, Permit Authority may request advice from the Department. If members concerned about Department of Conservation resourcing, I've answered a question in relation to question on Rachel Brooking's question on 24.3a, which provides for the department to be able to recover the costs of giving advice. So in that respect, that should not be a barrier to seeking advice. But I've been advised that Clause 4.2, the department's under no obligation to provide advice under this clause because this legislation cannot compel the department to do something. But I think it's entirely reasonable to anticipate that where advice is sought for a matter that crosses the threshold of where it's important, DOC would be able to provide that advice and recover the costs of it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the member for relaying that. What I am interested is about the transfer of the function once the consent or the activity is actually granted, and this is my next question on wildlife permits, because my understanding is that once the activity is granted, all the compliance and enforcement actually sits with the regional council. So that means there's no authority for DOC in that space. So what I'm interested in understanding from the member is what is the mechanism for the regional council to either be resourced or advised from DOC about what adequate monitoring and compliance would look like for that, and what is DOC's role, if anything, because my understanding is that they'd be completely hands-off from that point, but do they have any oversight? Because what we understand about these wildlife permit pathways is that they're entirely at the discretion of the applicant whether they go down the Department of Conservation route or the council approval route. Now, should that be something that is really clarified in these acts, that there should be or could be an oversight role for DOC so that it's not just passed over to under-resourced councils?
Simon Court.
Madam Chair, resourcing is a matter for the organisation, but let's be clear, and I mentioned this in my opening comments in response to questions about this matter. This provision retains key Wildlife Act protections, including safeguards for species viability, local populations, threatened or at-risk wildlife, and decision makers must consider relevant Department of Conservation guidance and advice. And I would expect if there was advice forthcoming about a monitoring regime and potentially an adaptive management regime or whatever it was, that would be incorporated by the consenting authority into conditions. And of course, any adverse effects must be addressed.
Hannah Linden.
Madam Chair, I was like, Mr. Chair, sorry. Aroha mai. I'm wanting to clarify around wildlife approvals, and in particular, if we go to page 272 for Schedule 2A in the decision-making framework, to clause 16, where there's a requirement for a notification of a relevant iwi authority or post-settlement governance entity. So wanting to explore...
Please limit the noise to my right.
So wanting to explore clause 16 in relation to the notification of the iwi authority or the PSGE. Now, in this clause 16, 1 and 2, it talks about the fact that the permit authority must notify any iwi authority or PSGE about the application for a wildlife approval if it considers that the notification is required to give effect to a treaty settlement redress. Now, I wanted to ask, there's a couple of questions that I want to ask in relation to this, because there's an assumption here
mana whenua or iwi of the rohe all are settled. And so therefore, is this a limiting factor, the way that we are posing this part of the legislation where it's focused on iwi authorities and post-settlement governance entities, and you'll only be notified if it's related to settlement redress? Because even if you do have a settlement and your treaty settlement redress may not be relevant to this, should you still not be notified? But then what if you aren't settled? What if you aren't settled? And I think about us in the north, there's quite a few that don't have settlements, but we are active in this space and we have a council-Crown relationships established and we are recognised with Crown mandates. Should we still not be advised for this purpose? So if I can just ask a couple of questions with the member to carry on this line of questioning.
He was just jumping up to answer your question. Simon Court.
Madam Chair, I'm not familiar with the particular circumstances or status of the groups that the member described, but under 16.1, a permanent authority must notify any relevant iwi authority or post-settlement governance entity. So I expect there will be provision for authorities that aren't PSGEs, but again, we're trying to be as definitive as possible about what the obligations are on decision makers. It's pretty clear in that clause.
Hannah Linden.
With this line of questioning, because it makes an assumption that the Māori relationship with the Crown is just based on treaty settlement alone. But we know that we have...
members saying that's not correct, so maybe we might clarify.
Yeah, I guess because it's not explicit.
Just before the member carries on, the member and the chair said no, so I think we want to clarify because I don't want you to go down a line of questioning that isn't correct.
Madam Chair, it does refer to post-settlement governance entities, in other words, settled iwi, but it also makes explicit provision in 16.1 that any relevant iwi authority. So there is obviously the opportunity there for organisations that aren't PSGEs.
Thank you, and I appreciate that because...
Hannah Linden.
Thank you, Madam Chair, because I appreciate that because there are many that have operated under the previous RMA regime who were recognised as iwi, and I'd like to note entities such as Patu Harakeke Te Iwi Trust Board or Te Runanga o Ngāti Hine, these entities have had recognised RMA iwi status for a really long time. So that gives comfort to the fact that they could still be considered iwi authorities in this space. But also in terms of the way that if we go to number 2 here, so 16 number 2, if a permit authority notifies any iwi authority or PSGE, the permit authority must notify the applicant in the manner prescribed in the regulations. And then it's scrubbed out if it decides to do so. So, okay, it's going to happen because it's scrubbed out. But I want to go over and consider or bring to light the voice of iwi of Te Waipounamu, particularly Ngāti Kuia of Te Tauiho o Te Waka, who shared in their submissions to the Select Committee where it had grave concerns that the proposal to transfer the Wildlife Act authorisations away from the Department of Conservation, a system which the iwi was used to and comfortable with, if it was transferred and there was a lesser obligation with respect to te tiriti or waitangi, they would have grave concerns because fundamentally the importance of wildlife authorisations should be a requirement of the te tiriti relationship anyhow. And that was emphasised also by Te Runanga o Ngaitahu, who shared that giving effect to te tiriti or waitangi should remain a principal obligation of decision making when it comes to taonga such as wildlife, whatever side of the continuum we go to.
Simon Court.
Madam Speaker, Look, I apologise to the member. In my previous answer in relation to relevant iwi authority post-settlement governance entity, I have been advised that relevant iwi authorities are associated with post-settlement governance entities. So on that basis, there is no additional provision for this clause to apply to other groups. So I apologise to the member. Did not mean to mislead her. I just misunderstood what those terms meant. In response to the question the member raised about concerns that groups might have, they're familiar with the Department of Conservation process, but not familiar with this process. Look, we are providing this additional process through this legislation. It's a dedicated wildlife approvals process that can be processed alongside natural resource permits, and while groups might not be familiar with this process, we intend that it addresses the same issues, provides for the same processes, and there will be an opportunity for them to engage.
Chair, can I
Hannah
finish?
Linden.
Thank you. Just in closing, to round off this then, because we've had a bit of discussion around what is the definition of the iwi authority yesterday, last night and today. So it's great to hear from the member and the chair confirming that an iwi authority is associated with settlement. So therefore, and we heard last night that large natural groupings that have a mandate with the Crown who might be entering into negotiations won't be recognised, because that was clarified last night, will not be recognised for the purposes of these bills in the new system as iwi authorities. That was confirmed last night in the planning bill. So hapu groupings that are moving together who have a Crown mandate will not be recognised as iwi authorities. Groupings that have been moving through the RMA process over a number of years, solid 20 years odd, I talk about Patuhara Keke again and Whangarei and Te Runanga o Ngāti Hine as examples, they have been operating as iwi authorities under the Resource Management Act for a long time, but they will be excluded and being defined as an iwi authority in the Natural Environment Bill. And we are limiting and narrowing the scope of what iwi authorities are, because it's all based on settlement now. Is that how we are now in terms of the Crown-Māori relationship? It's only those that are settled.
Madam Chair, I've been advised that this clause and the description here applies only to these Wildlife Act matters.
Arena Williams.
I want to take us to 169 on page 146. I am jumping ahead, but the reason I want to get to this part is because the natural resource permits have something I'm particularly interested in, which is the bond regime. The bond regime is going to work in a different way, I think, under the new provisions, because it allows councils to have this sort of ongoing interest in consents as they are intended to play out. You have these consents which are either conditional, that's in the first part of the Act, and that's a slightly different kind of creature than the consents that exist at the moment. But the bond regime is something that carries over from the RMA. There are particular ways that this is different. The first is that in the members' version, the bond regime's conditions are set out in secondary legislation, so they're not kept in the primary legislation, so they can be changed. So I imagine that's how he's going to make sure that they work with those consents which can be updated across time. But there are two things that bonds might be able to apply to. They're very underused in the RM system as it is now, so hopefully this will be a bigger feature of the system now that there is like conditional consents. Decommissioning is one. If you're a quarry owner and you want to move out of owning that quarry, and you might have a bond with the council so that if you fold up your company, you've still indemnified the council for the cost of the cleanup, say. Or there's a second one, and this is what I'm asking about because it's new, is stormwater. Is the member and the chair intending to be able to use like conditional consenting and bonds to be able to consent more flexibly for things like stormwater and water provision and housing developments? These are things where councils actually effectively do this in practice, where councils with a very large housing developer are able to say to that housing developer that they have confidence that they'll stand behind their development and to be able to provide the stormwater works. And so I want to be able to do that. Can this do that?
Madam Chair, the question the member asked, as far as it relates to housing developments, this legislation is a natural environment bill, so I can't provide any advice on that. But what I can say is that the bond regime is essentially the same as the RMA, but broader powers to improve other financial assurances are in Schedule 8, set out in Schedule 8 of the planning bill. Bush.
Yeah, there's a lot of talking going on over there. I'm just trying to get this answer really quick from Simon Court because the minister's in the House and he needs to be in the chair. Oh, sorry, yes. And it was because I knew that Simon Court had heard the question. But you are right, there was a lot of noise. No, yep, we're all good.
You're good.
We're all
You're
good.
Minister.
We'll swap now.
Minister? Hot seat.
No.
He can take a call from over there.
Simon Court can take a call from over there, but the minister must be here. So, had you finished, Simon Court? Or
Madam Chair, in response to the question from the chair, I had completed my answer.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the Minister regarding Schedule 2A. So this is section clause 128. But I specifically want to ask a question on clause 3F of Schedule 2A. Now, my understanding is, so in this case, you are applying for wildlife approval, and F talks about, in terms of catch, hold, or kill an animal and identify relevant animal ethics processes. But when we saw in the Wildlife Authorization Amendment Act 2025, the Director General may grant an authority under now the new section 53A of the Wildlife Act to allow for, that authorizes the killing of wildlife that is incidental. And in this case, incidental is defined as something that is unavoidable but foreseeable as carrying out a lawful activity. So I guess my question to the Minister is, if a person is able to get the Director General to grant an authority now under 53A of the Wildlife Act, why bother applying for wildlife approval, particularly when around 3F in terms of the killing of wildlife? Why is, what is the difference then between the two processes in that case? So just for reference, the particular clause in the Wildlife Act that I'm looking at is now in the Wildlife Act 53A, and it was something that was added in the Wildlife Authorization Amendment Act 2025.
Madam Chair. Land Farm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to keep moving.
Just a moment to the member. Please take those conversations outside.
Kia ora.
Land Farm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to keep moving through out of Schedule 2A back into the main part of the bill, specifically on clause 140 of Part 4. And this is about Council's requests for further information. And there's this new clause about the permit authority being able to request further information from an applicant only once in relation to one application. Now, it says unless, and there are two provisos to that, where the applicant agrees and also whether the information provided by the applicant changes the permit authority's understanding of the effects, and also where the applicant changes the proposal to which the application relates. Now, this is all really sensible stuff. What I'm really interested in is this once limitation, because what we know from these council processes is that there are genuine things that pop up that are outside of those three considerations in 2A, A, B and C. And what I'm also interested in understanding from the Minister is this regardless of scale? So does it not matter whether the activity is simply something minor or a massive development? And I think that ironing this out would be really helpful for local authorities in terms of not unduly constraining them from actually obtaining the information that they need to be able to make a good decision. So I'm really interested in the Minister's response to that in terms of further information. I want to also touch on further in the bill at clause 146. And this is where, this is about notification requirements. And in the planning bill, there's a different threshold for when consents actually have to be notified. And under the planning bill, it's when they are more than minor, they have more than minor effects. But under the Natural Environment Bill, it is only where they have significant effects. Now, surely the general understanding of the aspects of the domains in which the Natural Environment Bill, where we have common pools of resources and our shared environment, surely this warrants more public involvement than for, say, sort of urban frictions and tensions managed under the planning bill. So why is there that sort of opposite of what you would expect when it comes to public participation in what we understand can be serious implications when it comes to activities and development under this Act? That's my next question. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Very briefly, in relation to Lawrence Shunan's questions about the Wildlife Act, I'm advised it's a different pathway to get the same kind of authorisation under the Natural Environment Act, only we're also getting a permit. In relation to Ms Farm's first question, the general policy position here is that the bills require further information requests being proportionate to the scale and significance of the effects of the activity can generally only occur once, and I think I heard the members say that that all seemed like sensible stuff. It's a constant source of frustration for people, the constant RFIs and backwards and forwards. It's a nightmare. So we're trying to limit that down, but there needs to be exceptions in that they are laid out in the relevant clause. So that, like the applicant can agree, for example. So it may be that the consent authority comes back and says, well, listen, further information is required here for us to process it properly. And if the applicant agrees, and two parties voluntarily choosing to consent together is happy days. In relation to the question around the significance threshold, that's a deliberate policy decision made because we think significance is the appropriate threshold.
Lan Farm.
This is a really great example that the Minister's just given about, it's happy days if the applicant agrees. The concern, and what I think is quite well known with a lot of these consenting processes and decisions made by councils, there's often individuals who are much less forthcoming with agreeing to providing further information. And when I was saying this will look sensible, I was talking about the criteria that was actually set out. On the face of it, the criteria is good, but what I'm concerned about is those gaps and why we would unnecessarily constrain councils for genuine reasons that pop up. And I'm thinking particularly, the Minister and the government have been happy to put, for example, in the procedural principles, some general guidance around being pragmatic, been solution focused, whatever, couldn't this be a place where something directive like that actually guides this without unduly constraining councils to actually be part of that back and forth to make sure that they have the best possible information to make a decision? Now, I'm happy to move on, unless the Minister wants to respond to that.
I mean, only to say, I mean, I think the member's right. I mean, you know, at the risk of sort of stating the obvious, it's in the interests of people who wish to get permits to supply all the right information, and if they choose not to, well, that's on them.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm moving on now to clause 166, and this is something that has been removed from these new versions of the bills. And what's been hugely disappointing about this removal is this clause is the precautionary principle. And I'm really interested in hearing from the Minister the justification for its removal. Now, I note specifically...
Which clause, sorry?
That, so it's in between 165 and 167, but it's been deleted from the Minister's amendment paper. And so it's not there anymore.
It's removed.
So my question to the Minister specifically about that is, my understanding is that the precautionary principle is something that has been developed in case law rather than being explicit in the RMA. So there is no change there. But when the bills were first introduced and what people submitted on was appreciating the fact that the precautionary principle would be there as a backstop to the fact that there are other erosions of environmental protections. So what is the Minister's response, given the removal of that precautionary principle? What is his perception of what are the backstop safeguards when, you know, you don't have enough information, when things are uncertain, there's risks of significant impacts? What is the Minister's perception of that?
Honourable Minister.
Just a bit more on the significant threshold I said before around public notification. It's consistent with the enabling nature of the system, and our view is it will encourage participation earlier on in the system, and of course it will include standards and plans as well. In relation to the precautionary principle, there were concerns about how it would operate in practice, given that some degree of uncertainty is inherent in many natural resource use activities. Removing the principle does not remove environmental protection. Decision makers will still need to use evidence, manage risks, and apply the protections in the legislation and national direction. For example, the bill provides for adaptive management where there is uncertainty about an activity's effects, which the member can find in clause 167. It allows activities to proceed in stages with baseline information, monitoring, reporting and clear environmental triggers. Where monitoring shows risks are greater than anticipated, activities can be modified, scaled back, paused or ultimately discontinued. This approach enables appropriate development while ensuring environmental risks are actively managed and irreversible effects are avoided. Precaution can still be applied where appropriate through national instruments, which can direct when and how precaution should be applied for particular resources, activities or places. We felt that was a better approach than a simple statutory statement around endorsing the precautionary principle. The devil, as always with this stuff, is in the detail.
My understanding of Part 4 is that it decides who's heard, what can be ignored, and who receives the right to use a resource, which are actually tiriti questions, and they're not merely processing concerns. The clauses from 126 to 137, applications, prior consultation and priority.
I'll be the judge of where we go to. We allowed Land Farm to skip forward. Orini Kaipara has been trying to take a call for a little while.
Thank you. Thank you. And it's just really reflect this part here. And it's around, the concern really is around clause 129. Clause 129 says prior consultation is not required. However, clause 136, priority rules, risk perpetuating first in advantage, which to my understanding and to the understanding of the House, that means the priority goes to whoever a complete application for a scarce natural resource such as fresh water, they pretty much get it first. So with that in mind, Clause 136 priority rules risking perpetuating first in advantage and exclusion of mana whenua interests. My question to the Minister really is, why does Clause 129 expressly remove a prior consultation requirement where taonga or settlement interests may be affected? And then when must an applicant engage the relevant iwi or hapu before design is fixed? And the reason for that question is because the real concern is, notification after lodgement isn't equivalent to partnership while options remain open. That's a genuine concern from iwi that have been talking directly to us.
Honourable Minister.
Clause 129 is a carryover from the RMA, and the key is to get these things into plans, and it's not really relevant in relation to the treaty, because there are other provisions in both bills around treaty obligations through settlements and also Maori interests through national instruments, and then the obligations contained in the goals, and then the national policy direction and the standards that flow from the goals in relation to Maori interests.
Dr. Lawrence Shunan.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I know you can be very quick and concise.
Yep, I've got 3 quick questions.
Thank you.
The first one is, just want to thank the Minister for his response around the Interaction with Wildlife Act. A quick follow-up question on that. If both are the same path to the same goal, what would likely be people choose? For example, is there a preference? Is one more costly than the other? For example, I just want to check then, what is the likelihood of people choosing one path over the other? I'm going to move on to Clause 148, and this is 148.2 CA and 149.3 BA. Both of them has included this new area, which is around, the new definition has been included around controlled activity. I wanted to check, in those cases, how different then should a permit authority in those 2 clauses would consider the restricted discretionary activity differently from a controlled activity? Because from what I'm seeing, the drafting is identical except for one being restricted discretionary activity and one being controlled activity that's been inserted in Amendment Paper 710. I just want to get confirmation from the Minister on that. My final question is on Clause 156, 1A, Roman numeral 2. This particular wording has changed from the natural environment to natural resources. I understand why we have potentially natural resources to be consistent with the other uses, but would one consider natural resource, the interpretation of natural resources as a synonym for natural environment?
I'll just deal with the first question. I'll come back on the other 2. In answer to the first question, what will people choose? I mean, it's over to applicants, but the Natural Environment Bill provides a one-stop shop, so why would you not just choose that?
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Madam Chair, I've got a small contribution to make on 164 and 164A that goes to my published Amendment 747 and relates to the references to Section 79. Of course, we'll remember that Section 79, so I'm at page 142.
These references here.
And Section 79 is in a different part, and it's the Minister's override of limits, if the limits even exist. And we had a long discussion in the other part, and it turns out not even, maybe we'll have environmental limits. But if there is an environmental limit, then the Minister at Section 79 can get around them. And my amendment here is to delete that reference to Section 79, because I also had another amendment to delete all of Section 79. So given
Can you give me the number of your amendment?
747.
Thank you.
So given that we're on matters for which permit must not be granted it would be good if that would include just a simple breach of an environmental limit. And I think given that we've had the discussion that we had in the earlier part, we know that these environmental limits are highly unlikely to ever occur, and so there's no need to have an exception to the requirement, to the inability to grant a permit if there's a breach. So my question is, if the Minister will agree with me that a breach is a breach, don't worry about an exception because it's so unlikely to ever happen anyway in his dastardly scheme.
Honourable Minister.
Dastardly is a bit strong. I'll put that down to 11:28 p.m. at night. I mean, I think we had a discussion in question time about this. Can't remember who it was. I had 4 questions to deal with today. It was Alan, was it? Rightio. The amendment the member's proposing is inconsistent with government policy, so we won't be supporting it. It would mean, for example, the government would not be able to set standards that enable significant infrastructure or enable activities that have net public benefits that would otherwise breach environmental limits, and I'd refer the member to section 79 that she was talking about. In relation to Mr Shunan's questions, the third one is a drafting issue between natural resources and natural environment. And in relation to his second question around controlled activities, the difference is that you have to grant controlled activities, whereas restricted discretionary, there are limited reasons to decline, and then the plans provide further directions in relation to that.
Hannah Linden.
Very much. I wanted to, it's great we've got the Minister here, wanted to ask about page 145, which is part 4, 167A, related to Te Ture Whai Mana, Aotearoa or Waikato. And I never got a chance earlier in the day, but it's good that we're here now, and we've got this provision in part 4 to explore this. So the tribes of the Waikato and Waipa rivers have reached out to this side of the House, and we've enjoyed their company today. Great advocates, I have to say. They rolled out and shared with us correspondence that they had met with the Minister on the 14th of August, and there were proposals that were agreed to in terms of what happened in the planning bill previously for Te Ture Whai Mana, and I wanted to speak to this one here in 167A as another really good example of how the Crown has listened and has worked with iwi groupings on wording that was agreeable between parties. Now, what we experienced previously with the planning bill amendment, they had understood that these agreed amendments were to be appendices to what was to be voted on, but that kind of didn't occur. Rather, it was within the bundle. I'm wanting to explore with the Minister a way whereby which I appreciate the advocacy of the iwi group that came together and met with us on this side of the House, and their advocacy around our need to tautoko Te Ture Whai Mana and the agreed words that have been negotiated with the Minister. If the Minister would consider clauses particular to Te Ture Whai Mana being pulled out as maybe an appendices to this, or put it as a schedule of some sort, so we can actually show some tautoko for the goodwill that the Minister has shown towards Ngāti Raukawa, Te Nehenehe Nui, Te Arawa, Waikato Tainui, Tūwharetua, the grouping that has been advocating for quite some time to uphold the treaty settlement and the health and well-being of Waikato and Waipa.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, I'm pleased you've had a good kōrero with my good friends, the River Iwi. I also have enjoyed fellowship with them quite a bit. Eh? What's that? Tuku Morgan is Matua Morgan is Gandalf.
Let's not go there. 11:32.
Let's not go there.
That was provoked. We'll carry on.
It was.
We'll carry on with the question.
Tim Hansard now. I'm going to live to regret that one. I'm not really sure what the member's asking because, firstly, appendices there's no such thing as appendices in bills. There's schedules. But to be honest, the schedules are way less kind of prominent and significant than actual primary, clauses and legislation that become sections. So, we've reached an agreement with the River Iwi in relation to Ture Whaimana, as the member says, and I'm really proud of that, and it reflects the good faith obligations entered into by the Crown over many years, and it's there in black and white, not just in 167A, but in a variety of other statutory provisions in the Planning Bill and also the Natural Environment Bill. So I think it's pretty good. The member might want to expand a bit further, but I don't think burying it in the schedule is likely to be that. It certainly doesn't have any legal change, for starters, and actually PCO work out what the appropriate provisions are, and I'm really comfortable having it in the primary bill rather than the schedule.
Uhana Linda?
I guess I'm wanting to ask for an opportunity for us to look for a way whereby we can actually vote for something in favour. And it's nearly midnight. So
you can vote for the bill. Join the journey of change.
Land Farm. Lawrence Yunan, I thought you told me you had 3 questions before and you asked them. Land Farm.
Madam Chair, thank you. Really keen to touch on some aspects of public participation, or lack of public participation it might be. And these relate to clause 146, which is about notification requirements if the previous section around mandatory public notification does not apply. And then also, and I've got an amendment paper, amendment number 720 around that. And the reason why I'm proposing these amendments, Madam Chair, I'm interested in the Minister's comments on this, is that yes, this entire framework is moving to a much more permissive and enabling framework. I can absolutely understand that. Where I'm concerned about that, and from the past few decades where I have been involved in not only council processes but RMA processes, I've seen time and time again it demonstrated how valuable elements of public participation can be to making good decisions. And so I'm really keen to offer the Minister an option in both of these clauses. Firstly, where public notification could be permitted if there are more than minor adverse effects on the environment. That would be the first aspect of it. And the second aspect, which I'm proposing in clause 152, is that this bill introduces what's called essentially a qualifying resident test, where you can only make a submission on a publicly notified application if you are actually resident in that area. Now, what we know about the jurisdictions that we have across the country is that people's interests, people's connection to place don't abide by, for example, district council or city or regional boundaries. Often, you have people who are living on the edges of whatever boundary, and the concern is that this is going to be a real barrier to their genuine participation in the places that they love, the places that they're connected to, the places they may work in, live in. This
Okay, thank you.
It doesn't cover overseas convictions. No, it doesn't. No, it covers what it says in the section. Well, it's not covered, is the short answer. It's not covered. The law, I mean, I love your ability to. I'm thinking of rabbits and warrens and furrows and like, I admire it. Even if I find it aggravating, a big part of me finds it admirable. But as I'm sure the member's discovering from his voluminous committee stage debates, he cannot cover everything. Does not cover overseas convictions. Maybe it should. Maybe there's an amendment to come, but it doesn't. In relation to Land Farm's amendment and other discussions, which I think we've had a couple of times now around thresholds of public notifications, the significant threshold for public notification, as I said earlier, reflects a deliberate policy choice. Changing it would not align with the government's objectives for notification. There are fewer opportunities to participate in permit processes, and that's designed to encourage participation earlier in the system in natural instruments and plans. And in relation to her point around affected persons, out of district, I'm advised, out of district or the region, people can still be subject to targeted notification and they can still participate. But we've got a clear policy intent so the people in Waipakarau don't submit on things that don't have anything to do with where they live.
Madam Chair.
Miles Anderson.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Hei te pōti whakahe.
Takuta Ferris. Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed. And sorry, apologies, just to correct, Greens Party vote is 14 opposed, not 15.
14.
14.
Yep. The ayes are 67, the noes are 50. The question is agreed. Question is that the Minister's amendments to Part 4 set out on AP number 710 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauma whanga poti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te pōti whakahe.
Takuta Ferris. Maria Meno Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakahe.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 50. The question is agreed. Question is that Honourable Rachel Brookings' tabled amendment deleting clause 128 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauma whanga poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te pōti whakai.
Takuta Ferris. Maria Meno Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The The ayes are 50, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. The question is that Land Farms Amendment replacing clause 146.6a set out on AP number 720 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauma wha ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te pōti whakai.
Takuta Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti, oh, sorry.
Māori Meno Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Land Farms Amendment replacing clause 152.1 set out on AP number 719 is out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Land Farms Amendment to clause 156.1 set out on AP number 681 is out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Land Farms amendments to clauses 164 and 164A set out on AP number 683 are out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Honourable Rachel Brooking's amendments deleting clauses 164.1, C, I and 164A set out on AP number 747 are out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. The question is that Land Farms Amendment inserting clause 166 set out on AP number 671 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauma wha ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te pōti whakai.
Takuta Ferris. Māori Meno Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
The ayes are 50, the noes are 67. The question is not agreed. Honourable Rachel Brooking's amendment inserting new subpart 7 of part 4 set out on AP number 746 is out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. The question is that part 4 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. The ayes have it. No. Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
48 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauma wha ngā poti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te pōti whakahe.
Takuta Ferris. Māori Meno Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakahe.
The ayes are 67, the noes are 50. The question is agreed. Members, we come now to part 5, which is the debate on clauses 215 to 241, key roles. And the question is that part 5 stand part. Land Farm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really interested in going to clause 219A. And this is about the delegation of functions by the Minister to the EPA. So this is about the function to actually monitor the implementation and effectiveness of this Act, and that includes regulations in force under it and national instruments. And I'm really interested to hear from the Minister, because I was quite surprised to see this clause in here, and it is a new clause that has come in the government's last minute amendments.
Which clause?
219A on page 174. So why I'm interested in this is because earlier, and I can't remember where in the bill, but earlier in the bill, there is a function for MCERT to assess the effectiveness and the efficiency of the bills. And so I'm interested into as to what the differences are here, because there's very little detail, and when you're sort of further splitting these things across both MCERT and the EPA, I think it would be really helpful to understand, particularly when it comes to the assessment of the effectiveness and implementation, why has there been this division and where have they landed on?
I'm advised it's a carryover from the RMA, so it's just clarifies the delegation to the EPA. It's a carryover from the RMA existing provisions.
So, Madam Chair.
Farm.
So I'm interested in that because is that therefore unnecessary duplication? Like, what is actually the function of this versus what the CE of MCERT has now been tasked to in quite some detail about the functions and efficiencies? I think that if there is going to be this role for the EPA, which again is another agency that we know is under considerable constraints, why? And I think we should be able to answer that and understand that rather than just chuck it in here.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
I'm moving further forward, and this is related to the transfers and the wherever that is, transfer of powers at 232. So I'm on page 179 of the Minister's Amendment, and I want to talk briefly about the transfer of powers and the joint management agreements and then iwi participation agreements. So these sort of back end of part 5. For a long time, there have been these provisions, section 33 and the joint management provisions in the Resource Management Act that can include going to an iwi authority. Now, they're not included in these powers before us. That's gone. And also the mana whakahono arohi that are more recent, it came in under Nick Smith, Honourable Nick Smith, those have also gone. Now the Minister will say the legislation has changed remarkably after the Select Committee process happened. He came to think that.
That's not unusual.
But the iwi participation agreements are now included. So, simple question, do the iwi participation agreements allow for the equivalent of section 33 of the RMA transfer of powers now in 232 and joint management agreements in 236? Simple question. I think I know the answer, and it's a very sad day, Madam Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Oh, I've just dropped my good blue pen. My apologies.
Do you want one?
No, I'm good. Thank you. In relation to 219A, thank you. I'm not really sure what the member's getting at. 219A is as a carryover from the RMA. It's a may. It's not a must. It's a may delegate to the EPA. It needs to be read in the light of 219, which is delegation of functions by ministers or chief executives. Both these provisions are standard provisions when it comes to complicated statutory schemes and regulatory schemes. In relation to Rachel Brooking's question, she is right that iwi authorities are excluded from transfer of powers, and no, the answer is IPAs or iwi participation agreements cannot authorise the transfers of powers.
Dr. Lawrence, you're now very short. Just looking at the clock, because some of us have to go to bed and you have to write more policy.
Don't, please.
Okay.
No, I'll take a quick question.
I just want to check, just following on from the previous question, I want to check in this case, just clarifying, would a joint committee appointed under clause 30, so this is clause 231C, would a joint committee need to be, this might be a basic question, are they elected or are they also can be appointed?
No, they're elected.
Are they elected?
Okay. Madam Chair. Members, the time has come for me to leave the chair. The House will resume the committee will resume at 9 a.m.
That concludes our coverage from the House of Representatives. More information about Parliament is available at www.parliament.nz. House of Representatives' normal sitting hours are Tuesdays and Wednesdays, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. and 7:30 to 10 p.m. and Thursdays, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. The House sitting program is available at www.parliament.nz.